Preface of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1. Preface and Members of the Expedition Party. 14 years ago, Robert Falcon Scott was a rising naval officer, able, accomplished, popular, highly thought of by his superiors, and devoted to his noble profession. It was a serious responsibility to induce him to take up the work of an explorer, yet no man living could be found who was so well fitted to command a great Antarctic expedition. The undertaking was new and unprecedented. The object was to explore the unknown Antarctic continent by land. Captain Scott entered upon the enterprise with enthusiasm, tempered by prudence and sound sense. All had to be learned by a thorough study of the history of Arctic travelling, combined with experience of different conditions in the Antarctic regions. Scott was the initiator and founder of Antarctic sledge travelling. His discoveries were of great importance. The survey and soundings along the barrier cliffs, the discovery of King Edward Land, the discovery of Ross Island and the other volcanic islets, the examination of the barrier surface, the discovery of the Victoria Mountains, a range of great height and many hundreds of miles in length, which had only before been seen from a distance out at sea, and above all the discovery of the great ice cap on which the South Pole is situated, by one of the most remarkable polar journeys on record. His small but excellent scientific staff worked hard and with trained intelligence, their results being recorded in 12 large quarto volumes. The great discoverer had no intention of losing touch with his beloved profession, though resolved to complete his Antarctic work. The exigencies of the naval service called him to the command of battleships and to confidential work of the Admiralty, so that 5 years elapsed before he could resume his Antarctic labours. The object of Captain Scott's second expedition was mainly scientific, to complete and extend his former work in all branches of science. It was his ambition that in his ship there should be the most completely equipped expedition for scientific purposes connected with the polar regions, both as regards men and material, that ever left these shores. In this he succeeded. He had on board a fuller complement of geologists, one of them especially trained for the study of physiography, biologists, physicists and surveyors than ever before composed the staff of a polar expedition. Thus Captain Scott's objects were strictly scientific, including the completion and extension of his former discoveries. The results will be explained in the second volume of this work. They will be found to be extensive and important. Never before in the polar regions have meteorological, magnetic and tidal observations been taken in one locality during 5 years. It was also part of Captain Scott's plan to reach the South Pole by a long and most arduous journey, but here again his intention was, if possible, to achieve scientific results on the way, especially hoping to discover fossils which would throw light on the former history of the great range of mountains which he had made known to science. The principal aim of this great man, for he rightly has his niche among the polar dii majores, was the advancement of knowledge. From all aspects Scott was among the most remarkable men of our time, and the vast number of readers of his journal will be deeply impressed with the beauty of his character. The chief traits which shone forth through his life were conspicuous in the hour of death. There are few events in history to be compared for grandeur and pathos with the last closing scene in that silent wilderness of snow. The great leader, with the bodies of his dearest friends beside him, wrote and wrote until the pencil dropped from his dying grasp. There was no thought of himself, only the earnest desire to give comfort and consolation to others in their sorrow. His very last lines were written lest he who induced him to enter upon Antarctic work should now feel regret for what he had done. If I cannot write to Sir Clements, Tell him I thought much of him, and never regretted his putting me in command of the Discovery. Clements R. Markham, September 1913. Members of the Expedition Party. British Antarctic Expedition 1910. Shore Parties, Officers, Name and Rank, etc. Robert Falcon Scott, Captain, R.N., CVO. Edward R.G.R. Evans, Commander, R.N. Victor L.A. Campbell, Lieutenant, R.N., Emergency List. Henry R. Bowers, Lieutenant, R.N. Lawrence E.G. Oates, Captain, 6th Inniskilling Dragoons. G. Murray Levick, Surgeon, R.N. Edward L. Atkinson, Surgeon, R.N., Parasitologist. Scientific Staff. Edward Adrian Wilson, M.A., M.B., Chief of the Scientific Staff and Zoologist. George C. Simpson, D.Sc., Meteorologist. T. Griffith Taylor, B.A., B.Sc., B.E., Geologist. Edward W. Nelson, Biologist. Frank Debenham, B.A., B.Sc., Geologist. Charles S. Wright, B.A., Physicist. Raymond E. Priestley, Geologist. Herbert G. Ponting, F.R.G.S., Camera Artist. Cecil H. Mears, In Charge of Dogs. Bernard C. Day, Motor Engineer. Apsley Cherry Garrard, B.A., Assistant Zoologist. Trivge Gran, Sub-Lieutenant, Norwegian N.R., Ski Expert. Men. W. Lashley, Chief Stoker. W. W. Archer, Chief Steward. Thomas Clissold, Cook, late R.N. Edgar Evans, Petty Officer, R.N. Robert Ford, Petty Officer, R.N. Thomas Crean, Petty Officer, R.N. Thomas S. Williamson, Petty Officer, R.N. Patrick Keown, Petty Officer, R.N. George P. Abbott, Petty Officer, R.N. Frank V. Browning, Petty Officer, 2nd Class, R.N. Harry Dickerson, Able Seaman, R.N. F. J. Hooper, Steward, late R.N. Anton Omolchenko, Groom. Dmitry Gerov, Dog Driver. Ship's Party, Officers, etc. Harry L. L. Pennell, Lieutenant, R.N. Henry E. de P. Rennick, Lieutenant, R.N. Wilfred M. Bruce, Lieutenant, R.N.R. Francis R. H. Drake, Assistant Paymaster, R.N., retired. Secretary and Meteorologist in Ship. Dennis G. Lilly, M.A., Biologist in Ship. James R. Denniston, in charge of mules in Ship. Alfred B. Cheetham, R.N.R., Boatswain. William Williams, O.N., Chief Engine Room Artificer, R.N., Engineer. William A. Horton, O.N., Engine Room Artificer, 3rd Class, R.N., 2nd Engineer. Francis E. C. Davis, O.N., Shipwright, R.N., Carpenter. Frederick Parsons, Petty Officer, R.N. William L. Heald, late P.O., R.N. Arthur S. Bailey, Petty Officer, 2nd Class, R.N. Albert Bolson, Leading Seaman, R.N. Joseph Leese, O.N., Able Seaman, R.N. John Hugh Mather, O.N., Petty Officer, R.N.V.R. Robert Oliphant, Able Seaman. Thomas F. MacLean, Able Seaman. Mortimer McCarthy, Able Seaman. William Knowles, Able Seaman. Charles Williams, Able Seaman. James Skelton, Able Seaman. William MacDonald, Able Seaman. James Patton, Able Seaman. Robert Brissenden, Leading Stoker, R.N. Edward A. Mackenzie, Leading Stoker, R.N. William Burton, Leading Stoker, R.N. Bernard J. Stone, Leading Stoker, R.N. Angus MacDonald, Fireman. Thomas McGillen, Fireman. Charles Lammas, Fireman. W. H. Neal, Steward. End of Preface. Section 1 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Gough. The Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, Chapter 1, Through Stormy Seas, Part 1. The Final Preparations in New Zealand. The first 3 weeks of November have gone with such a rush that I have neglected my diary and can only patch it up from memory. The dates seem unimportant, but throughout the period the officers and men of the ship have been unremittingly busy. On arrival the ship was cleared of all the shore party stores, including the huts, sledges, etc. Within 5 days she was in dock. Bowers attacked the ship's stores, surveyed, relisted and restored them, saving very much space by unstowing numerous cases and stowing the contents in the lazarette. Meanwhile our good friend Miller attacked the leak and traced it to the stern. We found the false stern split, and in one case a whole board for a long stem through-bolt, which was much too large for the bolt. Miller made the excellent job in overcoming this difficulty, which I expected, and since the ship has been afloat and loaded, the leak is found to be enormously reduced. The ship still leaks, but the amount of water entering is little more than one would expect in an old wooden vessel. The stream, which was visible and audible inside the stern, has been entirely stopped. Without steam, the leak can now be kept under with the hand pump by 2 daily efforts of a quarter of an hour to 20 minutes. As the ship was, and in her present heavily laden condition, it would certainly have taken 3 to 4 hours each day. Before the ship left dock, Bowers and Wyatt were at work again in the shed with a party of stevedores, sorting and relisting the shore party stores. Everything seems to have gone without a hitch. The various gifts and purchases made in New Zealand were collected: butter, cheese, bacon, hams, some preserved meats, tongues. Meanwhile the huts were erected on the waste ground beyond the harbour works. Everything was overhauled, sorted and marked afresh to prevent difficulty in the south. Davis, our excellent carpenter, Ford, Abbott and Keown were employed in this work. The large green tent was put up and proper supports made for it. When the ship came out of dock she presented a scene of great industry. Officers and men of the ship with a party of stevedores were busy storing the holds. Miller's men were building horse stalls, caulking the decks, resecuring the deck houses, putting in bolts and various small fittings. The engine room staff and Anderson's people on the engines, scientists were stowing their laboratories, the cook refitting his galley, and so forth. Not a single spot but had its band of workers. We prepared to start our stowage much as follows. The main hold contains all the shore party provisions and part of the huts. Above this, on the main deck, is packed in wonderfully close fashion the remainder of the wood of the huts, the sledges and travelling equipment, and the larger instruments and machines to be employed by the scientific people. This encroaches far on the men's space, but the extent has been determined by their own wish. They have requested, through Evans, that they should not be considered. They were prepared to pig it anyhow, and a few cubic feet of space didn't matter. Such is their spirit. The men's space, such as it is, therefore, extends from the forehatch to the stem on the main deck. Under the forecastle are stalls for 15 ponies, the maximum the space would hold. The narrow, irregular space in front is packed tight with fodder. Immediately behind the forecastle bulkhead is the small booby hatch, the only entrance to the men's mess deck in bad weather. Next comes the foremast, and between that and the forehatch, the galley and winch. On the port side of the forehatch are stalls for 4 ponies, a very stout wooden structure. Abaft the forehatch is the ice house. We have managed to get 3 tons of ice, 162 carcasses of mutton and 3 carcasses of beef, besides some boxes of sweetbreads and kidneys into this space. The carcasses are stowed in tiers with wooden battens between the tiers. It looks a triumph of orderly stowage, and I have great hope that it will ensure fresh mutton throughout our winter. On either side of the main hatch and close up to the ice house are 2 out of our 3 motor sledges. The third rests across the break of the poop in a space formerly occupied by a winch. In front of the break of the poop is a stack of petrol cases. A further stack surmounted with bales of fodder stands between the main hatch and the main mast, and cases of petrol, paraffin and alcohol arranged along either gangway. We have managed to get 405 tons of coal in bunkers and main hold, 25 tons in a space left in the forehold, and a little over 30 tons on the upper deck. The sacks containing this last, added to the goods already mentioned, make a really heavy deck cargo, and one is naturally anxious concerning it, but everything that can be done by lashing and securing has been done. The appearance of confusion on deck is completed by our 33 dogs chained to stanchions and bolts on the ice house and on the main hatch between the motor sledges. With all these stores on board, the ship still stood 2 inches above her load mark. The tanks are filled with compressed forage, except one which contains 12 tons of fresh water, enough, we hope, to take us to the ice. Forage. I originally ordered 30 tons of compressed oaten hay from Melbourne. Oates has gradually persuaded us that this is insufficient, and our pony food weight has gone up to 45 tons, besides 3 or 4 tons for immediate use. The extra consists of 5 tons of hay, 5 or 6 tons of oil cake, 4 or 5 tons of bran, and some crushed oats. We are not taking any corn. We have managed to wedge in all the dog biscuits, the total weight being about 5 tons. Mears is reluctant to feed the dogs on seal, but I think we ought to do so during the winter. We stayed with the Kinseys at their house in Turhan at Clifton. The house stands at the edge of the cliff, 400 feet above the sea, and looks far over the Christchurch plains and the long northern beach which limits it. Close beneath one is the harbour bar and winding estuary of the 2 small rivers, the Avon and the Waimakarari. Far away beyond the plains are the mountains, ever changing their aspect, and yet further in over this northern sweep of sea can be seen in clear weather the beautiful snow-capped peaks of the Kaikourass. The scene is wholly enchanting, and such a view from some sheltered sunny corner in a garden which blazes with masses of red and golden flowers tends to feelings of inexpressible satisfaction with all things. At night we slept in this garden under peaceful clear skies. By day I was off to my office in Christchurch, then perhaps to the ship or the island, and so home by the mountain road over the Port Hills. It is a pleasant time to remember in spite of interruptions, and it gave time for many necessary consultations with Kinsey. His interest in the expedition is wonderful, and such interest on the part of a thoroughly shrewd businessman is an asset of which I have taken full advantage. Kinsey will act as my agent in Christchurch during my absence. I have given him an ordinary power of attorney, and I think have left him in possession of all facts. His kindness to us was beyond words. The voyage out. Saturday, November the 26th. We advertised our start at 3 p.m, and at 3 minutes to that hour the Terra Nova pushed off from the jetty. A great mass of people assembled. Kay and I lunched with a party in the New Zealand Company's ship, Ruapehu. Mr. Kinsey, Ainsley, the Arthur and George Rhodes, Sir George Clifford, etc. Kay and I went out in the ship, but left her inside the Heads after passing the Cambrian, the only naval ship present. We came home in the harbour tug. 2 other tugs followed the ship out, and innumerable small boats. Ponting busy with cinematograph. We walked over the hills to Sumner, saw the Terra Nova a little dot to the southeast. Monday, November the 28th. Caught 8 o'clock express to Port Chalmers. Kinsey saw us off. Wilson joined train. Rhodes met us Timaru. Telegram to say Terra Nova had arrived Sunday night. Arrived Port Chalmers at 4:30. Found all well. Tuesday, November the 29th. Saw Fenwick, Central News Agreement, to town. Thanked Glendenning for handsome gift, 130 grey jerseys. To Town Hall to see Mayor. Found all well on board. We left the wharf at 2:30. Bright sunshine, very gay scene. If anything, more craft following us than at Littleton. Mrs. Wilson, Mrs. Evans and Kay left at Heads and back in harbour tug. Other tugs followed further, with volunteer reserve gunboat. All left about 4:30. Pennell swung the ship for compass adjustment, then away. Evening. Loom of land and Cape Saunders light blinking. Wednesday, November the 30th. Noon, no miles. Light breeze from northward all day, freshening towards nightfall and turning to northwest. Bright sunshine. Ship pitching with southwesterly swell. All in good spirits except 1 or 2 sick. We are away, sliding easily and smoothly through the water, but burning coal, 8 tons in 24 hours, reported 8 p.m. Thursday, December the 1st. The month opens well on the whole. During the night the wind increased. We worked up to 8 to 9 and to 9.5 knots. Stiff wind from northwest and confused sea. Awoke to much motion. The ship a queer and not altogether cheerful sight under the circumstances. Below, one knows all space is packed as tight as human skill can devise, and on deck, under the forecastle, 15 ponies close side by side, 7 one side, 8 the other, heads together and groom between, swaying continually to the plunging, irregular motion. One takes a look through a hole in the bulkhead and sees a row of heads with sad, patient eyes come swinging up together from the starboard side, whilst those on the port swing back. Then up come the port heads, whilst the starboard recede. It seems a terrible ordeal for these poor beasts to stand this day after day for weeks together, and indeed, though they continue to feed well, the strain quickly drags down their weight and condition. But nevertheless, the trial cannot be gauged from human standards. There are horses which never lie down, and all horses can sleep standing. Anatomically, they possess a ligament in each leg which takes their weight without strain. Even our poor animals will get rest and sleep in spite of the violent motion. Some 4 or 5 tons of fodder and the ever-watchful Anton take up the remainder of the forecastle space. Anton is suffering badly from seasickness, but last night he smoked a cigar. He smoked a little, then had an interval of evacuation, and back to his cigar, whilst he rubbed his stomach and remarked to Oates, "No good. Gallant little Anton." There are 4 ponies outside the forecastle, and to leeward of the forehatch, and on the whole, perhaps, with shielding tarpaulins, they have a rather better time than their comrades. Just behind the ice-house and on either side of the main hatch are 2 enormous packing cases containing motor sledges, each 16 by 5 by 4. Mounted as they are several inches above the deck, they take a formidable amount of space. A third sledge stands across the break of the poop, in the space hitherto occupied by the after winch. All these cases are covered with stout tarpaulin and lashed with heavy chain and rope lashings, so that they may be absolutely secure. The petrol for these sledges is contained in tins and drums, protected in stout wooden packing cases, which are ranged across the deck, immediately in front of the poop and abreast the motor sledges. The quantity is 2.5 tons, and the space occupied considerable. Round and about these packing cases, stretching from the galley forward to the wheel aft, the deck is stacked with coal bags, forming our deck cargo of coal, now rapidly diminishing. We left Port Chalmers with 462 tons of coal on board, rather greater quantity than I had hoped for, and yet the load mark was 3 inches above the water. The ship was over 2 feet by the stern, but this will soon be remedied. Upon the coal sacks, upon and between the motor sledges, and upon the ice-house are grouped the dogs, 33 in all. They must perforce be chained up, and they are given what shelter is afforded on deck, but their position is not enviable. The seas continually break on the weather bulwarks, and scatter clouds of heavy spray over the backs of all who must venture into the waist of the ship. The dogs sit with their tails to this invading water, their coats wet and dripping. It is a pathetic attitude, deeply significant of cold and misery. Occasionally some poor beast emits a long pathetic whine. The group forms a picture of wretched dejection. Such a life is truly hard for these poor creatures. We manage somehow to find a seat for everyone at our cabin table, although the wardroom contains 24 officers. There are generally 1 or 2 on watch, which eases matters, but it is a squash. Our meals are simple enough, but it is really remarkable to see the manner in which our 2 stewards, Hooper and Neild, provide for all requirements, washing up, tidying cabin, and making themselves generally useful in the cheerfullest manner. With such a large number of hands on board, allowing 9 seamen in each watch, the ship is easily worked, and Mears and Oates have their appointed assistants to help them in custody of dogs and ponies. But on such a night as the last, with the prospect of dirty weather, the afterguard of volunteers is awake and exhibiting its delightful enthusiasm in the cause of safety and comfort. Some are ready to lend a hand if there is difficulty with ponies and dogs, others in shortening or trimming sails, and others again in keeping the bunkers filled with the deck coal. I think Priestley is the most seriously incapacitated by sea-sickness. Others who might be as bad have had some experience of the ship and her movement. Ponting cannot face meals but sticks to his work. On the way to Port Chalmers I am told that he posed several groups before the cinematograph, though obliged repeatedly to retire to the ship's side. Yesterday he was developing plates with the developing dish in one hand and an ordinary basin in the other. We have run 190 miles today, a good start, but inconvenient in one respect. We have been making for Campbell Island, but early this morning it became evident that our rapid progress would bring us to the island in the middle of the night instead of tomorrow, as I had anticipated. The delay of waiting for daylight would not be advisable under the circumstances, so we gave up this item of our programme. Later in the day the wind has veered to the westward, heading us slightly. I trust it will not go further round. We are now more than a point to eastward of our course to the ice, and 3 points to leeward of that to Campbell Island, so that we should not have fetched the island anyhow. Friday, December the 1st, a day of great disaster. From 4 o'clock last night the wind freshened with great rapidity, and very shortly we were under topsails, jib and staysail only. It blew very hard, and the sea got up at once. Soon we were plunging heavily and taking much water over the lee rail. Oates and Atkinson, with intermittent assistance from others, were busy keeping the ponies on their legs. Cases of petrol, forage, etc., began to break loose on the upper deck. The principal trouble was caused by the loose coal bags, which were bodily lifted by the seas and swung against the lashed cases. You know how carefully everything had been lashed, but no lashings could have withstood the onslaught of these coal sacks for long. They acted like battering rams. There was nothing for it but to grapple with the evil, and nearly all hands were labouring for hours in the waist of the ship, heaving coal sacks overboard and relashing the petrol cases, etc., in the best manner possible under such difficult and dangerous circumstances. The seas were continually breaking over these people, and now and again they would be completely submerged. At such times they had to cling for dear life to some fixture to prevent themselves being washed overboard, and with coal bags and loose cases washing about, there was every risk of such hold being torn away. No sooner was some semblance of order restored than some exceptionally heavy wave would tear away the lashing, and the work had to be done all over again. The night wore on, the sea and wind ever rising, and the ship ever plunging more distractedly. We shortened sail to main topsail and staysail, stopped engines and hove to, but to little purpose. Tales of ponies down came frequently from forward, where Oates and Atkinson laboured through the entire night. Worse was to follow, much worse. A report from the engine room that the pumps had choked and the water risen over the gratings. From this moment, about 4 a.m., the engine room became the centre of interest. The water gained in spite of every effort. Lashley, to his neck in rushing water, stuck gamely to the work of clearing suctions. For a time, with donkey engine and bilge pump sucking, it looked as though the water would be got under, but the hope was short-lived. 5 minutes of pumping invariably led to the same result, a general choking of the pumps. The outlook appeared grim. The amount of water which was being made with the ship so roughly handled was most uncertain. We knew that normally the ship was not making much water, but we also knew that a considerable part of the water washing over the upper deck must be finding its way below. The decks were leaking in streams. The ship was very deeply laden. It did not need the addition of much water to get her waterlogged, in which condition anything might have happened. The hand pump produced only a dribble, and its suction could not be got at. As the water crept higher, it got in contact with the boiler and grew warmer, so hot at last that no one could work at the suctions. Williams had to confess he was beaten, and must draw fires. What was to be done? Things for the moment appeared very black. The sea seemed higher than ever. It came over lee rail and poop, a rush of green water. The ship wallowed in it, a great piece of the bulwark carried clean away. The bilge pump is dependent on the main engine. To use the pump it was necessary to go ahead. It was at such times that the heaviest seas swept in over the lee rail. Over and over again the rail, from the fore-rigging to the main, was covered by a solid sheet of curling water which swept aft and high on the poop. On one occasion I was waist deep when standing on the rail of the poop. The scene on deck was devastating, and in the engine room the water, though really not great in quantity, rushed over the floor plates and frames in a fashion that gave it a fearful significance. The afterguard were organised in two parties by Evans to work buckets. The men were kept steadily going on the choked hand pumps. This seemed all that could be done for the moment, and what a measure to count as the sole safeguard of the ship from sinking, practically an attempt to bail her out. Yet, strange as it may seem, the effort has not been wholly fruitless. The string of buckets, which has now been kept going for 4 hours, together with the dribble from the pump, has kept the water under. If anything, there is a small decrease. Meanwhile, we have been thinking of a way to get at the suction of the pump. A hole is being made in the engine room bulkhead. The coal between this and the pump shaft will be removed, and a hole made in the shaft. With so much water coming on board, it is impossible to open the hatch over the shaft. We are not out of the wood, but hope dawns, as indeed it should for me, when I find myself so wonderfully served. Officers and men are singing shanties over their arduous work. Williams is working in sweltering heat behind the boiler to get the door made in the bulkhead. Not a single one has lost his good spirits. A dog was drowned last night, 1 pony is dead, and 2 others in a bad condition. Probably they too will go. Occasionally a heavy sea would bear one of them away, and he was only saved by his chain. Mears, with some helpers, had constantly to be rescuing these wretched creatures from hanging, and trying to find them better shelter, an almost hopeless task. One poor beast was found hanging when dead. One was washed away with such force that his chain broke and he disappeared overboard. The next wave miraculously washed him on board again, and he is now fit and well. The gale has exacted heavy toll, but I feel all will be well if we can only cope with the water. Another dog has just been washed overboard, alas! Thank God the gale is abating. The sea is still mountainously high, but the ship is not labouring so heavily as she was. I pray we may be under sail again before morning. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Section 2 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 2, Chapter 1, Part 2. Saturday, December the 3rd. Yesterday the wind slowly fell towards evening. Less water was taken on board, therefore less found its way below, and it soon became evident that our bailing was gaining on the engine room. The work was steadily kept going in 2-hour shifts. By 10 p.m. the hole in the engine room bulkhead was completed, and Lieutenant Evans, wriggling over the coal, found his way to the pump shaft and down it. He soon cleared the suction of the coal balls, a mixture of coal and oil, which choked it, and to the joy of all a good stream of water came from the pump for the first time. From this moment it was evident we should get over the difficulty, and though the pump choked again on several occasions, the water in the engine room steadily decreased. It was good to visit that spot this morning, and to find that the water no longer swished from side to side. In the forenoon fires were laid and lighted. The hand pump was got into complete order and sucked the bilges almost dry, so that great quantities of coal and ashes could be taken out. Now all is well again, and we are steaming and sailing steadily south within 2 points of our course. Campbell and Bowers have been busy relisting everything on the upper deck. This afternoon we got out the 2 dead ponies through the forecastle skylight. It was a curious proceeding, as the space looked quite inadequate for their passage. We looked into the ice house and found it in the best order. Though we are not yet safe, as another gale might have disastrous results, it is wonderful to realise the change which has been wrought in our outlook in 24 hours. The others have confessed the gravely serious view of our position which they shared with me yesterday, and now we are all hopeful again. As far as one can gather, besides the damage to the bulwarks of the ship, we have lost 2 ponies, 1 dog, 10 tons of coal, 65 gallons of petrol, and a case of the biologist's spirit, a serious loss enough, but much less than I expected. All things considered, we have come off lightly, but it was bad luck to strike a gale at such a time. The 3rd pony, which was down in a sling for some time in the gale, is again on his feet. He looks a little groggy, but may pull through if we don't have another gale. Osman, our best sledge dog, was very bad this morning, but has been lying warmly in hay all day, and is now much better. Several more were in a very bad way, and needed nursing back to life. The sea and wind seem to be increasing again, and there is a heavy southerly swell, but the glass is high. We ought not to have another gale till it falls. Monday, December the 5th, latitude 56 degrees 40 minutes. The barometer has been almost steady since Saturday, the wind rising and falling slightly, but steady in direction from the west. From a point off course we have crept up to the course itself. Everything looks prosperous except the ponies. Up to this morning, in spite of favourable wind and sea, the ship has been pitching heavily to southwesterly swell. This has tried the animals badly, especially those under the forecastle. We had thought the ponies on the port side to be pretty safe, but 2 of them seemed to me to be groggy, and I doubt if they could stand more heavy weather without a spell of rest. I pray there may be no more gales. We should be nearing the limits of the westerlies, but one cannot be sure for at least 2 days. There is still a swell from the southwest, though it is not nearly so heavy as yesterday, but I devoutly wish it would vanish altogether. So much depends on fine weather. December ought to be a fine month in the Ross Sea. It always has been, and just now conditions point to fine weather. Well, we must be prepared for anything, but I'm anxious about these animals of ours. The dogs have quite recovered since the fine weather. They are quite in good form again. Our deck cargo is getting reduced, all the coal is off the upper deck, and the petrol is restored in better fashion. As far as that is concerned, we should not mind another blow. Campbell and Bowers have been untiring in getting things straight on deck. The idea of making our station Cape Crozier has again come on the tapis. There would be many advantages: the ease of getting there at an early date, the fact that none of the autumn or summer parties could be cut off, the fact that the main barrier could be reached without crossing crevasses, and that the track to the pole would be due south from the first, the mild condition and absence of blizzards at the penguin rookery, the opportunity for studying the emperor penguin incubation, and the new interest of the geology of terror, besides minor facilities such as the getting of ice, stones for shelters, etc. The disadvantages mainly consist in the possible difficulty of landing stores. A swell would make things very unpleasant, and might possibly prevent the landing of the horses and motors. Then again, it would be certain that some distance of bare rock would have to be traversed before a good snow surface was reached from the hut, and possibly a climb of 300 or 400 feet would intervene. Again, it might be difficult to handle the ship while stores were being landed, owing to current, bergs, and floe ice. It remains to be seen, but the prospect is certainly alluring. At a pinch we could land the ponies in McMurdo Sound and let them walk round. The sun is shining brightly this afternoon, everything is drying, and I think the swell continues to subside. Tuesday, December the 6th, latitude 59 degrees 7 minutes, longitude 177 degrees 51 minutes east. Made good south, 17 east, 150 degrees 457 minutes to circle. The promise of yesterday has been fulfilled. The swell has continued to subside, and this afternoon we go on so steadily that we have much comfort. I am truly thankful mainly for the sake of the ponies. Poor things, they look thin and scraggy enough, but generally brighter and fitter. There is no doubt the forecastle is a bad place for them, but in any case some must have gone there. The 4 midship ponies, which were expected to be subject to the worst conditions, have had a much better time than their fellows. A few ponies have swollen legs, but all are feeding well. The wind failed in the morning watch, and later a faint breeze came from the eastward. The barometer has been falling, but not on a steep gradient. It is still above normal. This afternoon it is overcast with a Scotch mist. Another day ought to put us beyond the reach of westerly gales. We still continue to discuss the project of landing at Cape Crozier, and the prospect grows more fascinating as we realise it. For instance, we ought from such a base to get an excellent idea of the barrier movement and of the relative movement amongst the pressure ridges. There is no doubt it would be a tremendous stroke of luck to get safely landed there with all our paraphernalia. Everyone is very cheerful. One hears laughter and song all day. It's delightful to be with such a merry crew. A week from New Zealand today. Wednesday, December the 7th, latitude 61 degrees 22 minutes, longitude 179 degrees 56 minutes west. Made good south, 25 east, 150, ante circle 313 minutes. The barometer descended on a steep regular gradient all night, turning suddenly to an equally steep upgrade this morning. With the turn, a smart breeze sprang up from the southwest and forced us 3 points off our course. The sea has remained calm, seeming to show that the ice is not far off. This afternoon temperature of air and water both 34 degrees, supporting the assumption. The wind has come fair, and we are now on our course again, going between 7 and 8 knots. Quantities of whale birds about the ship, the first fulmars and the first McCormick skua seen. Last night saw hourglass dolphins about. Sooty and black-browed albatrosses continue, with Cape chickens. The cold makes people hungry, and one gets just a tremor on seeing the marvellous disappearance of consumables when our 24 young appetites have to be appeased. Last night I discussed the Western Geological Party, and explained to Ponting the desirability of his going with it. I had thought he ought to be in charge, as the oldest and most experienced traveller, and mentioned it to him, then to Griffith Taylor. The latter was evidently deeply disappointed, so we three talked the matter out between us, and Ponting at once disclaimed any right, and announced cheerful agreement with Taylor's leadership. It was a satisfactory arrangement, and shows Ponting in a very pleasant light. I'm sure he's a very nice fellow. I would record here a symptom of the spirit which actuates the men. After the gale, the main deck under the forecastle space in which the ponies were stabled leaked badly, and the dirt of the stable leaked through on hammocks and bedding. Not a word has been said. The men living in that part have done their best to fend off the nuisance with oilskins and canvas, but without sign of complaint. Indeed, the discomfort throughout the mess deck has been extreme. Everything has been thrown about, water has found its way down in a dozen places. There is no daylight, and air can come only through the small forehatch. The artificial lamplight has given much trouble. The men have been wetted to the skin repeatedly on deck, and have no chance of drying their clothing. All things considered, their cheerful fortitude is little short of wonderful. First ice. There was a report of ice at dinner tonight. Evans corroborated Cheetham's statement that there was a berg far away to the west, showing now and again as the sun burst through the clouds. Thursday, December the 8th, 63 degrees 20 minutes, 177 degrees 22 minutes south, 31 east, 138 minutes, to circle 191 minutes. The wind increased in the first watch last night to a moderate gale. The ship close hauled held within 2 points of her course. Topgallant sails and mainsail were furled, and later in the night the wind gradually crept ahead. At 6 a.m. we were obliged to furl everything, and throughout the day we have been plunging against a stiff breeze and moderate sea. This afternoon, by keeping a little to eastward of the course, we have managed to get fore and aft sail filled. The barometer has continued its steady upward path for 24 hours. It shows signs of turning, having reached within 1/10 of 30 inches. It was light throughout last night, always a cheerful condition, but this headwind is trying to the patience, more especially as our coal expenditure is more than I estimated. We managed 62 or 63 revolutions on about 9 tons, but have to distill every 3 days at expense of half a ton, and then there is a weekly half ton for the cook. It is certainly a case of fighting one's way south. I was much disturbed last night by the motion. The ship was pitching and twisting with short, sharp movements in a confused sea, and with every plunge my thoughts flew to our poor ponies. This afternoon they are fairly well, but one knows that they must be getting weaker as time goes on. and one longs to give them a good sound rest with the ship on an even keel. Poor patient beasts! One wonders how far the memory of such fearful discomfort will remain with them. Animals so often remember places and conditions where they have encountered difficulties or hurt. Do they only recollect circumstances which are deeply impressed by some shock of fear or sudden pain? And does the remembrance of prolonged strain pass away? Who can tell? But it would seem strangely merciful if nature should blot out these weeks of slow but inevitable torture. The dogs are in great form again. For them the greatest circumstance of discomfort is to be constantly wet. It was this circumstance, prolonged throughout the gale, which nearly lost us our splendid leader Osmond. In the morning he was discovered utterly exhausted and only feebly trembling. The life was very nearly out of him. He was buried in hay and lay so for 24 hours, refusing food. The wonderful hardihood of his species was again shown by the fact that within another 24 hours he was to all appearance as fit as ever. Antarctic petrels have come about us. This afternoon one was caught. Later, about 7 p.m, Evans saw 2 icebergs far on the port beam. They could only be seen from the masthead. Whales have been frequently seen. Balænoptera sibbaldii, supposed to be the biggest mammal that has ever existed. Friday, December the 9th, 65 degrees 8 minutes, 177 degrees 41 minutes. Made good south, 4 west, 109 minutes. Scott Island south, 22 west, 147 minutes. At 6 this morning, bergs and pack were reported ahead. At first we thought the pack might consist only of fragments of the bergs, but on entering a stream we found small worn floes, the ice not more than 2 or 3 inches in thickness. I had hoped that we should not meet it till we reached latitude 66.5, or at least 66. We decided to work to the south and west as far as the open water would allow, and have met with some success. At 4 p.m, as I write, we are still in open water, having kept a fairly straight course and come through 5 or 6 light streams of ice, none more than 300 yards across. We have passed some very beautiful bergs, mostly tabular. The heights have varied from 60 to 80 feet, and I am getting to think that this part of the Antarctic yields few bergs of greater altitude. 2 bergs deserve some description. One, passed very close on port hand, in order that it might be cinematographed, was about 80 feet in height and tabular. It seemed to have been carved at a comparatively recent date. The above picture shows its peculiarities and points to the desirability of close examination of other berg faces. There seemed to be a distinct difference of origin between the upper and lower portions of the berg, as though a land glacier had been covered by layer after layer of seasonal snow. Then again, what I have described as intrusive layers of blue ice was a remarkable feature. One could imagine that these layers represent surfaces which have been transformed by regelation under hot sun and wind. This point requires investigation. The second berg was distinguished by innumerable vertical cracks. These seemed to run criss-cross and to weaken the structure, so that the various seracs formed by them had bent to different angles and shapes, giving a very irregular surface to the berg and a face scarred with immense vertical fissures. One imagines that such a berg has come from a region of ice disturbance, such as King Edward's Land. We have seen a good many whales today, rorquals with high black spouts, Balænoptera sibbaldii. The birds with us, Antarctic and snow petrel, a fulmar, and this morning Cape pigeon. We have pack ice further north than expected, and it's impossible to interpret the fact. One hopes that we shall not have anything heavy, but I'm afraid there's not much to build upon. 10 p.m. We have made good progress throughout the day, but the ice streams thicken as we advance, and on either side of us the pack now appears in considerable fields. We still pass quantities of bergs, perhaps nearly 1/2 the number tabular, but the rest worn and fantastic. The sky has been wonderful, with every form of cloud in every condition of light and shade. The sun has continually appeared through breaks in the cloudy heavens from time to time, brilliantly illuminating some field of pack, some steep-walled berg, or some patch of bluest sea. So sunlight and shadow have chased each other across our scene. To-night there is little or no swell. The ship is on an even keel, steady, save for the occasional shocks and striking ice. It is difficult to express the sense of relief this steadiness gives after our storm-tossed passage. One can only imagine the relief and comfort afforded to the ponies. But the dogs are visibly cheered, and the human element is full of gaiety. The voyage seems full of promise, in spite of the imminence of delay. If the pack becomes thick, I shall certainly put the fires out and wait for it to open. I do not think it ought to remain closed for long in this meridian. Tonight we must be beyond the 66th parallel. Saturday, December the 10th, dead reckoning 66 degrees 38 minutes, longitude 178 degrees 47 minutes, made good south 17 west 94, Cape Crozier 688 minutes. Stayed on deck till midnight. The sun just dipped below the southern horizon. The scene was incomparable. The northern sky was gloriously rosy and reflected in the calm sea between the ice, which varied from burnished copper to salmon pink. Bergs and pack to the north had a pale greenish hue with deep purple shadows. The sky shaded to saffron and pale green. We gazed long at these beautiful effects. The ship made through Leeds during the night. Morning found us pretty well at the end of the open water. We stopped to water ship from a nice hummocky floe. We made about 8 tons of water. Rennick took a sounding, 1,960 fathoms. The tube brought up 2 lumps of volcanic lava with the usual Globigerina ooze. Wilson shot a number of Antarctic petrel and snowy petrel. Nelson got some crustaceans and other beasts with a vertical tow net, and got a water sample and temperatures at 400 metres. The water was warmer at that depth. About 1:30 we proceeded at first through fairly easy pack, then in amongst very heavy old floes grouped about a big berg. We shot out of this and made a detour, getting easier going. But though the floes were less formidable as we proceeded south, the pack grew thicker. I noticed large floes of comparatively thin ice, very sodden and easily split. These are similar to some we went through in the Discovery, but tougher by a month. At 3 we stopped and shot 4 crab-eater seals. Tonight we had the livers for dinner. They were excellent. Tonight we are in very close pack. It is doubtful if it is worth pushing on, but an arch of clear sky, which has shown to the southward all day, makes me think that there must be clearer water in that direction, perhaps only some 20 miles away, but 20 miles is much under present conditions. As I came below to bed at 11 p.m, Bruce was slogging away, making fair progress, but now and again brought up altogether. I noticed the ice was becoming much smoother and thinner, with occasional signs of pressure, between which the ice was very thin. We have been very carefully into all the evidence of former voyages, to pick the best meridian to go south on, and I thought and still think that the evidence points to the 178 west as the best. We entered the pack more or less on this meridian, and have been rewarded by encountering worse conditions than any ship has had before. Worse, in fact, than I imagined would have been possible on any other meridian of those from which we could have chosen. To understand the difficulty of the position, you must appreciate what the pack is and how little is known of its movements. The pack in this part of the world consists, 1, of the ice which has formed over the sea on the fringe of the Antarctic continent during the last winter, 2, of very heavy old ice floes which have broken out of bays and inlets during the previous summer, but have not had time to get north before the winter set in, 3, of comparatively heavy ice formed over the Ross Sea early in the last winter, and 4, of comparatively thin ice which has formed over parts of the Ross Sea in middle and towards the end of last winter. Undoubtedly, throughout the winter, all ice sheets move and twist, tear apart and press up into ridges, and thousands of bergs charge through these sheets, raising hummocks and lines of pressure and mixing things up. Then, of course, where such rents are made in the winter, the sea freezes again, forming a newer and thinner sheet. With the coming of summer, the northern edge of the sheet decays, and the heavy ocean swell penetrates it, gradually breaking it into smaller and smaller fragments. Then the whole body moves to the north, and the swell of the Ross Sea attacks the southern edge of the pack. This makes it clear why at the northern and southern limits the pieces or ice floes are comparatively small, whilst in the middle the floes may be 2 or 3 miles across, and why the pack may, and does, consist of various natures of ice floes in extraordinary confusion. Further, it will be understood why the belt grows narrower and the floes thinner and smaller as the summer advances. We know that where thick pack may be found early in January, open water and clear sea may be found in February, and broadly that the later the date the easier the chance of getting through. A ship going through the pack must either break through the floes, push them aside, or go around them, observing that she cannot push floes which are more than 200 or 300 yards across. Whether a ship can get through or not depends on the thickness and nature of the ice, the size of the floes, and the closeness with which they are packed together, as well as on her own power. The situation of the main bodies of pack, and the closeness with which the floes are packed, depend almost entirely on the prevailing winds. One cannot tell what winds have prevailed before one's arrival. Therefore one cannot know much about the situation or density. Within limits the density is changing from day to day, and even from hour to hour. Such changes depend on the wind, but it may not necessarily be a local wind, so that at times they seem almost mysterious. One sees the floes pressing closely against one another at a given time, and an hour or two afterwards a gap of a foot or more may be seen between each. When the floes are pressed together it is difficult and sometimes impossible to force a way through, but when there is a release of pressure, the sum of many little gaps allows one to take a zigzag path. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Section 3 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 3, Chapter 2, In the Pack, Part 1. Sunday, December the 11th. The ice grew closer during the night, and at 6 it seemed hopeless to try and get ahead. The pack here is very regular. The floe is about 2.5 feet thick and very solid. They are pressed closely together, but being irregular in shape, open spaces frequently occur, generally triangular in shape. It might be noted that such ice as this occupies much greater space than it originally did when it formed a complete sheet. Hence, if the Ross Sea were wholly frozen over in the spring, the total quantity of pack to the north of it, when it breaks out, must be immense. This ice looks as though it must have come from the Ross Sea, and yet one is puzzled to account for the absence of pressure. We have lain tight in the pack all day. The wind from 6 a.m. strong from the west and northwest with snow. The wind has eased tonight, and for some hours the glass, which fell rapidly last night, has been stationary. I expect the wind will shift soon. Pressure on the pack has eased, but so far it has not opened. This morning Rennick got a sounding at 2015 fathoms from bottom, similar to yesterday, with small pieces of basic lava. These two soundings appear to show a great distribution of this volcanic rock by ice. The line was weighed by hand after the soundings. I read service in the wardroom. This afternoon all hands have been away on ski over the floes. It is delightful to get the exercise. I am much pleased with the ski and ski boots. Both are very well adapted to our purposes. This waiting requires patience, though I suppose it was to be expected at such an early season. It is difficult to know when to try and push on again. Monday, December the 12th. The pack was a little looser this morning. There was a distinct long swell, apparently from northwest. The floes were not apart, but barely touching the edges, which were hard pressed yesterday. The wind still holds from northwest, but lighter. Gran, Oates and Bowers went on ski towards a reported island about which there had been some difference of opinion. I felt certain it was a berg, and it proved to be so, only of a very curious dome shape, with very low cliffs all about. Fires were ordered for 12, and at 11:30 we started steaming with plain sails set. We made, and are making, fair progress on the whole, but it is very uneven. We escaped from the heavy floes about us into much thinner pack, then through 2 waterholes, then back to the thinner pack, consisting of thin floes of large area, fairly easily broken. All went well till we struck heavy floes again, Then for half an hour we stopped dead, then on again, and since alternately bad and good, that is, thin young floes and hoary older ones, occasionally a pressed-up berg, very heavy. The best news of yesterday was that we drifted 15 miles to the southeast, so that we have not really stopped our progress at all, though it has, of course, been pretty slow. I really don't know what to think of the pack, or when to hope for open water. We tried Atkinson's blubber stove this afternoon with great success. The interior of the stove holds a pipe in a single coil, pierced with holes on the underside. These holes drip oil onto an asbestos burner. The blubber is placed in a tank suitably built around the chimney. The overflow of oil from this tank leads to the feed pipe in the stove, with a cock to regulate the flow. A very simple device, but as has been shown, a very effective one. The stove gives great heat, but of course some blubber smell. However, with such stoves in the south, one would never lack cooked food or warm hut. Discuss with Wright the fact that the hummocks on sea ice always yield fresh water. We agreed that the brine must simply run down out of the ice. It will be interesting to bring up a piece of sea ice and watch this process, but the fact itself is interesting as showing that the process producing the hummock is really producing fresh water. It may also be noted as a phenomenon that makes all the difference to the ice navigator. Truly, the getting to our winter quarters is no light task. At first the gales and heavy seas, and now this continuous fight with the pack ice. 8 p.m. We are getting on with much bumping and occasional hold-ups. Tuesday, December the 13th. I was up most of the night. Never have I experienced such rapid and complete changes of prospect. Cheetham, in the last dog watch, was running the ship through sludgy new ice, making with all sails set 4 or 5 knots. Bruce, in the first, took over as we got into heavy ice again, but after a severe tussle got through into better conditions. The ice of yesterday loose with sludgy thin floes between. The middle watch found us making for an open lead, the ice around hard and heavy. We got through, and by sticking to the open water, and then to some recently frozen pools, made good progress. At the end of the middle watch, trouble began again, and during this and the first part of the morning, we were wrestling with the worst conditions we have met. Heavy hummocked bay ice, the floes standing 7 or 8 feet out of water, and very deep below. It was just such ice as we encountered at King Edward's Land in the Discovery. I have never seen anything more formidable. The last part of the morning watch was spent in a long, recently frozen lead or pool, and the ship went well ahead again. These changes sound tame enough, but they are a great strain on one's nerves. One is forever wondering whether one has done right in trying to come down so far east, and having regard to coal, what ought to be done under the circumstances. In the first watch came many alterations of opinion. Time and again it looks as though we ought to stop, when it seemed futile to be pushing and pushing without result. Then would come a stretch of easy going, and the impression that all was going very well with us. The fact of the matter is, it is difficult not to imagine the conditions in which one finds oneself to be more extensive than they are. It is wearing to have to face new conditions every hour. This morning we met at breakfast in great spirits. The ship had been boring along well for 2 hours. Then Cheetham suddenly ran her into a belt of the worst, and we were held up immediately. We can push back again, I think, but meanwhile we have taken advantage of the conditions to water ship. These big floes are very handy for that purpose, at any rate. Rennick got a sounding, 2,124 fathoms, similar bottom, including volcanic lava. December the 13th, 67 degrees 30 minutes south, 177 degrees 58 minutes west. Made good south, 20 east, 27 minutes. Cape Crozier south, 21 west, 644 minutes. We got in several tons of ice, then pushed off and slowly and laboriously worked our way to one of the recently frozen pools. It was not easily crossed, but when we came to its junction with the next part to the southwest, in which direction I proposed to go, we were quite hung up. A little inspection showed that the big floes were tending to close. It seems as though the tenacity of the 6 or 7 inches of recent ice over the pools is enormously increased by lateral pressure. But whatever the cause, we could not budge. We have decided to put fires out, and remain here till the conditions change altogether for the better. It is sheer waste of coal to make further attempts to break through as things are at present. We have been set to the east during the past days. Is it the normal set in the region, or due to the prevalence of westerly winds? Possibly much depends on this as concerns our date of release. It is annoying, but one must contain one's soul in patience and hope for a brighter outlook in a day or two. Meanwhile we shall sound and do as much biological work as is possible. The pack is a sunless place as a rule. This morning we had bright sunshine for a few hours, but later the sky clouded over from the north again, and now it is snowing dismally. It is calm. Wednesday, December the 14th, position north 2 degrees, west a half a degree. The pack still close around. From the masthead one can see a few patches of open water in different directions, but the main outlook is the same scene of desolate, hummocky pack. The wind has come from the southwest, force 2. We have bright sunshine and good sights. The ship has swung to the wind, and the floes around are continually moving. They change their relative positions in a slow, furtive, creeping fashion. The temperature is 35 degrees, the water 29.2 degrees to 29.5 degrees. Under such conditions the thin, sludgy ice ought to be weakening all the time. A few inches of such stuff would allow us to push through anywhere. One realizes the awful monotony of a long stay in the pack, such as Nansen and others experienced. One can imagine such days as these lengthening into interminable months and years. For us there is novelty, and everyone has work to do, or makes work, so that there is no keen sense of impatience. Nelson and Lily were up all night with the current meter. It is not quite satisfactory, but some result has been obtained. They will also get a series of temperatures and samples and use the vertical tow net. The current is satisfactory. Both days the fixes have been good. It is best that we should go north and west. I had a great fear that we should be drifting east and so away to regions of permanent pack. If we go on in this direction, it can only be a question of time before we are freed. We have all been away on ski on the large floe to which we anchored this morning. Gran is wonderfully good and gives instruction well. It was hot and garments came off one by one. The soldier and Atkinson were stripped to the waist eventually, and have been sliding round the floe for some time in that condition. Nearly everyone has been wearing goggles. The glare is very bad. Ponting tried to get a colour picture, but unfortunately the ice colours are too delicate for this. Tonight Campbell, Evans and I went out over the floe, and each in turn towed the other two. It was fairly easy work, that is, to pull 310 to 320 pounds. One could pull it perhaps more easily on foot, yet it would be impossible to pull such a load on a sledge. What a puzzle this pulling of loads is! If one could think that this captivity was soon to end, there would be little reason to regret it. It is giving practice with our deep sea gear, and has made everyone keen to learn the proper use of ski. The swell has increased considerably, but it is impossible to tell from what direction it comes. One can simply note that the ship and brash ice swing to and fro, bumping into the floe. We opened the ice house today and found the meat in excellent condition, most of it still frozen. Thursday, December the 15th, 66 degrees 23 minutes south, 177 degrees 59 minutes west, situation north 2 minutes, east 5.5 minutes. In the morning the conditions were unaltered. Went for a ski run before breakfast. It makes a wonderful difference to get the blood circulating by a little exercise. After breakfast we served out ski to the men of the landing party. They are all very keen to learn, and Gran has been out morning and afternoon giving instruction. Mears got some of his dogs out and a sledge, 2 lots of 7. Those that looked in worst condition, and several are getting very fat, were tried. They were very short of wind. It is difficult to understand how they can get so fat, as they only get 2.5 biscuits a day at the most. The ponies are looking very well on the whole, especially those in the outside stalls. Rennick got a sounding today, 1,844 fathoms. Reversible thermometers were placed close to bottom and 500 fathoms up. We shall get a very good series of temperatures from the bottom up during the wait. Nelson will try to get some more current observations tonight or tomorrow. It is very trying to find oneself continually drifting north, but one is thankful not to be going east. Tonight it has fallen calm and the floes have decidedly opened. There is a lot of water about the ship, but it does not look to extend far. Meanwhile the brash and thinner floes are melting. Everything of that sort must help, but it's trying to the patience to be delayed like this. We have seen enough to know that with a northwesterly or westerly wind the floes tend to pack, and that they open when it is calm. The question is, will they open more with an easterly or southeasterly wind? That is the hope. Signs of open water round and about are certainly increasing rather than diminishing. Friday, December the 16th. The wind sprang up from the northeast this morning, bringing snow, thin light hail, and finally rain. It grew very thick and has remained so all day. Early, the floe on which we have done so much skiing broke up, and we gathered in our ice anchors, then put on head sail, to which she gradually paid off. With a fair wind we set sail on the foremast, and slowly but surely she pushed the heavy floes aside. At lunchtime we entered a long lead of open water, and for nearly half an hour we sailed along comfortably in it. Entering the pack again, we found the floes much lighter, and again pushed on slowly. In all, we may have made as much as 3 miles. I have observed for some time some floes of immense area forming a chain of lakes in this pack, and have been most anxious to discover their thickness. They are most certainly the result of the freezing of comparatively recent pools in the winter pack, and it follows that they must be getting weaker day by day. If one could be certain, firstly, that these big areas extend to the south, and secondly, that the ship could go through them, then it would be worth getting up steam. We have arrived at the edge of one of these floes, and the ship will not go through under sail, but I'm sure she would do so under steam. Is this a typical floe, and are there more ahead? One of the ponies got down this afternoon. Oates thinks it was probably asleep and fell, but the incident is alarming. The animals are not too strong. On this account this delay is harassing. Otherwise we should not have much to regret. Saturday, December the 17th, 67 degrees 24 minutes, 177 degrees 34 minutes, drift for 48 hours south, 82 east, 9.7 minutes. It rained hard and the glass fell rapidly last night, with every sign of a coming gale. This morning the wind increased to force 6 from the west with snow. At noon the barograph curve turned up and the wind moderated, the sky gradually clearing. Tonight it is fairly bright and clear. There is a light southwesterly wind. It seems rather as though the great gales of the westerlies must begin in these latitudes with such mild disturbances as we have just experienced. I think it is the first time I have known rain beyond the Antarctic Circle. It is interesting to speculate on its effect in melting the floes. We have scarcely moved all day, but bergs which have become quite old friends through the week are on the move, and one has approached and almost circled us. Evidently these bergs are moving about in an irregular fashion, only they must have all travelled a little east in the 48 hours as we have done. Another interesting observation tonight is that of the slow passage of a stream of old heavy floes past the ship and the lighter ice in which she is held. There are signs of water sky to the south, and I am impatient to be off, but still one feels that waiting may be good policy, and I should certainly contemplate waiting some time longer if it weren't for the ponies. Everyone is wonderfully cheerful. There is laughter all day long. Nelson finished his series of temperatures and samples today with an observation at 1,800 metres. A curious point is that the bottom layer is 2/10 higher on the 20th, remaining in accord with the same depth on the 15th. Sunday, December the 18th. In the night it fell calm and the floes opened out. There is more open water between the floes around us, yet not a great deal more. In general, what we have observed on the opening of the pack means a very small increase in the open water spaces, but enough to convey the impression that the floes, instead of wishing to rub shoulders and grind against one another, desire to be apart. They touch lightly where they touch at all. Such a condition makes much difference to the ship in attempts to force her through, as each floe is freer to move on being struck. If a pack be taken as an area bounded by open water, it is evident that a small increase of the periphery, or a small outward movement of the flows, will add much to the open water spaces and create a general freedom. The opening of this pack was reported at 3 a.m. and orders were given to raise steam. The die is cast, and we must now make a determined push for the open southern sea. There is considerable swell from the northwest. It should help us to get along. Evening. Again, extraordinary differences of fortune. At first things looked very bad. It took nearly half an hour to get started, much more than an hour to work away to one of the large area flows to which I have referred. Then, to my horror, the ship refused to look at it. Again, by hard fighting, we worked away to a crack running across this sheet, and to get through this crack required many stoppages and engine reversals. Then we had to shoot away south to avoid another unbroken flow of large area, but after we had rounded this, things became easier. From 6 o'clock we were almost able to keep a steady course, only occasionally hung up by some thicker flow. The rest of the ice was fairly recent and easily broken. At 7 the leads of recent ice became easier still, and at 8 we entered a long lane of open water. For a time we almost thought we had come to the end of our troubles, and there was much jubilation, but alas, at the end of the lead we have come again to heavy bay ice. It is undoubtedly this mixture of bay ice which causes the open leads, and I cannot but think that this is the King Edward's Land pack. We are making southwest as best we can. What an exasperating game this is. One cannot tell what is going to happen in the next half or even quarter of an hour. At one moment everything looks flourishing, the next one begins to doubt if it is possible to get through. New fish. Just at the end of the open lead tonight we capsized a small floe and thereby jerked a fish out on top of another one. We stopped and picked it up, finding it a beautiful silver grey, genus Notothenia, I think a new species. Snow squalls have been passing at intervals. The wind continues in the northwest. It is comparatively warm. We saw the first full-grown emperor penguin tonight. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Section 4 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, by Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 4, Chapter 2, In the Pack, Part 2. Monday, December the 19th. On the whole, in spite of many bumps, we made good progress during the night, but the morning, present outlook, is the worst we've had. We seem to be in the midst of a terribly heavy screwed pack. It stretches in all directions as far as the eye can see, and the prospects are alarming from all points of view. I have decided to push west, anything to get out of these terribly heavy floes. Great patience is the only panacea for our ill case. It is bad luck. We first got amongst the very thick floes at 1 a.m. and jammed through some of the most monstrous I have ever seen. The pressure ridges rose 24 feet above the surface. The ice must have extended at least 30 feet below. The blows given us gave the impression of irresistible solidity. Later in the night we passed out of this into long lanes of water and some of thin brash ice, hence the progress made. I am afraid we have strained our rudder. It is stiff in one direction. We are in difficult circumstances altogether. This morning we have brilliant sunshine and no wind. Noon, 67 degrees, 54.5 minutes south, 178 degrees, 28 minutes west. Made good south, 34 west, 37 minutes. Cape Crozier, 606 minutes. Fog has spread up from the south with a very light southerly breeze. There has been another change of conditions, but I scarcely know whether to call it for the better or the worse. There are fewer heavy old floes. On the other hand, the 1 year's floes, tremendously screwed and doubtless including old floes in their mass, have now enormously increased in area. A floe which we have just passed must have been a mile across. This argues lack of swell, and from that one might judge the open water to be very far. We made progress in a fairly good direction this morning, but the outlook is bad again. The ice seems to be closing. Again, patience. We must go on steadily working through. 5:30. We passed two immense bergs in the afternoon watch, the first of an irregular tabular form. The stratified surface had clearly faulted. I suggest that an uneven bottom to such a berg, giving unequal buoyancy to parts, causes this faulting. The second berg was domed, having a twin peak. These bergs are still a puzzle. I rather cling to my original idea that they become domed when stranded and isolated. These two bergs have left long tracks of open water in the pack. We came through these making nearly 3 knots, but alas, only in a direction which carries us a little east of south. It was difficult to get from one track to another, but the tracks themselves were very clear of ice. I noticed with rather sinking that the floes on either side of us were assuming gigantic areas. 1 or 2 could not have been less than 2 or 3 miles across. It seems to point to very distant open water. But an observation which gave greater satisfaction was a steady reduction in the thickness of the floes. At first they were still much pressed up and screwed. One saw lines and heaps of pressure dotted over the surface of the larger floes, but it was evident from the upturned slopes that the floes had been thin when these disturbances took place. At about 4:30 we came to a group of 6 or 7 low tabular bergs, some 15 or 20 feet in height. It was such as these that we saw in King Edward's Land, and they might very well come from that region. 3 of these were beautifully uniform, with flat tops and straight perpendicular sides, and others had overhanging cornices, and some sloped towards the edges. No more open water was reported on the other side of the bergs, and one wondered what would come next. The conditions have proved a pleasing surprise. There are still large floes on either side of us, but they are not much hummocked. There are pools of water on their surface, and the lanes between are filled with light brash, and only an occasional heavy flow. The difference is wonderful. The heavy floes and gigantic pressure ice struck one most alarmingly. It seemed impossible that the ship could win her way through them, and led one to imagine all sorts of possibilities, such as remaining to be drifted north and freed later in the season. And the contrast now that the ice all around is a little more than 2 or 3 feet thick is an immense relief. It seems like release from a horrid captivity. Evans has twice suggested stopping and waiting today, and on 3 occasions I have felt my own decision trembling in the balance. If this condition holds, I need not say how glad we shall be that we doggedly pushed on in spite of the apparently hopeless outlook. In any case, if it holds or not, it will be a great relief to feel that there is this plain of negotiable ice behind one. Saw 2 sea leopards this evening, one in the water making short, lazy dives under the floes. It had a beautiful, sinuous movement. I have asked Pennell to prepare a map of the pack. It ought to give some idea of the origin of the various forms of floes and their general drift. I am much inclined to think that most of the pressure ridges are formed by the passage of bergs through the comparatively young ice. I imagine that when the sea freezes very solid, it carries bergs with it, but obviously the enormous mass of a berg would need a great deal of stopping. In support of this view, I noticed that most of the pressure ridges are formed by pieces of a sheet which did not exceed 1 or 2 feet in thickness. Also it seems that the screwed ice which we have passed has occurred mostly in the regions of bergs. On one side of the tabular berg passed yesterday, pressure was heaped to a height of 15 feet. It was like a ship's bow wave on a large scale. Yesterday there were many bergs and much pressure. Last night no bergs and practically no pressure. This morning few bergs and comparatively little pressure. It goes to show that the unconfined pack of these seas would not be likely to give his ship a severe squeeze. Saw a young emperor this morning, and whilst trying to capture it, one of Wilson's new whales with the sabre dorsal fin rose close to the ship. I estimated this fin to be 4 feet high. It is pretty to see the snow petrel and Antarctic petrel diving onto the upturned and flooded floes. The wash of water sweeps the Euphorbia across such submerged ice. The Antarctic petrel has a pretty crouching attitude. Notes on nicknames. Evans, Teddy. Wilson, Bill, Uncle. Simpson, Sonny Jim. Ponting, Ponco. Mears, Day, no nicknames. Campbell, the mate, Mr. Mate. Pinnell, Penelope. Rennick, Parney. Bowers, Birdie. Taylor, Griff and Keir Hardy. Nelson, Marie and Bronte. Gran, no nickname. Cherry Garrard, Cherry. Wright, Silas, Toronto. Priestley, Raymond. Debenham, Deb. Bruce, no nickname. Drake, Francis. Atkinson, Jane, Helmin, Atchison. Oates, Titus, Soldier, Farmer Hayseed, by Bowers. Levick, Toffarino, The Old Sport. Lily, Lithley, Hercules, Lithi. Tuesday, December the 20th, noon 68 degrees 41 minutes south, 179 degrees 28 minutes west. Made good south 36 west, 58. Cape Crozier south 20 west, 563 degrees. The good conditions held up to midnight last night. We went from lead to lead with only occasional small difficulties. From 9 o'clock we passed along the western edge of a big stream of very heavy bay ice, such ice as would come out late in the season from the inner reaches and bays of Victoria Sound, where the snows drift deeply. For a moment one imagined a return to our bad conditions, but we passed this heavy stuff in an hour and came again to the former condition, making our way in leads between floes of great area. Bowers reported a flow of 12 square miles in the middle watch. We made very fair progress during the night and an excellent run in the morning watch. Before 8 a moderate breeze sprang up from the west and the ice began to close. We have worked our way a mile or two on since, but with much difficulty, so that we have now decided to bank fires and wait for the ice to open again. Meanwhile we shall sound and get a haul of tow nets. I'm afraid we are still a long way from the open water. The floes are large, and where we have stopped they seem to be such as must have formed early last winter. The signs of pressure have increased again. Bergs were very scarce last night, but there are several around us today. One has a number of big humps on top. It is curious to think how these big blocks became perched so high. I imagine the berg must have been carved from a region of hard pressure ridges. Later. This is a mistake. On closer inspection it is quite clear that the berg has tilted and that a great part of the upper strata, probably 20 feet deep, has slipped off, leaving the humps as islands on top. It looks as though we must exercise patience again. Progress is more difficult than in the worst of our experiences yesterday, but the outlook is very much brighter. This morning there were very many dark shades of open water sky to the south. The westerly wind ruffling the water makes these cloud shadows very dark. The barometer has been very steady for several days, and we ought to have fine weather. This morning a lot of low cloud came from the southwest, at one time low enough to become fog. The clouds are rising and dissipating, and we have almost a clear blue sky with sunshine. Evening. The wind has gone from west to west-southwest and still blows nearly 4/6. We are lying very comfortably alongside a floe with open water to windward for 200 or 300 yards. The sky has been clear most of the day. Fragments of low stratus occasionally hurry across the sky, and the light cirrus is moving with some speed. Evidently it is blowing hard in the upper current. The ice has closed. I trust it will open well when the wind lets up. There is a lot of open water behind us. The berg described this morning has been circling round us, passing within 800 yards. The bearing and distance have altered so ununiformly that it is evident that the differential movement between the surface water and the berg driving layers, from 100 to 200 metres down, is very irregular. We had several hours on the floe practising ski running, and thus got some welcome exercise. Coal is now the great anxiety. We are making terrible inroads on our supply. We have come 240 miles since we first entered the pack streams. The sounding today gave 1,804 fathoms. The water bottle didn't work, but temperatures were got at 1,300 and bottom. The temperature was down to 20 degrees last night and kept 2 or 3 degrees below freezing all day. The surface for skiing today was very good. Wednesday, December the 21st. The wind was still strong this morning, but had shifted to the southwest. With an overcast sky, it was very cold and raw. The sun is now peeping through, the wind lessening and the weather conditions generally improving. During the night we had been drifting towards two large bergs. At about breakfast time we were becoming uncomfortably close to one of them. The big floes were binding down on one another, but there seemed to be open water to the southeast, if we could work out in that direction. Note, all directions of wind are given true in this book. Noon position, 68 degrees 25 minutes south, 179 degrees 11 minutes west. Made good south, 26 east, 2.5 minutes. Set of current north, 32 east, 9.4 minutes. Made good, 24 hours. North 40 east, 8 minutes. We got the steam up and about 9 a.m. commenced to push through. Once or twice we have spent nearly 20 minutes pushing through bad places, but it looks as though we are getting to easier water. It's distressing to have the pack so tight, and the bergs make it impossible to lie comfortably still for any length of time. Ponting has made some beautiful photographs, and Wilson some charming pictures of the pack and bergs. Certainly our voyage will be well illustrated. We find quite a lot of sketching talent. Day, Taylor, Debenham and Wright all contribute to the elaborate record of the bergs and ice features met with. 5 p.m. The wind has settled to a moderate gale from southwest. We went 2.5 miles this morning, then became jammed again. The effort has taken us well clear of the threatening bergs. Some others to leeward now are a long way off, but they are there and to leeward, robbing our position of its full measure of security. Oh, but it's mighty trying to be delayed and delayed like this, and coal going all the time. Also we are drifting north and east. The pack has carried us 9 minutes north and 6 minutes east. It really is very distressing. I don't like letting fires go out with these bergs about. Wilson went over the floe to capture some penguins and lay flat on the surface. We saw the birds run up to him, then turn within a few feet and rush away again. He says that they came towards him when he was singing and ran away again when he stopped. They were all one-year birds and seemed exceptionally shy. They appear to be attracted to the ship by a fearful curiosity. A chain of bergs must form a great obstruction to a field of pack ice, largely preventing its drift and forming lanes of open water. Taken in conjunction with the effect of bergs in forming pressure ridges, it follows that bergs have a great influence on the movement as well as the nature of pack. Thursday, December the 22nd. Noon, 68 degrees 26 minutes, 2 seconds. South, 197 minutes, 8 degrees, 5 seconds. West, situation, north 5. East, 8.5 minutes. No change. The wind still steady from the southwest, with a clear sky and even barometer. It looks as though it might last any time. This is sheer bad luck. We have let the fires die out. There are bergs to leeward, and we must take our chance of clearing them. We cannot go on wasting coal. There is not a vestige of swell, and with the wind in this direction there certainly ought to be, if the open water was reasonably close. No, it looks as though we'd struck a streak of real bad luck, that fortune has determined to put every difficulty in our path. We have less than 300 tons of coal left in a ship that simply eats coal. It's alarming. And then there are the ponies going steadily downhill in condition. The only encouragement is the persistence of open water to the east and southeast to south. Big lanes of open water can be seen in that position, but we cannot get to them in this pressed-up pack. Atkinson has discovered a new tapeworm in the intestines of the Adderley penguin, a very tiny worm, 1/8 of an inch in length, with a propeller-shaped head. A crumb of comfort comes on finding that we have not drifted to the eastward appreciably. Friday, December the 23rd. The wind fell light at about 10 last night, and the ship swung round. Sail was set on the fore, and she pushed a few hundred yards to the north, but soon became jammed again. This brought us dead to windward of and close to a large berg, with the wind steadily increasing. Not a very pleasant position, but also not one that caused much alarm. We set all sail, and with this help the ship slowly carried the pack round, pivoting on the berg until, as the pressure relieved, she slid out into the open water close to the berg. Here it was possible to wear ship, and we saw a fair prospect of getting away to the east and afterwards south. Following the leads up, we made excellent progress during the morning watch, and early in the forenoon turned south and then southwest. We had made 8½ minutes south, 22 east, and about 5 minutes south-southwest by 1 p.m, and could see a long lead of water to the south, cut off only by a broad strip of floe with many water-holes in it, a composite floe. There was just a chance of getting through, but we have stuck halfway, advance and retreat equally impossible under sail alone. Steam has been ordered, but will not be ready till near midnight. Shall we be out of the pack by Christmas Eve? The floes today have been larger, but thin and very sodden. There are extensive water pools showing in patches on the surface, and one notes some that run in line as though extending from cracks. Also here and there close water-free cracks can be seen. Such floes might well be termed composite floes, since they evidently consist of old floes which have been frozen together, the junction being concealed by more recent snowfalls. A month ago it would probably have been difficult to detect inequalities or differences in the nature of the parts of the floes, but now the younger ice has become waterlogged and is melting rapidly, hence the pools. I am inclined to think that nearly all the large floes, as well as many of the smaller ones, are composite, and this would seem to show that the cementing of two floes does not necessarily mean a line of weakness, provided the difference in the thickness of the cemented floes is not too great. Of course, young ice, or even a single season's sea ice, cannot become firmly attached to the thick old bay floes, and hence one finds these isolated even at this season of the year. Very little can happen in the personal affairs of our company in this comparatively dull time, but it is good to see the steady progress that proceeds unconsciously in cementing the happy relationship that exists between the members of the party. Never could there have been a greater freedom from quarrels and trouble of all sorts. I have not heard a harsh word or seen a black look. A spirit of tolerance and good humour pervades the whole community, and it is glorious to realise that men can live under conditions of hardship, monotony and danger in such bountiful good comradeship. Preparations are now being made for Christmas festivities. It is curious to think that we have already passed the longest day in the southern year. Saw a whale this morning, estimated 25 to 30 feet. Wilson thinks a new species. Find Adelie penguins in batches of 20 or so. Do not remember having seen so many together in the pack. After midnight, December the 23rd. Steam was reported ready at 11 p.m. After some pushing to and fro, we wriggled out of our ice prison and followed a lead to opener waters. We have come into a region where the open water exceeds the ice. The former lies in great irregular pools, 3 or 4 miles or more across, and connecting with many leads. The latter, and the fact is puzzling, still contain floes of enormous dimensions. We have just passed one, which is at least 2 miles in diameter. In such a scattered sea we cannot go direct, but often have to make longish detours. But on the whole, in calm water and with a favouring wind, we make good progress. With the sea even as open as we find it here, it is astonishing to find the floes so large, and clearly there cannot be a southerly swell. The floes have water pools as described this afternoon, and none average more than 2 feet in thickness. We have 2 or 3 bergs in sight. Saturday, December the 24th, Christmas Eve. 69 degrees 1 minute south, 178 degrees 29 minutes west, south 22, east 29 minutes. Cape Crozier 551 minutes. Alas, alas, at 7 a.m. this morning we were brought up with a solid sheet of pack extending in all directions, save that from which we had come. I must honestly own that I turned in at 3, thinking we had come to the end of our troubles. I had a suspicion of anxiety when I thought of the size of the floes, but I didn't for a moment suspect we should get into thick pack again behind those great sheets of open water. All went well till 4, then the white wall again appeared ahead. At 5 all leads ended and we entered the pack. At 7 we were close up to an immense composite floe, about as big as any we've seen. She wouldn't skirt the edge of this, and she wouldn't go through it. There was nothing to do but to stop and bank fires. How do we stand? Any day or hour the floes may open up, leaving a road to further open water to the south, but there is no guarantee that one would not be hung up again and again in this manner as long as these great floes exist. In a fortnight's time the floes will have crumbled somewhat, and in many places the ship will be able to penetrate them. What to do under these circumstances calls for the most difficult decision. If one lets fires out, it means a dead loss of over 2 tons, when the boiler has to be heated again. But this 2 tons would only cover a day under banked fires, so that for anything longer than 24 hours it is economy to put the fires out. At each stoppage one is called upon to decide whether it is to be for more or less than 24 hours. Last night we got some 5 or 6 hours of good going ahead, but it has to be remembered that this costs 2 tons of coal in addition to that expended in doing the distance. If one waits, one probably drifts north. In all other respects conditions ought to be improving, except that the southern edge of the pack will be steadily augmenting. The above seems to show that the drift is generally with the wind. We have had a predominance of westerly winds in a region where a predominance of easterly might be expected. Now that we have an easterly, what will be the result? Sunday, December the 25th, Christmas Day. Dead reckoning 69 degrees 5 minutes south, 178 degrees 30 minutes east. The night before last I had bright hopes that this Christmas Day would see us in open water. The scene is altogether too Christmassy. Ice surrounds us. Low nimbus clouds intermittently discharging light snowflakes obscure the sky. Here and there small pools of open water throw shafts of black shadow onto the cloud. This black predominates in the direction from whence we have come. Elsewhere the white haze of ice blink is pervading. We are captured. We do practically nothing under sail to push through, and could do little under steam, and at each step forward the possibility of advance seems to lessen. The wind, which has persisted from the west for so long, fell light last night, and today comes from the northeast by north, a steady breeze from 2 to 3 in force. Since one must have hope, ours is pinned to the possible effect of a continuance of easterly wind. Again the call is for patience, and again patience. Here at least we seem to enjoy full security. The ice is so thin that it could not hurt by pressure. There are no bergs within reasonable distance. Indeed, the thinness of the ice is one of the most tantalizing conditions. In spite of the unpropitious prospect, everyone on board is cheerful, and one foresees a merry dinner tonight. The mess is gaily decorated with our various banners. There was full attendance at the service this morning, and a lusty singing of hymns. Should we now try to go east or west? I have been trying to go west because the majority of tracks lie that side, and no one has encountered such hard conditions as ours. Otherwise there is nothing to point to this direction, and all through the last week the prospect of the west has seemed less promising than in other directions. In spite of orders to steer to the southwest, when possible, it has been impossible to push in that direction. An event of Christmas was the production of a family by Crean's rabbit. She gave birth to 17, it is said, and Crean has given away 22. I don't know what will become of the parent or family. At present they are warm and snug enough, tucked away in the fodder under the forecastle. Midnight. Tonight the air is thick with falling snow, the temperature 28 degrees. It is cold and slushy without. A merry evening has just concluded. We had an excellent dinner. Tomato soup, penguin breast stewed as an entree, roast beef, plum pudding and mince pies, asparagus, champagne, port and liqueurs. A festive menu. Dinner began at 6 and ended at 7. For 5 hours the company has been sitting round the table singing lustily. We haven't much talent, but everyone has contributed more or less, and the choruses are deafening. It is rather a surprising circumstance that such an unmusical party should be so keen on singing. On Christmas night it was kept up till 1 a.m, and no work is done without a shanty. I don't know if you have ever heard sea shanties being sung. The merchant sailors have quite a repertoire, and invariably call on it when getting up anchor or hoisting sails. Often as not they are sung in a flat and throaty style, but the effect when a number of men break into the chorus is generally inspiriting. The men had dinner at midday, much the same fare, but with beer and some whisky to drink. They seem to have enjoyed themselves much. Evidently the men's deck contains a very merry band. There are 3 groups of penguins roosting on the floes quite close to the ship. I made the total number of birds 39. We could easily capture these birds, and so it is evident that food can always be obtained in the pack. Tonight I noticed a skua gull settle on an upturned block of ice at the edge of the floe, on which several penguins were preparing for rest. It is a fact that the latter held a noisy confabulation with the skua as subject. Then they advanced as a body towards it. Within a few paces the foremost penguin halted and turned, and then the others pushed him on towards the skua. One after another they jibbed at being first to approach their enemy, and it was only with much chattering and mutual support that they gradually edged towards him. They couldn't reach him as he was perched on a block, but when they got quite close the skua, who up to that time had appeared quite unconcerned, flapped away a few yards and settled close on the other side of the group of penguins. The latter turned and repeated their former tactics until the skua finally flapped away altogether. It really was extraordinarily interesting to watch the timorous protesting movements of the penguins. The frame of mind producing every action could be so easily imagined and put into human sentiments. On the other side of the ship, part of another group of penguins were quarrelling for the possession of a small pressure block, which offered only the most insecure foothold. The scrambling antics to secure the point of vantage, the ousting of the bird in possession, and the incontinent loss of balance and position as each bird reached the summit of his ambition was almost as entertaining as the episode of the skua. Truly, these little creatures afford much amusement. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Section 5 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 5, Chapter 2, In the Pack, Part 3. Monday, December the 26th. Observations: 69 degrees, 9 minutes south, 178 degrees, 13 minutes west, made good 48 hours, south 35, east 10 minutes. The position tonight is very cheerless. All hope that this easterly wind will open the pack seems to have vanished. We are surrounded with compacted floes of immense area. Openings appear between these floes, and we slide crab-like from one to another with long delays between. It is difficult to keep hope alive. There are streaks of water sky over open leads to the north, but everywhere to the south we have the uniform white sky. The day has been overcast, and the wind force 3 to 5 from the east-northeast. Snow has fallen from time to time. There could scarcely be a more dreary prospect for the eye to rest upon. As I lay in my bunk last night, I seemed to note a measured crush on the brash ice, and today first it was reported that the floes had become smaller, and then we seemed to note a sort of measured send alongside the ship. There may be a long low swell, but it is not helping us apparently. Tonight the floes around are indisputably as large as ever, and I see little sign of their breaking or becoming less tightly locked. It is a very, very trying time. We have managed to make 2 or 3 miles in a southwest direction, under sail, by alternately throwing her aback, then filling sail and pressing through the narrow leads. Probably this will scarcely make up for our drift. It's all very disheartening. The bright side is that everyone is prepared to exert himself to the utmost, however poor the result of our labours may show. Rennick got a sounding again today, 1,843 fathoms. One is much struck by our inability to find a cause for the periodic opening and closing of the floes. One wonders whether there is a reason to be found in tidal movement. In general, however, it seems to show that our conditions are governed by remote causes. Somewhere well north or south of us, the wind may be blowing in some other direction, tending to press up or release pressure. Then again, such sheets of open water as those through which we have passed to the north afford space into which bodies of pack can be pushed. The exasperating uncertainty of one's mind in such captivity is due to ignorance of its cause and inability to predict the effect of changes of wind. One can only vaguely comprehend that things are happening far beyond our horizon, which directly affect our situation. Tuesday, December the 27th. Dead reckoning 69 degrees 12 minutes south, 178 degrees 18 minutes west. We made nearly 2 miles in the first watch, half push, half drift. Then the ship was again held up. In the middle the ice was close around, even pressing on us, and we didn't move a yard. The wind steadily increased and has been blowing a moderate gale, shifting in direction to east-south-east. We are reduced to lower topsails. In the morning watch we began to move again, the ice opening out with the usual astonishing absence of reason. We have made a mile or two in a westerly direction in the same manner as yesterday. The floes seem a little smaller, but our outlook is very limited. There is a thick haze, and the only fact that can be known is that there are pools of water at intervals for a mile or two in the direction in which we go. We commence to move between 2 floes, make 200 or 300 yards, and are then brought up bows on to a large lump. This may mean a wait of anything from 10 minutes to half an hour, whilst the ship swings round, falls away, and drifts to leeward. When clear, she forges ahead again, and the operation is repeated. Occasionally, when she can get a little way on, she cracks the obstacle and slowly passes through it. There is a distinct swell, very long, very low. I counted the period as about 9 seconds. Everyone says the ice is breaking up. I have not seen any distinct evidence myself, but Wilson saw a large floe which had recently cracked into 4 pieces in such a position that the ship could not have caused it. The breaking up of the big floes is certainly a hopeful sign. I have written quite a lot about the pack ice, when under ordinary conditions I should have passed it with few words. But you will scarcely be surprised when I tell you what an obstacle we have found it on this occasion. I was thinking during the gale last night that our position might be a great deal worse than it is. We were lying amongst the floes perfectly peacefully, whilst the wind howled through the rigging. One felt quite free from anxiety as to the ship, the sails, the bergs, or ice pressures. One calmly went below and slept in the greatest comfort. One thought of the ponies, but after all, horses have been carried for all time in small ships, and often enough for very long voyages. The eastern party will certainly benefit by any delay we may make. For them, the later they get to King Edward's Land, the better. The depot journey of the western party will be curtailed, but even so, if we can get landed in January, there should be time for a good deal of work. One must confess that things might be a great deal worse, and there would be little to disturb one if one's release was certain, say in a week's time. I'm afraid the icehouse is not going on so well as it might. There is some mould on the mutton, and the beef is tainted. There is a distinct smell. The house has been opened by order when the temperature has fallen below 28 degrees. I thought the effect would be to harden up the meat, but apparently we need air circulation. When the temperature goes down tonight, we shall probably take the beef out of the house and put a wind sail in to clear the atmosphere. If this does not improve matters, we must hang more carcasses in the rigging. Later, 6 p.m. The wind has backed from south-east to east-south-east, and the swell is going down. This seems to argue open water in the first, but not in the second direction, and that the course we pursue is a good one on the whole. The sky is clearing, but the wind still gusty, force 4 to 7. The ice has frozen a little, and we've made no progress since noon. 9 p.m. One of the ponies went down tonight. He has been down before. It may mean nothing. On the other hand, it is not a circumstance of good omen. Otherwise, there is nothing further to record, and I close this volume of my journal under circumstances which cannot be considered cheerful. A fresh manuscript book, 1910-11. On the flyleaf. And in regions far, such heroes bring ye forth, as those from whom we came, and plant our name under that star not known unto our north. To the Virginian voyage, Drayton. But be the workmen what they may be, let us speak of the work, that is, the true greatness of kingdom and estates, and the means thereof. Bacon. Still in the ice. Wednesday, December the 28th, 1910. Observations. Noon, 69 degrees 17 minutes south, 179 degrees 42 minutes west. Made good since 26th, south, 74 west, 31 minutes. Cape Crozier south, 22 west, 530 minutes. The gale has abated. The sky began to clear in the middle watch. Now we have bright, cheerful, warm sunshine, temperature 28 degrees. The wind lulled in the middle watch and has fallen to force 2 to 3. We made 1.5 miles in the middle and have added nearly a mile since. This movement has brought us among the floes of decidedly smaller area, and the pack has loosened considerably. A visit to the Crow's Nest shows great improvement in the conditions. There is ice on all sides, but a large percentage of the floes is quite thin, and even the heavier ice appears breakable. It is only possible to be certain of conditions for 3 miles or so, the limit of observation from the Crow's Nest. But as far as this limit, there is no doubt the ship could work through with ease. Beyond, there are vague signs of open water in the southern sky. We have pushed and drifted south and west during the gale, and are now near the 180th meridian again. It seems impossible that we can be far from the southern limit of the pack. On the strength of these observations, we have decided to raise steam. I trust this effort will carry us through. The pony which fell last night has now been brought out into the open. The poor beast is in a miserable condition, very thin, very weak on the hind legs, and suffering from a most irritating skin affection, which is causing its hair to fall out in great quantities. I think a day or so in the open will help matters. 1 or 2 of the other ponies under the forecastle are also in poor condition, but none so bad as this one. Oates is unremitting in his attention and care of these animals, but I don't think he quite realizes that whilst in the pack the ship must remain steady, and that therefore a certain limited scope for movement and exercise is afforded by the open deck on which the sick animal now stands. If we can get through the ice in the coming effort, we may get all the ponies through safely, but there would be no great cause for surprise if we lost 2 or 3 more. These animals are now the great consideration, balanced as they are against the coal expenditure. This morning a number of penguins were diving for food around and under the ship. It is the first time they have come so close to the ship in the pack, and there can be little doubt that the absence of motion of the propeller has made them bold. The Adélie penguin on land or ice is almost wholly ludicrous. Whether sleeping, quarrelling or playing, whether curious, frightened or angry, its interest is continuously humorous. But the Adélie penguin in the water is another thing. As it darts to and fro a fathom or 2 below the surface, as it leaps, porpoise-like, into the air, or swims skimmingly over the rippling surface of a pool, it excites nothing but admiration. Its speed probably appears greater than it is, but the ability to twist and turn, and the general control of movement is both beautiful and wonderful. As one looks across the barren stretches of the pack, it is sometimes difficult to realize what teeming life exists immediately beneath its surface. A tow net is filled with diatoms in a very short space of time, showing that the floating plant life is many times richer than that of temperate or tropic seas. These diatoms mostly consist of 3 or 4 well-known species. Feeding on these diatoms are countless thousands of small shrimps, Euphausia. They can be seen swimming at the edge of every floe and washing about on the overturned pieces. In turn they afford food for creatures great and small, the crab-eater, or white seal, the penguins, the Antarctic and snowy petrel, and an unknown number of fish. These fish must be plentiful, as shown by our capture of one on an overturned floe and the report of several seen 2 days ago by some men leaning over the counter of the ship. These all exclaimed together, and on inquiry all agreed that they had seen 6 or more, a foot or so in length, swimming away under a floe. Seals and penguins capture these fish, as also doubtless the skuas and the petrels. Coming to the larger mammals, one occasionally sees the long, lithe sea leopard, formidably armed with ferocious teeth, and doubtless containing a penguin or two, and perhaps a young crab-eating seal. The killer whale, Orca gladiator, unappeasably voracious, devouring or attempting to devour every smaller animal, is less common in the pack, but numerous on the coasts. Finally, we have the great browsing whales of various species, from the vast blue whale Balænoptera sibbaldii, the largest mammal of all time, to the smaller and less common bottlenose, and such species as have not yet been named. Great numbers of these huge animals are seen, and one realizes what a demand they must make on their food supply, and therefore how immense a supply of small sea beasts these seas must contain. Beneath the placid ice floes and under the calm water pools, the old universal warfare is raging incessantly in the struggle for existence. Both morning and afternoon we have had brilliant sunshine, and this afternoon all the afterguard lay about on the deck sunning themselves, a happy, carefree group. 10 p.m. We made our start at 8, and so far things look well. We have found the ice comparatively thin, the floes 2 to 3 feet in thickness, except where hummocked. Amongst them are large sheets from 6 inches to 1 foot in thickness, as well as fairly numerous water pools. The ship has pushed on well, covering at least 3 miles an hour, though occasionally almost stopped by a group of hummocked floes. The sky is overcast. Stratus clouds come over from the north-northeast, with wind in the same direction soon after we started. This may be an advantage, as the sails give great assistance, and the officer of the watch has an easier time when the sun is not shining directly in his eyes. As I write, the pack looks a little closer. I hope to heavens it is not generally closing up again. No sign of open water to the south. Alas! 12 p.m. saw 2 sea leopards playing in the wake. Thursday, December the 29th. No sights. At last the change for which I have been so eagerly looking has arrived, and we are steaming amongst floes of small area, evidently broken by swell, and with edges abraded by contact. The transition was almost sudden. We made very good progress during the night with 1 or 2 checks, and 1 or 2 slices of luck in the way of open water. In one pool we ran clear for an hour, capturing 6 good miles. This morning we were running through large continuous sheets of ice, from 6 inches to 1 foot in thickness, with occasional water holes and groups of heavier floes. This forenoon it is the same tale, except that the sheets of thin ice are broken into comparatively regular figures, none more than 30 yards across. It is the hopefulest sign of the approach to the open sea that I have seen. The wind remains in the north, helping us. The sky is overcast, and slight sleety drizzle is falling. The sun has made 1 or 2 attempts to break through, but without success. Last night we had a good example of the phenomenon called glazed frost. The ship everywhere, on every fibre of rope, as well as on her more solid parts, was covered with a thin sheet of ice caused by a fall of light, supercooled rain. The effect was pretty and interesting. Our passage through the pack has been comparatively uninteresting from the zoologist's point of view, as we have seen so little of the rarer species of animals or of birds in exceptional plumage. We passed dozens of crab-eaters, but have seen no Ross seals, nor have we been able to kill a sea leopard. Today we see very few penguins. I am afraid there can be no observations to give us our position. Release after 20 days in the pack. Friday, December the 30th. Observations. 72 degrees 17 minutes south, 177 degrees 9 minutes east, made good in 48 hours, south, 19 west, 190 minutes. Cape Crozier south, 21 west, 334 minutes. We are out of the pack at length and at last. One breathes again and hopes that it will be possible to carry out the main part of our programme, but the coal will need tender nursing. Yesterday afternoon it became darkly overcast with falling snow. The barometer fell on a very steep gradient, and the wind increased to force 6 from the east-northeast. In the evening the snow fell heavily, and the glass still galloped down. In any other part of the world one would have felt certain of a coming gale. but here, by experience, we know that the barometer gives little indication of wind. Throughout the afternoon and evening, the water holes became more frequent, and we came along at a fine speed. At the end of the first watch, we were passing through occasional streams of ice. The wind had shifted to north, and the barometer had ceased to fall. In the middle watch, the snow held up, and soon after, 1 a.m., Bowers steered through the last ice stream. At 6 this morning we were well in the open sea, the sky thick and overcast with occasional patches of fog. We passed one small berg on the starboard hand, with a group of Antarctic petrels on one side and a group of snow petrels on the other. It is evident that these birds rely on sea and swell to cast their food up on ice ledges. Only a few find sustenance in the pack, where, though food is plentiful, it is not easily come by. A flight of Antarctic petrel accompanied the ship for some distance, wheeling to and fro about her, rather than following in the wake as do the more northerly seabirds. It is good to escape from the captivity of the pack, and to feel that a few days will see us at Cape Crozier. But it is sad to remember the terrible inroad which the fight of the last fortnight has made on our coal supply. 2 p.m. The wind failed in the forenoon. Sails were clewed up, and at 11 we stopped to sound. The sounding showed 1,111 fathoms. We appeared to be on the edge of the continental shelf. Nelson got some samples and temperatures. The sun is bursting through the misty sky and warming the air. The snowstorm has covered the ropes with an icy sheet. This is now peeling off and falling with a clatter to the deck, from which the moist slush is rapidly evaporating. In a few hours the ship will be dry, much to our satisfaction. It is very wretched when, as last night, there is slippery wet snow underfoot and on every object one touches. Our run has exceeded our reckoning by much. I feel confident that our speed during the last 2 days has been greatly underestimated, and so it has proved. We ought to be off Cape Crozier on New Year's Day. 8 p.m. Our calm soon came to an end. The breeze at 3 p.m. coming strong from the south-southwest, dead in our teeth, a regular southern blizzard. We are creeping along a bare 2 knots. I begin to wonder if fortune will ever turn her wheel. On every possible occasion she seems to have decided against us. Of course the ponies are feeling the motion as we pitch in a short, sharp sea. It is damnable for them and disgusting for us. Summary of the pack. We may be said to have entered the pack at 4 p.m. on the 9th in latitude 65½ south. We left it at 1 a.m. on the 30th in latitude 71½ south. We have taken 20 days and some odd hours to get through, and covered in a direct line over 370 miles, an average of 18 miles a day. We entered the pack with 342 tons of coal and left with 281 tons. We have therefore expended 61 tons in forcing our way through, an average of 6 miles to the ton. These are not pleasant figures to contemplate, but considering the exceptional conditions experienced, I suppose one must conclude that things might have been worse. We were steaming for 9 out of 20 days. We had 2 long stops, one of 5 days and one of 4½ days. On 3 other occasions we stopped for short intervals without drawing fires. I have asked Wright to plot the pack with certain symbols on the chart made by Pennell. It promises to give a very graphic representation of our experiences. We hold the record for reaching the northern edge of the pack, whereas 3 or 4 times the open Ross Sea has been gained at an earlier date. I can imagine few things more trying to the patience than the long, wasted days of waiting. Exasperating as it is to see the tons of coal melting away with the smallest mileage to our credit, one has at least the satisfaction of active fighting and the hope of better fortune. To wait idly is the worst of conditions. You can imagine how often and how restlessly we climbed to the crow's nest and studied the outlook. And strangely enough, there was generally some change to note. A water lead would mysteriously open up a few miles away, or the place where it had been would as mysteriously close. Huge icebergs crept silently towards or past us, and continually we were observing these formidable objects with a range-finder and compass to determine the relative movement, sometimes with misgiving as to our ability to clear them. And to steam the change of conditions was even more marked. Sometimes we would enter a lead of open water and proceed for a mile or two without hindrance. Sometimes we would come to big sheets of thin ice, which broke easily as our iron-shod prow struck them, and sometimes even a thin sheet would resist all our attempts to break it. Sometimes we would push big floes with comparative ease, and sometimes a small floe would bar our passage with such obstinacy that one would almost believe it possessed of an evil spirit. Sometimes we passed through acres of sludgy, sodden ice which hissed as it swept along the side, and sometimes the hissing ceased seemingly without rhyme or reason, and we found our screw churning the sea without any effect. Thus the steaming days passed away in an ever-changing environment, and are remembered as an unceasing struggle. The ship behaved splendidly. No other ship, not even the Discovery, would have come through so well. Certainly the Nimrod would never have reached the South Water had she been caught in such pack. As a result, I have grown strangely attached to the Terra Nova. As she bumped the floes with mighty shocks, crushing and grinding a way through some, twisting and turning to avoid others, she seemed like a living thing, fighting a great fight. If only she had more economical engines, she would be suitable in all respects. Once or twice we got among floes which stood 7 or 8 feet above water, with hummocks and pinnacles as high as 25 feet. The ship could have stood no chance had such floes pressed against her, and at first we were a little alarmed in such situations, but familiarity breeds contempt. There never was any pressure in the heavy ice, and I'm inclined to think there never would be. The weather changed frequently during our journey through the pack. The wind blew strong from the west and from the east. The sky was often darkly overcast. We had snowstorms, flaky snow, and even light rain. In all such circumstances we were better placed in the pack than outside of it. The foulest weather could do us little harm. During quite a large percentage of days, however, we had bright sunshine, which, even with a temperature well below freezing, made everything look bright and cheerful. The sun also brought us wonderful cloud effects, marvellously delicate tints of sky, cloud and ice, such effects as one might travel far to see. In spite of our impatience, we would not willingly have missed many of the beautiful scenes which our sojourn in the pack afforded us. Ponting and Wilson have been busy catching these effects. But no art can reproduce such colours as the deep blue of the icebergs. Scientifically, we have been able to do something. We have managed to get a line of soundings on our route, showing the raising of the bottom from the ocean depths to the shallow water on the continental shelf, and the nature of the bottom. With these soundings we have obtained many interesting observations of the temperature of different layers of water in the sea. Then we have added a great deal to the knowledge of life in the pack, from observation of the whales, seals, penguins, birds and fishes, as well as of the pelagic beasts which are caught in tow nets. Life in one form or another is very plentiful in the pack, and the struggle for existence here as elsewhere is a fascinating subject for study. We have made a systematic study of the ice also, both the bergs and sea ice, and have got a good deal of useful information concerning it. Also Pennell has done a little magnetic work. But of course this slight list of activity in the cause of science is a very poor showing for the time of our numerous experts. Many have had to be idle in regard to their own specialities, though none are idle otherwise. All the scientific people keep night watch when they have no special work to do, and I have never seen a party of men so anxious to be doing work, or so cheerful in doing it. When there is anything to be done, such as making or shortening sail, digging ice from floes for the water supply, or heaving up the sounding line, it goes without saying that all the afterguard turn out to do it. There is no hesitation and no distinction. It will be the same when it comes to landing stores or doing any other hard manual work. The spirit of the enterprise is as bright as ever. Everyone strives to help everyone else, and not a word of complaint or anger has been heard on board. The inner life of our small community is very pleasant to think upon, and very wonderful, considering the extremely small space in which we are confined. The attitude of the men is equally worthy of admiration. In the forecastle, as in the wardroom, there is a rush to be first when work is to be done, and the same desire to sacrifice selfish consideration to the success of the expedition. It is very good to be able to write in such high praise of one's companions, and I feel that the possession of such support ought to ensure success. Fortune would be in a hard mood indeed if it allowed such a combination of knowledge, experience, ability and enthusiasm to achieve nothing. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Section 6 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, by Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 6, Chapter 3, Land, Part 1. Saturday, December the 31st, New Year's Eve. Observations: 72 degrees 54 minutes south, 174 degrees 55 minutes east, made good south, 45 west, 55 minutes, Cape Crozier, south, 17 west, 286 minutes. The New Year's Eve found us in the Ross Sea, but not at the end of our misfortunes. We had a horrible night. In the first watch we kept away 2 points and set fore and aft sail. It did not increase our comfort, but gave us greater speed. The night dragged slowly through. I could not sleep, thinking of the sore strait for our wretched ponies. In the morning watch the wind and sea increased, and the outlook was very distressing, but at 6 ice was sighted ahead. Under ordinary conditions the safe course would have been to go about and stand to the east, but in our case we must risk trouble to get smoother water for the ponies. We passed a stream of ice over which the sea was breaking heavily, and one realized the danger of being amongst loose floes in such a sea. But soon we came to a compacter body of floes, and running behind this we were agreeably surprised to find comparatively smooth water. We ran on for a bit, then stopped and lay to. Now we are lying in a sort of ice bay. There is a mile or so of pack to windward, and 2 horns which form the bay embracing us. The sea is damped down to a gentle swell, although the wind is as strong as ever. As a result we are lying very comfortably. The ice is drifting a little faster than the ship, so we have occasionally to steam slowly to leeward. So far so good. From a dangerous position we have achieved one which only directly involved a waste of coal. The question is, which will last longest, the gale or our temporary shelter? Rennick has just obtained a sounding of 187 fathoms, taken in conjunction with yesterday's 1,111 fathoms and Ross's sounding of 180. This is interesting, showing the rapid gradient of the continental shelf. Nelson is going to put over the 8-foot Agassiz trawl. Unfortunately we could not clear the line for the trawl. It is stowed under the fodder. A light dredge was tried on a small manila line, very little result. First the weights were insufficient to carry it to the bottom. A second time, with more weight and line, it seems to have touched for a very short time only. There was little of value in the catch, but the biologists are learning the difficulties of the situation. Evening. Our protection grew less as the day advanced, but saved us much from the heavy swell. At 8 p.m. we started to steam west to gain fresh protection, there being signs of pack to south and west. The swell is again diminishing. The wind which started south yesterday has gone to south-southwest, true. The main swell in from south-east by south or south-south-east. There seems to be another from the south, but none from the direction from which the wind is now blowing. The wind has been getting squally. Now the squalls are lessening in force, the sky is clearing, and we seem to be approaching the end of the blow. I trust it may be so, and that the new year will bring us better fortune than the old. If so, it will be some pleasure to write 1910 for the last time. Land o! At 10 p.m. tonight, as the clouds lifted to the west, a distant but splendid view of the great mountains was obtained. All were in sunshine. Sabine and Wherwell were most conspicuous. The latter from this view is a beautiful sharp peak, as remarkable a landmark as Sabine itself. Mount Sabine was 110 miles away when we saw it. I believe we could have seen it at a distance of 30 or 40 miles farther. Such is the wonderful clearness of the atmosphere. Finis, 1910. 1911. Sunday, January the 1st. Observations: 73 degrees 5 minutes south, 174 degrees 11 minutes east, made good south, 48 west, 13.4. Cape Crozier south, 15 west, 277 minutes. At 4 a.m. we proceeded steaming slowly to the southeast. The wind having gone to the southwest and fallen to force 3 as we cleared the ice, we headed into a short steep swell, and for some hours the ship pitched most uncomfortably. At 8 a.m. the ship was clear of the ice and headed south with fore and aft sails set. She is lying easier on this course, but there is still a good deal of motion, and would be more if we attempted to increase speed. Oates reports that the ponies are taking it pretty well. Soon after 8 a.m. the sky cleared, and we have had brilliant sunshine throughout the day. The wind came from the northwest this forenoon, but has dropped during the afternoon. We increased to 55 revolutions at 10 a.m. The swell is subsiding, but not so quickly as I had expected. Tonight it is absolutely calm, with glorious bright sunshine. Several people were sunning themselves at 11 o'clock, sitting on deck and reading. The land is clear tonight. Coolman Island, 75 miles west. Sounding at 7 p.m, 187 fathoms. Sounding at 4 a.m, 310 fathoms. Monday, January the 2nd. Observations 75 degrees 3 minutes, 173 degrees 41 minutes. Made good south, 3 west, 119 minutes. Cape Crozier south, 22 west, 159 minutes. It has been a glorious night, followed by a glorious forenoon. The sun has been shining almost continuously. Several of us drew a bucket of sea water and had a bath with salt water soap on the deck. The water was cold, of course, but it was quite pleasant to dry oneself in the sun. The deck bathing habit has fallen off since we crossed the Antarctic Circle, but Bowers has kept going in all weathers. There is still a good deal of swell, difficult to understand after a day's calm, and less than 200 miles of water to windward. Wilson saw and sketched the new white-stomached whale seen by us in the pack. At 8:30 we sighted Mount Erebus, distant about 115 miles. The sky is covered with light cumulus, and an easterly wind has sprung up, force 2 to 3. With all sails set, we are making very good progress. Tuesday, January the 3rd, 10 a.m. The conditions are very much the same as last night. We are only 24 miles from Cape Crozier, and the land is showing up well, though Erebus is veiled in stratus cloud. It looks finer to the south, and we may run into sunshine soon, but the wind is alarming, and there is a slight swell which has little effect on the ship, but makes all the difference to our landing. For the moment it doesn't look hopeful. We have been continuing our line of soundings. From the bank we crossed in latitude 71 degrees, the water has gradually got deeper, and we are now getting 310 to 350 fathoms against 180 on the bank. The Discovery soundings give depths of up to 450 fathoms east of Ross Island. 6 p.m. No good. Alas, Cape Crozier with all its attractions is denied us. We came up to the barrier 5 miles east of the Cape soon after 1 p.m. The swell from the east-northeast continued to the end. The barrier was not more than 60 feet in height. From the Crow's Nest one could see well over it, and noted that there was a gentle slope for at least a mile towards the edge. The land of Black or White Island could be seen distinctly behind, topping the huge lines of pressure ridges. We plotted the barrier edge from the point at which we met it to the Crozier Cliffs. To the eye it seems scarcely to have changed since Discovery days, and Wilson thinks it meets the cliff in the same place. The barrier takes a sharp turn back at 2 or 3 miles from the cliffs, runs back for half a mile, then west again with a fairly regular surface until within a few hundred yards of the cliffs. The interval is occupied with a single high-pressure ridge, the evidences of pressure at the edge being less marked than I had expected. Ponting was very busy with cinematograph and camera. In the angle at the corner near the cliffs, Rennick got a sounding of 140 fathoms, and Nelson some temperatures and samples. When lowering the water bottle on one occasion, the line suddenly became slack at 100 metres, then, after a moment's pause, began to run out again. We are curious to know the cause, and imagine the bottle struck a seal or whale. Meanwhile, one of the whale boats was lowered, and Wilson, Griffith, Taylor, Priestley, Evans and I were pulled towards the shore. The afterguard are so keen that the proper boat's crew was displaced, and the oars manned by Oates, Atkinson and Cherry Garrard, the latter catching several crabs. The swell made it impossible for us to land. I had hoped to see whether there was room to pass between the pressure ridge and the cliff, a route by which Royds once descended to the Emperor Rookery. As we approached the corner we saw that a large piece of sea-flow ice had been jammed between the barrier and the cliff, and had buckled up till its undersurface stood 3 or 4 feet above the water. On top of this old floe we saw an old emperor moulting, and a young one shedding its down. The down had come off the head and flippers, and commenced to come off the breast in a vertical line similar to the ordinary moult. This is an age and stage of development of the emperor chick of which we have no knowledge, and it would have been a triumph to have secured the chick, but alas, there was no way to get at it. Another most curious sight was the feet and tails of 2 chicks, and the flipper of an adult bird projecting from the ice on the underside of the jammed floe. They had evidently been frozen in above and were being washed out under the floe. Finding it impossible to land owing to the swell, we pulled along the cliffs for a short way. These Crozier cliffs are remarkably interesting. The rock, mainly volcanic tuff, includes thick strata of columnar basalt, and one could see beautiful designs of jammed and twisted columns, as well as caves with whole and half pillars, very much like a miniature Giant's Causeway. Bands of bright yellow occurred in the rich brown of the cliffs, caused, the geologists think, by the action of salts on the brown rock. In places the cliffs overhung, in places the sea had eaten long low caves deep under them, and continued to break into them over a shelving beach. Icicles hung pendant everywhere, and from one fringe a continuous trickle of thaw water had swollen to a miniature waterfall. It was like a big hose playing over the cliff edge. We noticed a very clear echo as we passed close to a perpendicular rock face. Later we returned to the ship, which had been trying to turn in the bay. She is not very satisfactory in this respect, owing to the difficulty of starting the engines either ahead or astern. Several minutes often elapse after the telegraph has been put over before there is any movement of the engines. It makes the position rather alarming when one is feeling one's way into some doubtful corner. When the whaler was hoisted, we proceeded round to the Penguin Rookery. Hopes of finding a quiet landing had now almost disappeared. There were several small grounded bergs close to the rookery. Going close to these we got repeated soundings, varying from 34 down to 12 fathoms. There is evidently a fairly extensive bank at the foot of the rookery. There is probably good anchorage behind some of the bergs, but none of these afford shelter for landing on the beach, on which the sea is now breaking incessantly. It would have taken weeks to land the ordinary stores, and heaven only knows how we could have got the ponies and motor sledges ashore. Reluctantly and sadly we have had to abandon our cherished plan. It is 1,000 pities. Every detail of the shore promised well for a wintering party. Comfortable quarters for the hut, ice for water, snow for the animals, good slopes for skiing, vast tracts of rock for walks, proximity to the barrier and to the rookeries of 2 types of penguins, easy ascent of Mount Terror, good ground for biological work, good peaks for observation of all sorts, fairly easy approach to the southern road with no chance of being cut off, and so forth. It is 1,000 pities to have to abandon such a spot. On passing the rookery it seemed to me we had been wrong in assuming that all the guano is blown away. I think there must be a pretty good deposit in places. The penguins could be seen very clearly from the ship. On the large rookery they occupy an immense acreage, and one imagines have extended as far as shelter can be found, but on the small rookery they are patchy, and there seems ample room for further extension of the colonies. Such unused spaces would have been ideal for a wintering station, if only some easy way could have been found to land stores. I noted many groups of penguins on the snow slopes overlooking the sea far from the rookeries, and one finds it difficult to understand why they meander away to such places. A number of killer whales rose close to the ship when we were opposite the rookery. What an excellent time these animals must have with thousands of penguins passing to and fro. We saw our old Discovery post office pole sticking up as erect as when planted, and we have been comparing all we have seen with old photographs. No change at all seems to have taken place anywhere, and this is very surprising in the case of the barrier edge. From the Penguin Rookeries to the west it is a relentless coast with high ice cliffs and occasional bare patches of rock showing through. Even if landing were possible, the grimmest crevassed snow slopes lie behind to cut one off from the barrier surface. There is no hope of shelter till we reach Cape Royds. Meanwhile, all hands are employed making a running survey. I give an idea of the programme opposite. Terror cleared itself of clouds some hours ago, and we have had some change of views in it. It is quite certain that the ascent will be easy. The bay on the north side of Erebus is much deeper than shown on the chart. The sun has been obstinate all day, peeping out occasionally and then shyly retiring. It makes a great difference to comfort. Programme: Bruce continually checking speed with hand log, Bowers taking altitudes of objects as they come abeam, Nelson noting results, Pennell taking verge plate bearings on bow and quarter, Cherry Garrard noting results, Evans taking verge plate bearings abeam, Atkinson noting results, Campbell taking distances abeam with rangefinder, Wright noting results, Rennick sounding with Thompson machine, Drake noting results. Beaufort Island looks very black from the south. 10:30. We find pack off Cape Bird. We have passed through some streams and there is some open water ahead, but I'm afraid we may find the ice pretty thick in the strait at this date. Wednesday, January the 4th, 1 a.m. We are around Cape Bird and in sight of our destination, but it is doubtful if the open water extends so far. We have advanced, following an open water lead, close along the land. Cape Bird is a very rounded promontory with many headlands. It is not easy to say which of these is the Cape. The same grim, unattainable ice-clad coastline extends continuously from the Cape Crozier rookery to Cape Bird. West of Cape Bird there is a very extensive expanse of land, and on it one larger and several small penguin rookeries. On the uniform dark reddish brown of the land can be seen numerous grey spots. These are erratic boulders of granite. Through glasses one could be seen perched on a peak at least 1,300 feet above the sea. Another group of killer whales were idly diving off the penguin rookery, an old one with a very high straight dorsal fin and several youngsters. We watched a small party of penguins leaping through the water towards their enemies. It seemed impossible that they should have failed to see the sinister fins during their frequent jumps into the air, yet they seemed to take no notice whatever. Stranger still, the penguins must have actually crossed the whales. Yet there was no commotion whatever, and presently the small birds could be seen leaping away on the other side. One can only suppose the whales were satiated. As we rounded Cape Bird, we came in sight of the old, well-remembered landmarks, Mount Discovery and the Western Mountains, seen dimly through a hazy atmosphere. It was good to see them again, and perhaps after all we are better this side of the island. It gives one a homely feeling to see such a familiar scene. 4 a.m. The steep exposed hillsides on the west side of Cape Bird look like high cliffs as one gets south of them, and form a most conspicuous landmark. We pushed past these cliffs into streams of heavy bay ice, making fair progress. As we proceeded the lanes became scarcer, the flows heavier, but the latter remained loose. Many of us spent the night on deck as we pushed through the pack. We have passed some very large floes, evidently frozen in the strait. This is curious, as all previous evidence has pointed to the clearance of ice sheets north of Cape Royds early in the spring. I have observed several floes with an entirely new type of surface. They are covered with scales, each scale consisting of a number of little flaky ice sheets superimposed, and all dipping at the same angle. It suggests to me a surface with sastrugi and layers of fine dust on which the snow has taken hold. We are within 5 miles of Cape Royds and ought to get there. Wednesday, January the 4th, p.m. This work is full of surprises. At 6 a.m. we came through the last of the straight pack, some 3 miles north of Cape Royds. We steered for the Cape, fully expecting to find the edge of the pack ice ranged westward from it. To our astonishment, we ran on past the Cape with clear water or thin sludge ice on all sides of us. Past Cape Royds, past Cape Barne, past the glacier on its south side, and finally round and past Inaccessible Island, a good 2 miles south of Cape Royds. The Cape itself was cut off from the south. We could have gone farther, but the last sludge ice seemed to be increasing in thickness, and there was no wintering spot to aim for, but Cape Armitage. I have never seen the ice of the Sound in such a condition, or the land so free from snow. Taking these facts in conjunction with the exceptional warmth of the air, I came to the conclusion that it had been an exceptionally warm summer. At this point it was evident that we had a considerable choice of wintering spots. We could have gone to either of the small islands, to the mainland, the glacier tongue, or pretty well anywhere except Hut Point. My main wish was to choose a place which would not be easily cut off from the barrier, and my eye fell on a cape which we used to call the Skewery, a little behind us. It was separated from the old Discovery quarters by 2 deep bays on either side of the glacier tongue, and I thought that these bays would remain frozen until late in the season, and that when they froze over again the ice would soon become firm. I called a council and put these propositions: to push on to the glacier tongue and winter there, to push west to the Tombstone ice and make our way to an inviting spot to the northward of the cape we used to call the Skewery. I favoured the latter course, and on discussion we found it obviously the best. So we turned back, close around Inaccessible Island, and steered for the fast ice, off the cape at full speed. After piercing a small fringe of thin ice at the edge of the fast flow, the ship's stern struck heavily on hard bay ice about 1.5 miles from the shore. Here was a road to the cape, and a solid wharf on which to land our stores. We made fast with ice anchors. Wilson, Evans and I went to the cape, which I had now rechristened Cape Evans in honour of our excellent second-in-command. A glance at the land showed, as we expected, ideal spots for our wintering station. The rock of the cape consists mainly of volcanic agglomerate, with olivine kenyte. It is much weathered, and the destruction has formed quantities of coarse sand. We chose a spot for the hut on a beach facing northwest, and well protected by numerous small hills behind. This spot seems to have all the local advantages, which I must detail later, for a winter station, and we realised that at length our luck had turned. The most favourable circumstance of all is the strong chance of communication with Cape Armitage being established at an early date. It was in connection with this fact that I had had such a strong desire to go to Mount Terror, and such misgivings if we had been forced to go to Cape Royds. It is quite evident that the ice south of Cape Royds does not become secure until late in the season, probably in May. Before that, all evidence seems to show that the part between Cape Royds and Cape Barne is continually going out. How, I asked myself, was our depot party to get back to home quarters? I feel confident we can get to the new spot we have chosen at a comparatively early date. It will probably only be necessary to cross the sea ice in the deep bays north and south of the glacier tongue, and the ice rarely goes out of there after it has first formed. Even if it should, both stages can be seen before the party ventures upon them. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Section 7 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 7, Chapter 3, Land, Part 2. After many frowns, fortune has treated us to the kindest smile. For 24 hours we have had a calm with brilliant sunshine. Such weather in such a place comes nearer to satisfying my ideal of perfection than any condition that I have ever experienced. The warm glow of the sun, with the keen, invigorating cold of the air, forms a combination which is inexpressibly health-giving and satisfying to me, whilst the golden light on this wonderful scene of mountain and ice satisfies every claim of scenic magnificence. No words of mine can convey the impressiveness of the wonderful panorama displayed to our eyes. Ponting is enraptured, and uses expressions which in anyone else, and alluding to any other subject, might be deemed extravagant. The landing. A week's work. Whilst we were on shore, Campbell was taking the first steps towards landing our stores. 2 of the motor sledges were soon hoisted out, and Day, with others, was quickly unpacking them. Our luck stood again. In spite of all the bad weather and the tons of sea water which had washed over them, the sledges and all the accessories appeared as fresh and clean as if they had been packed on the previous day. Much credit is due to the officers who protected them with tarpaulins and lashings. After the sledges came the turn of the ponies. There was a good deal of difficulty in getting some of them into the horse box, but Oates rose to the occasion and got most in by persuasion, whilst others were simply lifted in by the sailors. Though all are thin and some few looked pulled down, I was agreeably surprised at the evident vitality which they still possessed. Some were even skittish. I cannot express the relief when the whole 17 were safely picketed on the floe. From the moment of getting on the snow they seemed to take a new lease of life, and I haven't a doubt they will pick up very rapidly. It really is a triumph to have got them through safely, and as well as they are. Poor brutes, how they must have enjoyed their first roll, and how glad they must be to have freedom to scratch themselves. It is evident all have suffered from skin irritation. One can imagine the horror of suffering from such an ill for weeks without being able to get at the part that itched. I note that now they are picketed together and they administer kindly offices to each other. One sees them gnawing away at each other's flanks in a most amicable and obliging manner. Mears and the dogs were out early, and have been running to and fro most of the day with light loads. The great trouble with them has been due to the fatuous conduct of the penguins. Groups of these have been constantly leaping on to our floe. From the moment of landing on their feet their whole attitude expressed devouring curiosity, and a pig-headed disregard for their own safety. They waddle forward, poking their heads to and fro in their usually absurd way, in spite of a string of howling dogs straining to get at them. "Halloa," they seem to say, "here's a game. What do all you ridiculous things want?" And they come a few steps nearer. The dogs make a rush as far as their leashes or harness allow. The penguins are not daunted in the least, but their ruffs go up and they squawk with semblance of anger, for all the world as though they were rebuking a rude stranger. Their attitude might be imagined to convey, "Oh, that's the sort of animal you are. Well, you've come to the wrong place. We aren't going to be bluffed and bounced by you." And then the final fatal steps forward are taken and they come within reach. There is a spring, a squawk, a horrid red patch on the snow, and the incident is closed. Nothing can stop these silly birds. Members of our party rush to head them off, only to be met with evasions. The penguins squawk and duck as much as to say, "What's it got to do with you, you silly ass? Let us alone." With the first spilling of blood the skua gulls assemble, and soon for them at least there is a gruesome satisfaction to be reaped. Oddly enough they don't seem to excite the dogs. They simply alight within a few feet and wait for their turn in the drama, clamouring and quarrelling amongst themselves when the spoils accrue. Such incidents were happening constantly to-day and seriously demoralising the dog teams. Mears was exasperated again and again. The motor sledges were running by the afternoon. Day managed one and Nelson the other. In spite of a few minor breakdowns they hauled good loads to the shore. It is early to call them a success, but they are certainly extremely promising. The next thing to be got out of the ship was the hut, and the large quantity of timber comprising it was got out this afternoon. And so tonight, with the sun still shining, we look on a very different prospect from that of 48 or even 24 hours ago. I have just come back from the shore. The site for the hut is levelled, and the erecting party is living on shore in our large green tent with a supply of food for 8 days. Nearly all of the timber, etc., of the hut is on shore, the remainder halfway there. The ponies are picketed in a line on a convenient snow slope, so that they cannot eat sand. Oates and Anton are sleeping ashore to watch over them. The dogs are tied to a long length of chain stretched on the sand. They are coiled up after a long day and looking fitter already. Mears and Dimitri are sleeping in the green tent to look after them. A supply of food for ponies and dogs, as well as for the men, has been landed. 2 motor sledges in good working order are safely on the beach. A fine record for our first day's work. All hands start again at 6 a.m. tomorrow. It's splendid to see at last the effect of all the months of preparation and organisation. There is much snoring about me as I write, 2 p.m, from men tired after a hard day's work and preparing for such another tomorrow. I also must sleep, for I have had none for 48 hours. It should be to dream happily. Thursday, January the 5th. All hands were up at 5 this morning and at work at 6. Words cannot express the splendid way in which everyone works, and gradually the work gets organised. I was a little late on the scene this morning, and thereby witnessed a most extraordinary scene. Some 6 or 7 killer whales, old and young, were skirting the fast floe edge ahead of the ship. They seemed excited and dived rapidly, almost touching the floe. As we watched, they suddenly appeared astern, raising their snouts out of water. I had heard weird stories of these beasts, but had never associated serious danger with them. Close to the water's edge lay the wire stern rope of the ship, and our 2 Eskimo dogs were tethered to this. I did not think of connecting the movements of the whales with this fact, and seeing them so close, I shouted to Ponting, who was standing abreast of the ship. He seized his camera and ran towards the floe edge to get a close picture of the beasts, which had momentarily disappeared. The next moment the whole floe under him and the dogs heaved up and split into fragments. One could hear the booming noise as the whales rose under the ice and struck it with their backs. Whale after whale rose under the ice, setting it rocking fiercely. Luckily Ponting kept his feet and was able to fly to security. By an extraordinary chance also, the splits had been made around and between the dogs, so that neither of them fell into the water. Then it was clear that the whales shared our astonishment, for one after another their huge hideous heads shot vertically into the air through the cracks which they had made. As they reared them to a height of 6 or 8 feet, it was possible to see their tawny head markings, their small glistening eyes, and their terrible array of teeth, by far the largest and most terrifying in the world. There cannot be a doubt that they looked up to see what had happened to Ponting and the dogs. The latter were horribly frightened and strained to their chains, whining. The head of one killer must certainly have been within 5 feet of one of the dogs. After this, whether they thought the game insignificant or whether they missed Ponting is uncertain, but the terrifying creatures passed on to other hunting grounds, and we were able to rescue the dogs, and what was even more important, our petrel, 5 or 6 tons of which was waiting on a piece of ice which was not split away from the main mass. Of course we have known well that killer whales continually skirt the edge of the floes, and that they would undoubtedly snap up anyone who was unfortunate enough to fall into the water, but the fact that they could display such deliberate cunning, that they were able to break ice of such thickness, at least 2½ feet, and that they could act in unison, were a revelation to us. It is clear that they are endowed with singular intelligence, and in future we shall treat that intelligence with every respect. Notes on the killer or grampus, Orca gladiator. One killed at Greenwich, 31 feet, teeth about 2½ inches above jaw, about 3½ inches total length. British quadrupeds, Bell. The fierceness and voracity of the killer, in which it surpasses all other known cetaceans. In the stomach of a 21-foot specimen were found remains of 13 porpoises and 14 seals. A herd of white whales has been seen driven into a bay and literally torn to pieces. Teeth large, conical and slightly recurred, 11 or 12 on each side of either jaw. Mammals, Flower and Lydekker. Distinguished from all their allies by great strength and ferocity. Combine in packs to hunt down and destroy full-sized whales. Marine mammalia, Scammon. Adult males average 20 feet, females 15 feet. Strong, sharp, conical teeth which interlock. Combines great strength with agility. Spout low and bushy. Habits exhibit a boldness and cunning peculiar to their carnivorous propensities. 3 or 4 do not hesitate to grapple the largest baleen whales, who become paralysed with terror. Frequently evince no efforts to escape. Instances have occurred where a band of orcas lay siege to whales in tow, and although frequently lanced and cut with boat spades, made away with their prey. Inclined to believe it rarely attacks larger cetaceans, possessed of great swiftness. Sometimes seen peering above surface with a seal in their bristling jaws, shaking and crushing their victims and swallowing them apparently with gusto. Tear white whales into pieces. Ponting has been ravished yesterday by a view of the ship seen from a big cave in an iceberg, and wished to get pictures of it. He succeeded in getting some splendid plates. This forenoon I went to the iceberg with him, and agreed that I had rarely seen anything more beautiful than this cave. It was really a sort of crevasse in a tilted berg, parallel to the original surface. The strata on either side had bent outwards. Through the back the sky could be seen through a screen of beautiful icicles. It looked a royal purple, whether by contrast with the blue of the cavern, or whether from optical illusion, I do not know. Through the larger entrance could be seen, also partly through icicles, the ship, the western mountains, and a lilac sky, a wonderfully beautiful picture. Ponting is simply entranced with this view of Mount Erebus, and with the two bergs in the foreground and some volunteers, he works up foregrounds to complete his picture of it. I go to bed very satisfied with the day's work, but hoping for better results with the improved organisation and familiarity with the work. Today we landed the remainder of the woodwork of the hut, all the petrol, paraffin and oil of all descriptions, and a quantity of oats for the ponies besides odds and ends. The ponies are to begin work tomorrow. They did nothing today, but the motor sledges did well. They are steadying down to their work and made nothing but non-stop runs today. One begins to believe they will be reliable, but I am still fearing that they will not take such heavy loads as we hoped. Day is very pleased and thinks he's going to do wonders, and Nelson shares his optimism. The dogs find the day work terribly heavy, and Mears is going to put them on to night work. The framework of the hut is nearly up. The hands worked till 1 a.m. this morning, and were at it again at 7 a.m., an instance of the spirit which actuates everyone. The men teams, formed of the afterguard, brought in good loads, but they are not yet in condition. The hut is about 11 or 12 feet above the water, as far as I can judge. I don't think spray can get so high in such a sheltered spot, even if we get a northerly gale, when the sea is open. In all other respects, the situation is admirable. This work makes one very tired of diary writing. Friday, January the 6th. We got to work at 6 again this morning. Wilson, Atkinson, Cherry Garrard and I took each a pony, returned to the ship and brought a load ashore. We then changed ponies and repeated the process. We each took 3 ponies in the morning and I took 1 in the afternoon. Bruce, after relief by Rennick, took 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Of the remaining 5, Oates deemed 2 unfit for work and 3 requiring some breaking in before getting to serious business. I was astonished at the strength of the beasts I handled. 3 out of the 4 pulled hard the whole time and gave me much exercise. I brought back loads of 700 pounds and on one occasion over 1,000 pounds. With ponies, motor sledges, dogs and men parties we have done an excellent day of transporting. Another such day should practically finish all the stores and leave only fuel and fodder, 60 tons, to complete our landing. So far it has been remarkably expeditious. The motor sledges are working well, but not very well. The small difficulties will be got over, but I rather fear they will never draw the loads we expect of them. Still, they promise to be a help, and they are lively and attractive features of our present scene, as they drone along over the floe. At a little distance, without silencers, they sound exactly like threshing machines. The dogs are getting better, but they only take very light loads still, and get back from each journey pretty dead beat. In their present state they don't inspire confidence, but the hot weather is much against them. The men parties have done splendidly. Campbell and his eastern party made 8 journeys in the day, a distance over 24 miles. Everyone declares that the ski sticks greatly help pulling. It is surprising that we never thought of using them before. Atkinson is very bad with snow blindness tonight, also Bruce. Others have a touch of the same disease. It's well for people to get experience of the necessity of safeguarding their eyes. The only thing which troubles me at present is the wear on our sledges owing to the hard ice. No great harm has been done so far, thanks to the excellent wood of which the runners are made, but we can't afford to have them worn. Wilson carried out a suggestion of his own tonight by covering the runners of a 9-foot sledge with strips from the skin of a seal, which he killed and flensed for the purpose. I shouldn't wonder if this acted well, and if it does we will cover more sledges in a similar manner. We shall also try Day's new underrunners tomorrow. After 48 hours of brilliant sunshine we have a haze over the sky. List of sledges: 12-foot, 11 in use, 14 spare. 10-foot, 10 not now used. 9-foot, 10 in use. Today I walked over our peninsula to see what the southern side was like. Hundreds of skuas were nesting and attacked in the usual manner as I passed. They fly round shrieking wildly until they have gained some altitude. Then they swoop down with great impetus directly at one's head, lifting again when within a foot of it. The bolder ones actually beat on one's head with their wings as they pass. At first it is alarming, but experience shows that they never strike except with their wings. A skua is nesting on a rock between the ponies and the dogs. People pass every few minutes within a pace or two, yet the old bird has not deserted its chick. In fact, it seems gradually to be getting confidence, for it no longer attempts to swoop at the intruder. Today Ponting went within a few feet, and by dint of patience managed to get some wonderful cinematograph pictures of its movements in feeding and tending its chick, as well as some photographs of these events at critical times. The main channel for thaw water at Cape Evans is now quite a rushing stream. Evans, Pennell and Renwick have got sight for meridian distance. We ought to get a good longitude fix. Saturday, January the 7th. The sun has returned. Today it seemed better than ever, and the glare was blinding. There are quite a number of cases of snow blindness. We have done splendidly. Tonight all the provisions, except some in bottles, are ashore, and nearly all the working paraphernalia of the scientific people. No light item. There remains some hut furniture, 2½ tons of carbide, some bottle stuff, and some odds and ends which should occupy only part of tomorrow. Then we come to the two last and heaviest items, coal and horse fodder. If we are not through in the week, we shall be very near it. Meanwhile the ship is able to lay at the ice edge without steam, a splendid saving. There has been a steady stream of cases passing along the shore route all day, and transport arrangements are hourly improving. 2 parties of 4 and 3 officers made 10 journeys each, covering over 25 miles and dragging loads one way, which averaged £250 to £300 per man. The ponies are working well now, but beginning to give some excitement. On the whole they are fairly quiet beasts, but they get restive with their loads, mainly but indirectly owing to the smoothness of the ice. They know perfectly well that the swingle trees and traces are hanging about their hocks and hate it. I imagine it gives them the nervous feeling that they are going to be carried off their feet. It makes it hard to start them, and when going they seem to appreciate the fact that the sledges will overrun them should they hesitate or stop. The result is that they are constantly fretful, and the more nervous ones tend to become refractory and unmanageable. Oates is splendid with them. I do not know what we should do without him. I did 7 journeys with ponies and got off with a bump on the head and some scratches. One pony got away from Debenham close to the ship and galloped the whole way in with its load behind. The load capsized just off the shore, and the animal and sledge dashed into the station. Oates very wisely took this pony straight back for another load. 2 or 3 ponies got away as they were being harnessed and careered up the hill again. In fact, there were quite a lot of minor incidents which seemed to endanger life and limb to the animals, if not the men, but which all ended safely. One of Mere's dog teams ran away. One poor dog got turned over at the start and couldn't get up again. Mukaka. He was dragged at a gallop for nearly half a mile. I gave him up as dead, but apparently he was very little hurt. The ponies are certainly going to keep things lively as time goes on, and they get fresher. Even as it is, their condition can't be half as bad as we imagined. The runaway pony wasn't much done, even after the extra trip. The station is beginning to assume the appearance of an orderly camp. We continue to find advantages in the situation. The long level beach has enabled Bowers to arrange his stores in the most systematic manner. Everything will be handy, and there will never be a doubt as to the position of a case when it is wanted. The hut is advancing apace. Already the matchboarding is being put on. The framework is being clothed. It should be extraordinarily warm and comfortable, for in addition to this double coating of insulation, dry seaweed in quilted sacking, I propose to stack the pony fodder all around it. I am wondering how we shall stable the ponies in the winter. The only drawback to the present position is that the ice is getting thin and sludgy in the cracks and on some of the floes. The ponies drop their feet through, but most of them have evidently been accustomed to something of the sort. They make no fuss about it. Everything points to the desirability of the haste which we are making. So we go on tomorrow, Sunday. A whole host of minor ills, besides snow blindness, has come upon us. Sore faces and lips, blistered feet, cuts and abrasions. There are few without some troublesome ailment, but of course such things are part of the business. The soles of my feet are infernally sore. Of course the elements are going to be troublesome, but it is good to know them as the only adversary, and to feel there is so small a chance of internal friction. Ponting had an alarming adventure about this time. Bent on getting artistic photographs with striking objects, such as hummock floes or reflected water in the foreground, he used to depart with his own small sledge, laden with cameras and cinematograph, to journey alone to the grounded icebergs. One morning as he tramped along, harnessed to his sledge, his snow glasses clouded with the mist of perspiration, he suddenly felt the ice giving under his feet. He describes the sensation as the worst he ever experienced, and one can well believe it. There was no one near to lend assistance had he gone through. Instinctively he plunged forward, the ice giving at every step, and the sledge dragging through water. Providentially, the weak area he had struck was very limited, and in a minute or two he pulled out on a firm surface. He remarked that he was perspiring very freely. Looking back, it is easy to see that we were terribly incautious in our treatment of this decaying ice. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Section 8 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 8. Chapter 4, Settling In, Part 1. Sunday, January the 8th, a day of disaster. I stupidly gave permission for the third motor to be got out this morning. This was done first thing, and the motor placed on firm ice. Later, Campbell told me one of the men had dropped a leg through crossing a sludgy patch some 200 yards from the ship. I didn't consider it very serious, as I imagined the man had only gone through the surface crust. About 7 a.m. I started for the shore with a single-man load, leaving Campbell looking about for the best crossing for the motor. I sent Mears and the dogs over with a can of petrol on arrival. After some 20 minutes he returned to tell me the motor had gone through. Soon after, Campbell and Day arrived to confirm the dismal tidings. It appears that, getting frightened of the state of affairs, Campbell got out a line and attached it to the motor. Then, manning the line well, he attempted to rush the machine across the weak place. A man on the rope, Wilkinson, suddenly went through to the shoulders, but was immediately hauled out. During the operation, the ice under the motor was seen to give, and suddenly it and the motor disappeared. The men kept hold of the rope, but it cut through the ice towards them with an ever-increasing strain, obliging one after another to let go. Half a minute later nothing remained but a big hole. Perhaps it was lucky there was no accident to the men, but it's a sad incident for us in any case. It's a big blow to know that one of the two best motors, on which so much time and trouble have been spent, now lies at the bottom of the sea. The actual spot where the motor disappeared was crossed by its fellow motor with a very heavy load, as well as by myself with heavy ponies, only yesterday. Mears took Campbell back and returned with the report that the ice in the vicinity of the accident was hourly getting more dangerous. It was clear that we were practically cut off, certainly as regards heavy transport. Bowers went back again with Mears and managed to ferry over some wind clothes and odds and ends. Since that, no communication has been held. The shore party have been working, but the people on board have had a half holiday. At 6 I went to the ice edge, farther to the north. I found a place where the ship could come and be near the heavy ice, over which sledging is still possible. I went near the ship and semaphored directions for her to get to this place as soon as she could, using steam if necessary. She is at present wedged in with the pack, and I think Peril hopes to warp her along when the pack loosens. Mears and I marked the new trail with kerosene tins before returning. So here we are, waiting again till fortune is kinder. Meanwhile the hut proceeds. Altogether there are 4 layers of boarding to go on, 2 of which are nearing completion. It will be some time before the rest and the insulation is on. It's a big job getting settled in like this, and a tantalising one when one is hoping to do some depot work before the season closes. We had a keen north wind tonight and a haze, but the wind is dropping and the sun shining brightly again. Today seemed to be the hottest we have yet had. After walking across I was perspiring freely, and later as I sat in the sun after lunch one could almost imagine a warm summer day in England. This is my first night ashore. I'm writing in one of my new domed tents, which makes a very comfortable apartment. Monday, January the 9th. I didn't poke my nose out of my tent till 6:45, and the first object I saw was the ship, which had not previously been in sight from our camp. She was now working her way along the ice edge with some difficulty. I heard afterwards that she had started at 6:15, and she reached the point I marked yesterday at 8:15. After breakfast I went on board and was delighted to find a good solid road right up to the ship. A flag was hoisted immediately for the ponies to come out, and we commenced a good day's work. All day the sledges have been coming to and fro, but most of the pulling work has been done by the ponies. The track is so good that these little animals haul anything from 12 to 1800 weight. Both dogs and men parties have been a useful addition to the haulage. No party and no single man comes over without a load averaging 300 pounds per man. The dogs, working 5 to a team, haul 5 to 600 weight, and of course they travel much faster than either ponies or men. In this way we transported a large quantity of miscellaneous stores. First about 3 tons of coal for present use, then 2½ tons of carbide, all the many stores, chimney and ventilators for the hut, all the biologist's gear, a big pile, the remainder of the physicist's gear and medical stores, and many old cases. In fact, a general clear-up of everything except the 2 heavy items of forage and fuel. Later in the day we made a start on the first of these, and got 7 tons ashore before ceasing work. We closed with a good day to our credit, marred by an unfortunate incident. One of the dogs, a good puller, was seen to cough after a journey. He was evidently trying to bring something up. 2 minutes later he was dead. Nobody seems to know the reason, but a post-mortem is being held by Atkinson, and I suppose the cause of death will be found. We can't afford to lose animals of any sort. All the ponies except 3 have now brought loads from the ship. Oates thinks these 3 are too nervous to work over this slippery surface. However, he tried one of the hardest cases tonight, a very fine pony, and got him in successfully with a big load. Tomorrow we ought to be running some 12 or 13 of these animals. Griffith Taylor's bolted on 3 occasions, the first 2 times more or less due to his own fault, but the third owing to the stupidity of one of the sailors. Nevertheless, a third occasion couldn't be overlooked by his messmates, who made much merriment of the event. It was still funnier when he brought his final load, an exceptionally heavy one, with a set face and ardent pace, vouchsafing not a word to anyone he passed. We have achieved fair organisation today. Evans is in charge of the road, and periodically goes along searching for bad places and bridging cracks with boards and snow. Bowers checks every case as he comes on shore, and dashes off to the ship to arrange the precedence of different classes of goods. He proves a perfect treasure. There is not a single case he does not know, or a single article of any sort which he cannot put his hand on at once. Rennick and Bruce are working gallantly at the discharge of stores on board. Williamson and Leese load the sledges, and are getting very clever and expeditious. Evans, seaman, is generally superintending the sledging and camp outfit. Ford, Kean and Abbott are regularly assisting the carpenter, whilst Day, Lashley, Lilly and others give intermittent help. Wilson, Cherry Garrard, Wright, Griffith Taylor, Debenham, Crean and Browning have been driving ponies, a task at which I have assisted myself once or twice. There was a report that the ice was getting rotten, but I went over it myself and found it sound throughout. The accident with the motor sledge has made people nervous. The weather has been very warm and fine on the whole, with occasional gleams of sunshine, but tonight there is rather a chill wind from the south. The hut is progressing famously. In 2 more working days we ought to have everything necessary on shore. Tuesday, January the 10th. We have been 6 days in Mercurdo Sound, and tonight I can say we are landed. Were it impossible to land another pound, we could go on without hitch. Nothing like it has been done before, nothing so expeditious and complete. This morning the main loads were fodder. Sledge after sledge brought the bales, and early in the afternoon the last, except for about a ton stowed with Eastern Party stores, was brought on shore. Some addition to our patent fuel was made in the morning, and later in the afternoon it came in a steady stream. We have more than 12 tons, and could make this do if necessity arose. In addition to this, oddments have been arriving all day, instruments, clothing and personal effects. Our camp is becoming so perfect in its appointments that I am almost suspicious of some drawback hidden by the summer weather. The hut is progressing apace, and all agree that it should be the most perfectly comfortable habitation. It amply repays the time and attention given to the planning. The sides have double boarding inside and outside the frames, with a layer of our excellent quilted seaweed insulation between each pair of boardings. The roof has a single matchboarding inside, but on the outside is a matchboarding, then a layer of 2-ply rubberoid, then a layer of quilted seaweed, then a second matchboarding, and finally a cover of 3-ply rubberoid. The first floor is laid, but over this there will be a quilting, a felt layer, the second boarding, and finally linoleum. As the plenteous volcanic sand can be piled well up on every side, it is impossible to imagine that draughts can penetrate into the hut from beneath, and it is equally impossible to imagine great loss of heat by contact or radiation in that direction. To add to the wall insulation, the south and east sides of the hut are piled high with compressed forage bales, whilst the north side is being prepared as a winter stable for the ponies. The stable will stand between the wall of the hut and a wall built of forage bales 6 bales high and 2 bales thick. This will be roofed with rafters and tarpaulin, as we cannot find enough boarding. We shall have to take care that too much snow does not collect on the roof, otherwise the place should do excellently well. Some of the ponies are very troublesome, but all except 2 have been running to-day, and until this evening there were no excitements. After tea, Oates suggested leading one of the 2 intractable animals behind other sledges. At the same time he brought out the strong, nervous grey pony. I led one of the supposedly safe ponies, and all went well whilst we made our journey. 3 loads were safely brought in. But whilst one of the sledges was being unpacked, the pony tied to it suddenly got scared. Away he dashed, with sledge attached. He made straight for the other ponies, but finding the incubus still fast to him, he went in wider circles, galloped over hills and boulders, narrowly missing Ponting in his camera, and finally dashed downhill to camp again, pretty exhausted. Oddly enough, neither sledge nor pony was much damaged. Then we departed again in the same order. Halfway over the floe my rear pony got his foreleg foul of his halter, then got frightened, tugged at his halter, and lifted the unladen sledge to which he was tied. Then the halter broke, and away he went. But by this time the damage was done. My pony snorted wildly and sprang forward as the sledge banged to the ground. I just managed to hold him till Oates came up. Then we started again, but he was thoroughly frightened. All my blandishments failed when he reared and plunged a second time, and I was obliged to let go. He galloped back, and the party dejectedly returned. At the camp Evans got hold of the pony, but in a moment it was off again, knocking Evans off his legs. Finally he was captured and led forth once more between Oates and Anton. He remained fairly well on the outward journey, but on the homeward grew restive again. Evans, who was now leading him, called for Anton, and both tried to hold him, but to no purpose. He dashed off, upset his load, and came back to the camp with the sledge. All these troubles arose after he had made 3 journeys without a hitch, and we had come to regard him as a nice, placid, gritty pony. Now I'm afraid it will take a deal of trouble to get him safe again, and we have 3 very troublesome beasts instead of 2. I have written this in some detail to show the unexpected difficulties that arise with these animals, and the impossibility of knowing exactly where one stands. The majority of our animals seem pretty quiet now, but any one of them may break out in this way if things go awry. There is no doubt that the bumping of the sledges close to the heels of the animals is the root of the evil. The weather has the appearance of breaking. We had a strongish northerly breeze at midday with snow and hailstorms, and now the wind has turned to the south and the sky is overcast with threatenings of a blizzard. The floe is cracking and pieces may go out. If so, the ship will have to get up steam again. The hail at noon made the surface very bad for some hours. The men and dogs felt it most. The dogs are going well, but Mears says he thinks that several are suffering from snow blindness. I never knew a dog get it before, but Day says that Shackleton's dogs suffered from it. The post-mortem on last night's death revealed nothing to account for it. Atkinson didn't examine the brain and wonders if the cause lay there. There is a certain satisfaction in believing that there is nothing infectious. Wednesday, January the 11th. A week here today. It seems quite a month, so much has been crammed into a short space of time. The threatened blizzard materialised at about 4 o'clock this morning. The wind increased to force 6 or 7 at the ship, and continued to blow with drift throughout the forenoon. Campbell with his sledging party arrived at the camp at 8 a.m, bringing a small load. There seemed little object, but I suppose they liked the experience of a march in the blizzard. They started to go back, but the ship being blotted out, turned and gave us their company at breakfast. The day was altogether too bad for outside work, so we turned our attention to the hut interior, with the result that tonight all the matchboarding is completed. The floor linoleum is the only thing that remains to be put down. Outside, the roof and ends have to be finished. Then there are several days of odd jobs for the carpenter, and all will be finished. It is a first-rate building in an extraordinarily sheltered spot. Whilst the wind was raging at the ship this morning, we enjoyed comparative peace. Campbell says there was an extraordinary change as he approached the beach. I sent 2 or 3 people to dig into the hard snow drift behind the camp. They got into solid ice immediately, became interested in the job, and have begun the making of a cave, which is to be our larder. Already they have tunnelled 6 or 8 feet in, and have begun side channels. In a few days they will have made quite a spacious apartment, an ideal place to keep our meat store. We have been speculating as to the origin of this solid drift, and attached great antiquity to it. But the diggers came to a patch of earth with skewer feathers, which rather knocks our theories on the head. The wind began to drop at midday, and after lunch I went to the ship. I was very glad to learn that she can hold steam at 2 hours' notice on an expenditure of 13 hundredweight. The ice anchors had held well during the blow. As far as I can see, the open water extends to an east and west line, which is a little short of the glacier tongue. Tonight the wind has dropped altogether, and we return to the glorious conditions of a week ago. I trust they may last for a few days at least. Thursday, January the 12th. Bright sun again all day, but in the afternoon a chill wind from the south-southwest. Again we are reminded of the shelter afforded by our position. Tonight the anemometers on Observatory Hill show a 20-mile wind. Down in the valley we only have mild puffs. Sledging began as usual this morning. 7 ponies and the dog teams were hard at it all the forenoon. I ran 6 journeys with 5 dogs, driving them in the Siberian fashion for the first time. It was not difficult, but I kept forgetting the Russian words at critical points. Ki, right. Chui, left. Ita, right ahead. Here is a blank in memory and in diary. Get along. Pour, stop. Even my short experience makes me think that we may have to reorganize this driving to suit our particular requirements. I am inclined for smaller teams and the driver behind the sledge. However, it's early days to decide such matters, and we shall learn much on the depot journey. Early in the afternoon a message came from the ship to say that all stores had been landed. Nothing remains to be brought but mutton, books and pictures and the pianola. So at last we really are a self-contained party, ready for all emergencies. We are landed 8 days after our arrival. A very good record. The hut could be inhabited at this moment, but probably we shall not begin to live in it for a week. Meanwhile the carpenter will go on steadily fitting up the dark room and various other compartments, as well as Simpson's corner. The grotto party are making headway into the ice for our larder, but it is slow and very arduous work. However, once made it will be admirable in every way. Tomorrow we begin sending ballast off to the ship. Some 30 tons will be sledged off by the ponies. The hut and grotto parties will continue, and the arrangements for the depot journey will be commenced. I discussed these with Bowers this afternoon. He is a perfect treasure, enters into one's ideas at once, and evidently thoroughly understands the principles of the game. I have arranged to go to Hut Point with Mears and some dogs tomorrow to test the ice and see how the land lies. As things are at present, we ought to have little difficulty in getting the depot party away any time before the end of the month, but the ponies will have to cross the Cape without loads. There is a way down to the south side, straight across, and another way round, keeping the land on the north side and getting on ice at the Cape itself. Probably the ship will take the greater part of the loads. Saturday, January the 14th. The completion of our station is approaching with steady progress. The wind was strong from the south-south-east yesterday morning, sweeping over the camp. The temperature fell to 15 degrees. The sky became overcast. To the south the land outlines were hazy with drift, so my dog tour was abandoned. In the afternoon, with some moderation of conditions, the ballast party went to work and wrought so well that more than 10 tons were got off before night. The organisation of this work is extremely good. The loose rocks are pulled up, some 30 or 40 feet up the hillside, placed on our heavy rough sledges and rushed down to the floe on a snow track. Here they are laden on pony sledges and transported to the ship. I slept on board the ship and found it colder than the camp. The cabins were below freezing all night, and the only warmth existed in the cheery spirit of the company. The cold snap froze the water in the boiler, and Williams had to light one of the fires this morning. I shaved and bathed last night, the first time for 10 days, and wrote letters from breakfast till tea time today. Meanwhile the ballast teams have been going on merrily, and tonight Peril must have some 26 tons on board. It was good to return to the camp and see the progress which has been made even during such a short absence. The grotto has been much enlarged, and is in fact now big enough to hold all our mutton and a considerable quantity of seal and penguin. Close by, Simpson and Wright have made surprising progress in excavating for the differential magnetic hut. They have already gone in 7 feet and, turning a corner, commenced the chamber, which is to be 13 feet by 5 feet. The hard ice of this slope is a godsend, and both grottos will be ideal for their purposes. The cooking range and stove have been placed in the hut, and now chimneys are being constructed. The porch is almost finished, as well as the interior. The various carpenters are busy with odd jobs, and it will take them some time to fix up the many small fittings that different people require. I have been making arrangements for the depot journey, telling off people for ponies and dogs, etc. Tomorrow is to be our first rest day, but next week everything will be tending towards sledging preparations. I have also been discussing and writing about the provisions of animals to be brought down in the Terra Nova next year. The wind is very persistent from the south-south-east, rising and falling. Tonight it has sprung up again and is rattling the canvas of the tent. Some of the ponies are not turning out so well as I expected. They are slow walkers and must inevitably impede the faster ones. 2 of the best have been told off for Campbell by Oates, and I must alter the arrangement. Then I am not quite sure they are going to stand the cold well, and on this first journey they may have to face pretty severe conditions. Then of course there is the danger of losing them on thin ice, or by injuries sustained in rough places. Although we have 15 now, 2 having gone for the eastern party, it is not at all certain that we shall have such a number when the main journey is undertaken next season. One can only be careful and hope for the best. Sunday, January the 15th. We had decided to observe this day as a day of rest, and so it has been. At one time or another the majority have employed their spare hours in writing letters. We rose late, having breakfast at 9. The morning promised well, and the day fulfilled the promise. We had bright sunshine and practically no wind. At 10 a.m. the men and officers streamed over from the ship, and we all assembled on the beach, and I read divine service, our first service at the camp, and impressive in the open air. After service I told Campbell that I should have to cancel his 2 ponies and give him 2 others. He took it like the gentleman he is, thoroughly appreciating the reason. He had asked me previously to be allowed to go to Cape Royds over the glacier, and I had given permission. After our talk we went together to explore the route, which we expected to find much crevassed. I only intended to go a short way, but on reaching the snow above the uncovered hills of our cape, I found the surface so promising and so free from cracks that I went quite a long way. Eventually I turned, leaving Campbell, Gran and Nelson roped together, and on ski to make their way onward, but not before I felt certain that the route to Cape Royds would be quite easy. As we topped the last rise, we saw Taylor and Wright some way ahead on the slope. They had come up by a different route. Evidently they are bound for the same goal. I returned to camp, and after lunch Mears and I took a sledge and 9 dogs over the cape to the sea ice on the south side, and started for Hut Point. We took a little provision and a cooker and our sleeping bags. Mears had found a way over the cape, which was on snow all the way except about 100 yards. The dogs pulled well, and we went towards the glacier tongue at a brisk pace, found much of the ice uncovered. Towards the glacier tongue there were some heaps of snow, much wind-blown. As we rose the glacier we saw the Nimrod depot some way to the right, and made for it. We found a good deal of compressed fodder and boxes of maize, but no grain crushed as expected. The open water was practically up to the glacier tongue. We descended by an easy slope 1/4 mile from the end of the glacier tongue, but found ourselves cut off by an open crack some 15 feet across, and had to get on the glacier again and go some 1/2 mile further in. We came to a second crack, but avoided it by skirting to the west. From this point we had an easy run without difficulty to Hut Point. There was a small pool of open water and a longish crack off Hut Point. I got my feet very wet crossing the latter. We passed hundreds of seals at various cracks. On arrival at the hut, to my chagrin, we found it filled with snow. Shackleton reported that the door had been forced by the wind, but that he had made an entrance by the window and found shelter inside. Other members of his party used it for shelter, but they actually went away and left the window, which they had forced, open. As a result, nearly the whole of the interior of the hut is filled with hard icy snow, and it is now impossible to find shelter inside. Mears and I were able to clamber over the snow to some extent, and to examine the neat pile of cases in the middle, but they will take much digging out. We got some asbestos sheeting from the magnetic hut, and made the best shelter we could to boil our cocoa. There was something too depressing in finding the old hut in such a desolate condition. I had had so much interest in seeing all the old landmarks and the huts apparently intact. To camp outside and feel that all the old comfort and cheer had departed was dreadfully heartrending. I went to bed thoroughly depressed. It seems a fundamental expression of civilized human sentiment that men who come to such places as this should leave what comfort they can to welcome those who follow. End of chapter 4, part 1. Section 9 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 9. Chapter 4, Settling In, Part 2. Monday, January the 16th. We slept badly till the morning, and therefore late. After breakfast we went up the hills. There was a keen southeasterly breeze, but the sun shone and my spirits revived. There was very much less snow everywhere than I had ever seen. The ski run was completely cut through in two places, the gap and Observation Hill almost bare, a great bare slope on the side of Arrival Heights, and on top of Crater Heights an immense bare tableland. How delighted we should have been to see it like this in the old days! The pond was thawed and the confervi green in fresh water. The hole which we had dug in the mound in the pond was still there, as Meares discovered by falling into it up to his waist and getting very wet. On the south side we could see the pressure ridges beyond Pram Point as of old, Horseshoe Bay calm and unpressed, the sea ice pressed on Pram Point and along the Gap ice foot, and a new ridge running around Cape Armitage about 2 miles off. We saw Ferrar's old thermometer tubes standing out of the snow slope as though they had been placed yesterday. Vince's cross might have been placed yesterday. The paint was so fresh and the inscriptions so legible. The flagstaff was down, the stays having carried away, but in 5 minutes it could be put up again. We loaded some asbestos sheeting from the old magnetic hut on our sledges for Simpson, and by standing a quarter of a mile off Hut Point got a clear run to Glacier Tongue. I had hoped to get across the wide crack by going west, but found that it ran for a great distance, and had to get on the glacier at the place at which we had left it. We got to camp about tea time. I found our larder in the grotto completed and stored with mutton and penguins. The temperature inside has never been above 27 degrees, so that it ought to be a fine place for our winter store. Simpson has almost completed the differential magnetic cave next door. The hut stove was burning well, and the interior of the building already warm and homelike. A day or two, and we shall be occupying it. I took Ponting out to see some interesting thaw effects on the ice cliffs east of the camp. I noted that the ice layers were pressing out over thin dirt bands, as though the latter made the cleavage lines over which the strata slid. It has occurred to me that although the sea ice may freeze in our bays early in March, it will be a difficult thing to get ponies across it, owing to the cliff edges at the side. We must, therefore, be prepared to be cut off for a longer time than I anticipated. I heard that all the people who journeyed towards Cape Royds yesterday reached their destination in safety. Campbell, Levick and Priestley had just departed when I returned. Tuesday, January the 17th. We took up our abode in the hut today, and are simply overwhelmed with its comfort. After breakfast this morning I found Bowers making cubicles as I had arranged, but I soon saw these would not fit in, so I instructed him to build a bulkhead of cases which shuts off the officers' space from the men's, I am quite sure to the satisfaction of both. The space between my bulkhead and the men's I allotted to 5, Bowers, Oates, Atkinson, Meares and Cherry Garrard. These 5 are all special friends, and have already made their dormitory very habitable. Simpson and Wright are near the instruments in their corner. Next come Day and Nelson in a space which includes the latter's lab near the big window. Next to this is a space for 3, Debenham, Taylor and Gran. They also have already made their space part dormitory and part workshop. It is fine to see the way everyone sets to work to put things straight. In a day or two the hut will become the most comfortable of houses, and in a week or so the whole station, instruments, routine, men and animals, etc., will be in working order. It is really wonderful to realise the amount of work which has been got through of late. It will be a fortnight tomorrow since we arrived at McCurdo Sound, and here we are absolutely settled down and ready to start on our depot journey directly the ponies have had a proper chance to recover from the effects of the voyage. I had no idea we should be so expeditious. It snowed hard last night, and there were about 3 or 4 inches of soft snow over the camp this morning, and Simpson tells me some 6 inches out by the ship. The camp looks very white. During the day it has been blowing very hard from the south, with a great deal of drift. Here in this camp, as usual, we do not feel it much, but we see the anemometer racing on the hill and the snow clouds sweeping past the ship. The floe is breaking between the point and the ship, though curiously it remains fast on a direct route to the ship. Now the open water runs parallel to our ship road and only a few hundred yards south of it. Yesterday the whaler was rowed in close to the camp, and if the ship had steam up she could steam round to within a few hundred yards of us. The big wedge of ice to which the ship is holding on the outskirts of the bay can have very little grip to keep it in, and must inevitably go out very soon. I hope this may result in the ship finding a more sheltered and secure position close to us. A big iceberg sailed past the ship this afternoon. Atkinson declared it was the end of the Cape Barne glacier. I hope they will know in the ship, as it would be interesting to witness the birth of a glacier in this region. It is clearing tonight, but still blowing hard. The ponies don't like the wind, but they are all standing the cold wonderfully, and all their sores are healed up. Wednesday, January the 18th. The ship had a very poor time last night. Steam was ordered, but the floe began breaking up fast at 1 a.m, and the rest of the night was passed in struggling with ice anchors. Steam was reported ready just as the ship broke adrift. In the morning she secured to the ice edge on the same line as before, but a few hundred yards nearer. After getting things going at the hut, I walked over and suggested that Peril should come round the corner close inshore. The ice anchors were tripped, and we steamed slowly in, making fast to the floe within 200 yards of the ice foot and 400 yards of the hut. For the present the position is extraordinarily comfortable. With the southerly blow she would simply bind on to the ice, receiving great shelter from the end of the cape. With the northerly blow she might turn rather close to the shore, where the soundings run to 3 fathoms. But behind such a stretch of ice she could scarcely get a sea or swell without warning. It looks a wonderfully comfortable little nook, but of course one can be certain of nothing in this place. One knows from experience how deceptive the appearance of security may be. Peril is truly excellent in his present position. He is invariably cheerful, unceasingly watchful, and continually ready for emergencies. I have come to possess implicit confidence in him. The temperature fell to 4 degrees last night, with a keen south-south-east breeze. It was very unpleasant outside after breakfast. Later in the forenoon the wind dropped and the sun shone forth. This afternoon it fell almost calm, but the sky clouded over again, and now there is a gentle, warm, southerly breeze, with light falling snow and an overcast sky, rather significant of a blizzard if we had not had such a lot of wind lately. The position of the ship makes the casual transport that still proceeds very easy, but the ice is rather thin at the edge. In the hut all is marching towards the utmost comfort. Bowers has completed a storeroom on the south side, an excellent place to keep our travelling provisions. Every day he conceives or carries out some plan to benefit the camp. Simpson and Wright are worthy of all admiration. They have been unceasingly active in getting things to the fore, and I think will be ready for routine work much earlier than was anticipated. But indeed it is hard to specialise praise where everyone is working so indefatigably for the cause. Each man, in his way, is a treasure. Clissold the cook has started splendidly, has served seal, penguin and skewer now, and I can honestly say that I have never met these articles of food in such a pleasing guise. This point is of the greatest practical importance, as it means the certainty of good health for any number of years. Hooper was landed today, much to his joy. He got to work at once and will be a splendid help, freeing the scientific people of all dirty work. Anton and Dmitri are both most anxious to help on all occasions. They are excellent boys. Thursday, January the 19th. The hut is becoming the most comfortable dwelling place imaginable. We have made unto ourselves a truly seductive home, within the walls of which peace, quiet and comfort reign supreme. Such a noble dwelling transcends the word hut, and we pause to give it a more fitting title only from lack of the appropriate suggestion. What shall we call it? The word hut is misleading. Our residence is really a house of considerable size, in every respect the finest that has ever been erected in the polar regions, 50 foot long by 25 wide, and 9 foot to the eaves. If you can picture our house nestling below this small hill, on a long stretch of black sand, with many tons of provision cases ranged in neat blocks in front of it, and the sea lapping the ice foot below, you will have some idea of our immediate vicinity. As for our wider surroundings, it would be difficult to describe their beauty in sufficiently glowing terms. Cape Evans is one of the many spurs of Erebus, and the one that stands closest under the mountain. so that always towering above us we have the grand snowy peak with its smoking summit. North and south of us are deep bays, beyond which great glaciers come rippling over the lower slopes to thrust high blue-walled snouts into the sea. The sea is blue before us, dotted with shining bergs or ice floes, whilst far over the sound, yet so bold and magnificent as to appear near, stand the beautiful western mountains with their numerous lofty peaks, their deep glacial valley and clear-cut scarps, a vision of mountain scenery that can have few rivals. Ponting is the most delighted of men. He declares this is the most beautiful spot he has ever seen, and spends all day and most of the night in what he calls gathering it in with camera and cinematograph. The wind has been boisterous all day, to advantage after the last snowfall, as it has been drifting the loose snow along and hardening the surfaces. The horses don't like it naturally, but it wouldn't do to pamper them so soon before our journey. I think the hardening process must be good for animals, though not for men. Nature replies to it in the former by growing a thick coat with wonderful promptitude. It seems to me that the shaggy coats of our ponies are already improving. The dogs seem to feel the cold little so far, but they are not so exposed. A milder situation might be found for the ponies if only we could picket them off the snow. Bowers has completed his southern storeroom and brought the wing across the porch on the windward side, connecting the roofing with that of the porch. The improvement is enormous and will make the greatest difference to those who dwell near the door. The carpenter has been setting up standards and roof beams for the stables, which will be completed in a few days. Internal affairs have been straightening out as rapidly as before, and every hour seems to add some new touch for the better. This morning I overhauled all the fur sleeping bags and found them in splendid order. On the whole the skins are excellent. Since that I have been trying to work out sledge details, but my head doesn't seem half as clear on the subject as it ought to be. I have fixed the 25th as the date for our departure. Evans is to get all the sledges and gear ready, whilst Bowers superintends the filling of provision bags. Griffith Taylor and his companions have been seeking advice as to their western trip. Wilson, dear chap, has been doing his best to coach them. Ponting has fitted up his own darkroom, doing the carpentering work with extraordinary speed and to everyone's admiration. Tonight he made a window in the darkroom in an hour or so. Mears has become enamoured of the gramophone. We find we have a splendid selection of records. The pianola is being brought in sections, but I am not at all sure it will be worth the trouble. Oates goes steadily on with the ponies. He is perfectly excellent and untiring in his devotion to the animals. Day and Nelson, having given much thought to the proper fitting up of their corner, have now begun work. There seems to be little doubt that these ingenious people will make the most of their allotted space. I have done quite a lot of thinking over the autumn journeys, and a lot remains to be done, mainly on account of the prospect of being cut off from our winter quarters. For this reason we must have a great deal of food for animals and men. Friday, January the 20th. Our house has assumed great proportions. Bowers' annex is finished, roof and all thoroughly snow-tight, an excellent place for spare clothing, furs and ready-use stores, and its extension affording complete protection to the entrance porch of the hut. The stables are nearly finished, a thoroughly stout, well-roofed lean-to on the north side. Nelson has a small extension on the east side, and Simpson a pre-arranged projection on the south-east corner, so that on all sides the main building has thrown out limbs. Simpson has almost completed his ice cavern, light tight lining, niches, floor and all. Wright and Ford have almost completed the absolute hut, a patchwork building for which the framework only was brought, but it will be very well adapted for our needs. Gran has been putting record on the ski runners. Record is a mixture of vegetable tar, paraffin, soft soap and linseed oil, with some patent addition which prevents freezing, this according to Gran. Petty Officer Evans and Crean have been preparing sledges. Evans shows himself wonderfully capable, and I haven't a doubt as to the working of the sledges he has fitted up. We have been serving out some sledging gear and wintering boots. We are delighted with everything. First the felt boots and felt slippers made by Geiger, and then summer wind clothes and fur mitts. Nothing could be better than these articles. Finally tonight we have overhauled and served out 2 pairs of Finisco fur boots to each traveller. They are excellent in quality. At first I thought they seemed small, but a stiffness due to cold and dryness misled me. A little stretching and all was well. They are very good indeed. I have an idea to use puttees to secure our wind trousers to the Finisco, but indeed the whole time we are thinking of devices to make our travelling work easier. We have now tried most of our stores, and so far we have not found a single article that is not perfectly excellent in quality and preservation. We are well repaid for all the trouble which was taken in selecting the food list and the firms from which the various articles could be best obtained, and we are showering blessings on Mr. Wyatt's head for so strictly safeguarding our interests in these particulars. Our clothing is as good as good, in fact first and last, running through the whole extent of our outfit. I can say with some pride that there is not a single arrangement which I would have altered. An emperor penguin was found on the Cape, well advanced in moult, a good specimen skin. Atkinson found cysts formed by a tapeworm in the intestines. It seems clear that this parasite is not transferred from another host, and that its history is unlike that of any other known tapeworm. In fact, Atkinson scores a discovery in parasitology of no little importance. The wind has turned to the north tonight, and is blowing quite fresh. I don't much like the position of the ship, as the ice is breaking away all the time. The sky is quite clear, and I don't think the wind often lasts long under such conditions. The pianola has been erected by Rennick. He is a good fellow, and one feels for him much at such a time. It must be rather dreadful for him to be returning when he remembers that he was once practically one of the shore party. The pianola has been his special care, and it shows well that he should give so much pains in putting it right for us. Day has been explaining the manner in which he hopes to be able to cope with the motor sledge difficulty. He is hopeful of getting things right, but I fear it won't do to place more reliance on the machines. Everything looks hopeful for the depot journey, if only we can get our stores and ponies past the glacier tongue. We had some seal rissoles today, so extraordinarily well cooked that it was impossible to distinguish them from the best beef rissoles. I told 2 of the party they were beef, and they made no comment till I enlightened them after they had eaten 2 each. It is the first time I have tasted seal without being aware of its particular flavour, but even its own flavour is acceptable in our cook's hands. He really is excellent. Saturday, January the 21st. My anxiety for the ship was not unfounded. Fearing a little trouble, I went out of the hut in the middle of the night and saw at once that she was having a bad time. The ice was breaking with a northerly swell, and the wind increasing, with the ship on dead lee shore. Luckily the ice anchors had been well put in on the floe, and some still held. Peril was getting up steam, and his men struggling to replace the anchors. We got out the men and gave some help. At 6 steam was up, and I was glad to see the ship back out to windward, leaving us to recover anchors and hawsers. She stood away to the west, and almost immediately after a large berg drove in and grounded in the place she had occupied. We spent the day measuring our provisions and fixing up clothing arrangements for our journey. A good deal of progress has been made. In the afternoon the ship returned to the northern ice edge. The wind was still strong, about north 30 west, and loose ice all along the edge. Our people went out with the ice anchors, and I saw the ship pass west again. Then, as I went out on the floe, came the report that she was ashore. I ran out to the Cape with Evans, and saw that the report was only too true. She looked to be firmly fixed and in a very uncomfortable position. It looked as though she had been trying to get round the Cape, and therefore I argued she must have been going a good pace, as the drift was making rapidly to the south. Later, Peril told me he had been trying to look behind the berg, and had been going astern some time before he struck. My heart sank when I looked at her, and I sent Evans off in the whaler to sound, recovered the ice anchors again, set people to work, and walked disconsolately back to the Cape to watch. Visions of the ship failing to return to New Zealand, and of 60 people waiting here, arose in my mind with sickening pertinacity, and the only consolation I could draw from such imaginations was the determination that the southern work should go on as before. Meanwhile the least ill possible seemed to be an extensive lightening of the ship with boats, as the tide was evidently high when she struck, a terribly depressing prospect. Some 3 or 4 of us watched it gloomily from the shore, whilst all was bustle on board, the men shifting cargo aft. Pennell tells me they shifted 10 tons in a very short time. The first ray of hope came when by careful watching one could see that the ship was turning very slowly. Then one saw the men running from side to side and knew that an attempt was being made to roll her off. The rolling produced a more rapid turning movement at first, then she seemed to hang again, but only for a short time. The engines had been going astern all the time, and presently a slight movement became apparent. But we only knew she was getting clear when we heard cheers on board, and more cheers from the whaler. Then she gathered stern way and was clear. The relief was enormous. The wind dropped as she came off, and she is now securely moored off the northern ice edge, where I hope the greater number of her people are finding rest. For here and now I must record the splendid manner in which these men are working. I find it difficult to express my admiration for the manner in which the ship is handled and worked under these very trying circumstances. From Pennell down there is not an officer or man who has not done his job nobly during the past weeks, and it will be a glorious thing to remember the unselfish, loyal help they are giving us. Pennell has been over to tell me all about it tonight. I think I like him more every day. Campbell and his party returned late this afternoon. I have not heard details. Mears and Oates went to the Glacier Tongue and satisfied themselves that the ice is good. It only has to remain another 3 days, and it would be poor luck if it failed in that time. Sunday, January the 22nd. A quiet day with little to record. The ship lies peacefully in the bay. A brisk northerly breeze in the forenoon died to light airs in the evening. It is warm enough. The temperature in the hut was 63 degrees this evening. We have had a long, busy day at clothing. Everyone sewing away diligently. The Eastern Party ponies were put on board the ship this morning. Monday, January the 23rd. Placid conditions last for a very short time in these regions. I got up at 5 this morning to find the weather calm and beautiful, but to my astonishment an opening lane of water between the land and the ice in the bay. The latter was going out in a solid mass. The ship discovered it easily, got up her ice anchors, sent a boat ashore, and put out to sea to dredge. We went on with our preparations, but soon Mears brought word that the ice on the South Bay was going in an equally rapid fashion. This proved an exaggeration, but an immense piece of floe had separated from the land. Mears and I walked till we came to the first ice. Luckily we found that it extends for some 2 miles along the rock of our cape, and we discovered a possible way to lead ponies down to it. It was plain that only the ponies could go by it, no loads. Since that everything has been rushed, and a wonderful day's work has resulted. We have got all the forage and food sledges and equipment off to the ship. The dogs will follow in an hour. I hope, with pony harness, etc., that is everything to do with our depot party, except the ponies. As at present arranged, they are to cross the Cape and try to get over the southern road tomorrow morning. One breathes a prayer that the road holds for the few remaining hours. It goes in one place between a berg in open water and a large pool of the glacier face. It may be weak in that part, and at any moment the narrow isthmus may break away. We are doing it on a very narrow margin. If all is well, I go to the ship tomorrow morning, after the ponies have started, and then to Glacier Tongue. End of chapter 4, part 2. Section 10 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 10, Chapter 5, Depot Laying to 1 Ton Camp, Part 1. Tuesday, January the 24th. People were busy in the hut all last night. We got away at 9 a.m. A boat from the Terra Nova fetched the Western party and myself as the ponies were led out of the camp. Mears and Wilson went ahead of the ponies to test the track. On board the ship I was taken in to see Lily's catch of sea animals. It was wonderful. Quantities of sponges, isopods, pentopods, large shrimps, corals, etc., etc. But the pièce de résistance was the capture of several buckets full of cephalodiscus, of which only 7 pieces had been previously caught. Lily is immensely pleased, feeling that it alone repays the whole enterprise. In the forenoon we skirted the island, getting 30 and 40 fathoms of water north and west of Inaccessible Island. With the telescope we could see the string of ponies steadily progressing over the sea ice past the Razorback Islands. As soon as we saw them well advanced, we steamed on to the Glacier Tongue. The open water extended just round the corner, and the ship made fast in the narrow angle made by the sea ice with the glacier, her port side flush with the surface of the latter. I walked over to meet the ponies, whilst Campbell went to investigate a broad crack in the sea ice on the southern road. The ponies were got on to the tongue without much difficulty, then across the glacier and picketed on the sea ice close to the ship. Meanwhile Campbell informed me that the big crack was 30 feet across. It was evident we must get past it on the glacier, and I asked Campbell to peg out a road clear of cracks. Oates reported the ponies ready to start again after tea, and they were led along Campbell's road, their loads having already been taken on the floe. All went well until the animals got down on the floe level, and Oates led across an old snowed-up crack. His and the next pony got across, but the third made a jump at the edge and sank to its stomach in the middle. It couldn't move, and with such struggles as it made it sank deeper till only its head and forelegs showed above the slush. With some trouble we got ropes on these, and hauled together, pulled the poor creature out, looking very weak and miserable and trembling much. We led the other ponies round further to the west and eventually got all out on the floe, gave them a small feed and started them off with their loads. The dogs meanwhile gave some excitement. Starting on hard ice with a light load, nothing could hold them, and they dashed off over everything. It seemed wonderful that we all reached the floe in safety. Wilson and I drive one team, whilst Evans and Mears drive the other. I withhold my opinion of the dogs, in much doubt as to whether they're going to be a real success, but the ponies are going to be real good. They work with such extraordinary steadiness, stepping out briskly and cheerfully, following in each other's tracks. The great drawback is the ease with which they sink in soft snow. They go through in lots of places where the men scarcely make an impression. They struggle pluckily when they sink, but it is trying to watch them. We came with the loads noted below and 1 bale of fodder, 105 pounds, added to each sledge. We are camped 6 miles from the glacier and 2 from Hut Point, a cold east wind. Tonight the temperature 19 degrees. Autumn party to start January the 25th, 1911. 12 men, 8 ponies, 26 dogs. First load estimated 5,385 pounds, including 14 weeks' food and fuel for men, taken to cache number 1. Ship transports following to Glacier Tongue. Table of weights. 130 bales compressed fodder, 13,650 pounds. 24 cases dog biscuit, 1,400 pounds. 10 sacks of oats, 1,600 pounds, ? Total weight, 16,650 pounds. Teams return to ship to transport this load to cache number 1. Dog teams also take on 500 pounds of biscuit from Hut Point. Table of pony sledges. On all sledges, sledge with strap and tank, 52 pounds. Pony furniture, 25 pounds. Driver's ski and sleeping bag, etc., 40 pounds. Sledges numbers 1 and 5. Cooker and Primus instruments, 40 pounds. Tank containing biscuit, 172 pounds. Sack of oats, 160 pounds. Tent and poles, 28 pounds. Alpine rope, 5 pounds. 1 oil can and spirit can, 15 pounds. Total, 537 pounds. Sledges number 2 and 6, oil £100, tank contents, food bags £285, ready provision bag £63, 2 picks £20, total £468. Sledges number 3 and 7, oil £100, tank contents, biscuit £196, sack of oats £160, 2 shovels £9, total £465. Sledges numbers 4 and 8, box with tools etc. £35, cookers etc. £105, tank contents, food bags £252, sack of oats £160, 3 long bamboos and spare gear £15, total £567. Spare gear per man: 2 pairs undersocks, 2 pairs outer socks, 1 pair hair socks, 1 pair night socks, 1 pyjama jacket, 1 pyjama trousers, 1 woolen mitts, 2 finnesko, skein, equals a total of £10. Books, diaries, tobacco, etc. £2, total £12. Dress: vest and drawers, woolen shirt, jersey, balaclava, windsuit, 2 pairs socks, ski boots. Dog sledges: number 1, sledge straps and tanks £54, driver's ski and bags £80, cooker primus and instruments £50, tank contents, biscuit £221, alpine rope £5, lamps and candles £4, 2 shovels £9, ready provision bag £63, sledge meter £2, total £488. Sledge number 2, sledge straps and tanks £54, driver's ski and bags £80, tank contents, food bags £324, tent and poles £33, total £491. 10-foot sledge, men's harness, extra tent. Thursday, January the 26th. Yesterday I went to the ship with the dog team. All went well till the dogs caught sight of a whale breaching in the 30-foot lead and promptly made for it. It was all we could do to stop them before we reached the water. Spent the day writing letters and completing arrangements for the ship. A brisk northerly breeze sprang up in the night and the ship bumped against the glacier until the pack came in as protection from the swell. Ponies and dogs arrived about 1 p.m. and at 5 we all went out for the final start. A little earlier Peril had the men aft and I thanked them for their splendid work. They had behaved like bricks, and a finer lot of fellows never sailed in a ship. It was good to get their hearty send-off. Before we could get away, Ponting had his half-hour photographing us, the ponies and the dog teams. I hope he will have made a good thing of it. It was a little sad to say farewell to these good fellows and Campbell and his men. I do most heartily trust that all will be successful in their ventures, for indeed their unselfishness and their generous high spirit deserves reward. God bless them. So here we are with all our loads. One wonders what the upshot will be. It will take 3 days to transport the loads to complete safety. The break-up of the sea ice ought not to catch us before that. The wind is from the southeast again tonight. Friday, January the 27th, Camp 2. Started at 9:30 and moved a load of fodder 3 3/4 miles south. Returned to camp to lunch. Then shifted camp and provisions. Our weights are now divided into 3 loads, 2 of food for ponies, 1 of men's provisions with some ponies' food. It is slow work, but we retreat slowly but surely from the chance of going out on the sea ice. We are camped about a mile south of Cape Armitage. After camping I went to the east till abreast of Pram Point, finding the ice dangerously thin off Cape Armitage. It is evident we must make a considerable detour to avoid danger. The rest of the party went to the Discovery hut to see what could be done towards digging it out. The report is unfavourable, as I expected. The drift inside has become very solid. It would take weeks of work to clear it. A great deal of biscuit and some butter, cocoa, etc. was seen, so that we need not have any anxiety about provisions if delayed in returning to Cape Evans. The dogs are very tired tonight. I have definitely handed the control of the second team to Wilson. He was very eager to have it and will do well, I'm sure, but certainly also the dogs will not pull heavy loads. £500 proved a back-breaking load for 11 dogs today. They brought it at a snail's pace. Mears has estimated to give them 2/3 of a pound of biscuit a day. I have felt sure he will find this too little. The ponies are doing excellently. Their loads run up to £800 and £900, and they make very light of them. Oates said he could have gone on for some time tonight. Saturday, January the 28th, Camp 2. The ponies went back for the last load at Camp 1, and I walked south to find a way round the great pressure ridge. The sea ice south is covered with confused, irregular sastrugi, well remembered from discovery days. The pressure ridge is new. The broken ice of the ridge ended east of the spot I approached, and the pressure was seen only in a huge domed wave, the hollow of which, on my left, was surrounded with a countless number of seals. These lay about, sleeping or apparently gambolling in the shallow water. I imagine the old ice in this hollow has gone well under, and that the seals have a pool above it, which may be warmer on such a bright day. It was evident that the ponies could be brought round by this route, and I returned to camp to hear that one of the ponies, Kian's, had gone lame. The soldier took a gloomy view of the situation, but he is not an optimist. It looks as though a tendon had been strained, but it is not at all certain. Bauer's pony is also weak in the forelegs, but we knew this before. It is only a question of how long he will last. The pity is that he is an excellently strong pony otherwise. Atkinson has a bad heel and laid up all day. His pony was tied behind another sledge and went well, a very hopeful sign. In the afternoon I led the ponies out 2 3/4 miles south to the crossing of the pressure ridge, then east 1 1/4 miles till we struck the barrier edge and ascended it. Going about half a mile in, we dumped the loads. The ponies sank deep just before the loads were dropped, but it looked as though the softness was due to some rise in the surface. We saw a dark object 1/4 mile north as we reached the barrier. I walked over and found it to be the tops of 2 tents, more than half buried, Shackleton's tents, we suppose. A molting emperor penguin was sleeping between them. The canvas on one tent seemed intact, but half stripped from the other. The ponies pulled splendidly today, as also the dogs, but we have decided to load both lightly from now on, to march them easily, and to keep as much life as possible in them. There is much to be learnt as to their powers of performance. Kian says, "Come on, lad, you'll be getting to the pole," by way of cheering his animal. All the party is cheerful. There never were a better set of people. Sunday, January the 29th, Camp 2. This morning after breakfast I read prayers. Excellent day. 7 good ponies have made 2 journeys to the barrier, covering 18 geographical miles, half with good loads. None of them were at all done. Oates's pony, a spirited, nervous creature, got away at start when his head was left for a moment and charged through the camp at a gallop. Finally his sledge cannoned into another, the swingle tree broke, and he galloped away, kicking furiously at the dangling trace. Oates fetched him when he had quieted down, and we found that nothing had been hurt or broken but the swingle tree. Gran tried going on ski with his pony. All went well while he was alongside, but when he came up from the back, the swish of the ski frightened the beast, who fled faster than his pursuer. That is, the pony and load were going better than the Norwegian on ski. Gran is doing very well. He has a lazy pony and a good deal of work to get him along, and does it very cheerfully. The dogs are doing excellently, getting into better condition every day. They ran the first load, 1 mile 1,200 yards, past the stores on the barrier, to the spot chosen for safety camp, the big home depot. I don't think that any part of the barrier is likely to go, but it's just as well to be prepared for everything, and our camp must deserve its distinctive title of safety. In the afternoon the dogs ran a second load to the same place, covering over 24 geographical miles in the day, an excellent day's work. Evans and I took a load out on foot over the pressure ridge. The camp load alone remains to be taken to the barrier. Once we get to safety camp we can stay as long as we like before starting our journey. It is only when we start that we must travel fast. Most of the day it has been overcast, but tonight it has cleared again. There is very little wind. The temperatures of late have been ranging from 9 degrees at night to 24 degrees in the day, very easy circumstances for sledging. Monday, January the 30th, Camp 3, Safety Camp. Bearings, latitude 77.55, Cape Armitage, north 64 west. Campbell's Hump of Blue Glacier left, extreme. Castle Rock, north 40 west. Called the camp at 7:30, finally left with ponies at 11:30. There was a great deal to do, which partly accounts for delays, but we shall have to buck up with our camp arrangement. Atkinson had his foot lanced and should be well in a couple of days. I led the lame pony. His leg is not swelled, but I fear he's developed a permanent defect. There are signs of ringbone, and the hoof is split. A great shock came when we passed the depot fodder and made for this camp. The ponies sank very deep and only brought on their loads with difficulty, getting pretty hot. The distance was but 1.5 miles, but it took more out of them than the rest of the march. We camped and held a council of war after lunch. I unfolded my plan, which is to go forward with 5 weeks' food for men and animals, to depot a fortnight's supply after 12 or 13 days, and return here. The loads for ponies thus arranged work out a little over £600, for the dog teams £700, both apart from sledges. The ponies ought to do it easily if the surface is good enough for them to walk, which is doubtful. The dogs may have to be lightened, such as it is. It is the best we can do under the circumstances. This afternoon I went forward on ski to see if the conditions changed. In 2 or 3 miles I could see no improvement. Bowers, Garrard and the 3 men went and dug out the Nimrod tent. They found a cooker and provisions and remains of a hastily abandoned meal. One tent was half full of hard ice, the result of thaw. The Willesden canvas was rotten, except some material used for the doors. The floor cloth could not be freed. The soldier doesn't like the idea of fetching up the remainder of the loads to this camp with the ponies. I think we will bring on all we can with the dogs and take the risk of leaving the rest. The Nimrod camp was evidently made by some relief or ship party, and if that has stood fast for so long, there should be little fear for our stuff in a single season. Tomorrow we muster stores, build the depot and pack our sledges. Tuesday, January the 31st, Camp 3. We have everything ready to start, but this afternoon we tried our one pair of snowshoes on Weary Willie. The effect was magical. He strolled around as though walking on hard ground in places where he floundered woefully without them. Oates hasn't had any faith in these shoes at all, and I thought that even the quietest pony would need to be practised in their use. Immediately after our experiment I decided that an effort must be made to get more, and within half an hour Mears and Wilson were on their way to the station, more than 20 miles away. There is just the chance that the ice may not have gone out, but it is a very poor one, I fear. At present it looks as though we might double our distance with the snowshoes. Atkinson is better to-day, but not by any means well, so that the delay is in his favour. We cannot start on till the dogs return with or without the shoes. The only other hope for this journey is that the barrier gets harder further out. But I feel that the prospect of this is not very bright. In any case, it is something to have discovered the possibilities of these shoes. Low temperature at night for the first time, minimum 2.4 degrees, quite warm in tent. End of chapter 5, part 1. Section 11 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 11, Chapter 5, Depot Laying to 1 Ton Camp, Part 2. Wednesday, February the 1st, Camp 3. A day of comparative inactivity and some disappointment. Mears and Wilson returned at noon, reporting the ice out beyond the Razorback Island. No return to Cape Evans. No pony snowshoes, alas. I have decided to make a start tomorrow without them. Late tonight Atkinson's foot was examined. It is bad, and there's no possibility of its getting right for some days. He must be left behind. I've decided to leave Crean with him. Most luckily we now have an extra tent and cooker. How the ponies are to be led is very doubtful. Well, we must do the best that circumstances permit. Poor Atkinson is in very low spirits. I sent Gran to the Discovery Hut with our last mail. He went on ski and was nearly 4 hours away, making me rather anxious, as the wind had sprung up and there was a strong surface drift. He narrowly missed the camp on returning, and I am glad to get him back. Our food allowance seems to be very ample, and if we go on as at present, we shall thrive amazingly. Thursday, February the 2nd, Camp 4. Made a start at last. Roused out at 7, left camp about 10:30. Atkinson and Crean remained behind. Very hard on the latter. Atkinson suffered much pain and mental distress at his condition. For the latter, I fear, I cannot have much sympathy, as he ought to have reported his trouble long before. Crean will manage to rescue some more of the forage from the barrier edge. I am very sorry for him. On starting with all the ponies, I leading Atkinson's, I saw with some astonishment that the animals were not sinking deeply, and to my pleased surprise we made good progress at once. This lasted for more than an hour. Then the surface got comparatively bad again, but still most of the ponies did well with it, making 5 miles. Birdie's animal, however, is very heavy and flounders where the others walk fairly easily. He is eager and tries to go faster as he flounders. As a result, he was brought in a lather. I inquired for one set of snowshoes and found that they had been left behind. The difference in surface from what was expected makes one wonder whether better conditions may not be expected during the night and in the morning when the temperatures are low. My suggestion that we should take to night marching has met with general approval. Even if there is no improvement in the surface, the ponies will rest better during the warmer hours and march better in the night. So we are resting in our tents, waiting to start tonight. Gran has gone back for the snowshoes. He volunteered good-naturedly. Certainly his expertness on ski is useful. Last night the temperature fell to -6 degrees after the wind dropped. Today it is warm and calm. Impressions. The seductive folds of the sleeping bag. The hiss of the primus and the fragrant steam of the cooker issuing from the tent ventilator. The small green tent and the great white road. The whine of a dog and the neigh of our steeds. The driving cloud of powdered snow. The crunch of footsteps which break the surface crust. The wind-blown furrows. The blue arch beneath the smoky cloud. The crisp ring of the pony's hooves and the swish of the following sledge. The droning conversation of the march as driver encourages or chides his horse. The patter of dog pads. The gentle flutter of our canvas shelter. Its deep booming sound under the full force of a blizzard. The drift snow like finest flour penetrating every hole and corner, flickering up beneath one's head covering, pricking sharply as a sandblast. The sun with blurred image peeping shyly through the wreathing drift, giving pale shadowless light. The eternal silence of the great white desert. Cloudy columns of snowdrift advancing from the south. Pale yellow wraiths heralding the coming storm, blotting out one by one the sharp-cut lines of the land. The blizzard, nature's protest. The crevasse, nature's pitfall. That grim trap for the unwary. No hunter could conceal his snare so perfectly. The light-rippled snow bridge gives no hint or sign of the hidden danger, its position unguessable till man or beast is floundering, clawing and struggling for foothold on the brink. The vast silence broken only by the mellow sounds of the marching column. Friday, February the 3rd, 8 a.m, Camp 5. Roused the camp at 10 p.m. and we started marching at 12:30. At first surface bad, but gradually improving. We had 2 short spells and set up temporary camp to feed ourselves and ponies at 3:20. Started again at 5 and marched till 7. In all, covered 9 miles. Surface seemed to have improved during the last part of the march till just before camping time, when Bowers, who was leading, plunged into soft snow. Several of the others, following close on his heels, shared his fate, and soon 3 ponies were plunging and struggling in a drift. Garrard's pony, which has very broad feet, found hard stuff beyond, and then my pony got round. Ford and Kean led round on comparatively hard ground well to the right. and the entangled ponies were unharnessed and led round from patch to patch till firmer ground was reached. Then we camped, and the remaining loads were brought in. Then came the triumph of the snowshoe again. We put a set on Bowes's big pony. At first he walked awkwardly, for a few minutes only. Then he settled down and was harnessed to his load, brought that in and another also, all over places into which he had been plunging. If we had more of these shoes, we could certainly put them on 7 out of 8 of our ponies, and after a little, I think, on the 8th, Oates' pony, as certainly the ponies so shod would draw their loads over the soft snow patches without any difficulty. It is trying to feel that so great a help to our work has been left behind at the station. Impressions. It is pathetic to see ponies floundering in the soft patches. The first sink is a shock to them and seems to brace them to action. Thus they generally try to rush through when they feel themselves sticking. If the patch is small, they land snorting and agitated on the harder surface with much effort, and if the patch is extensive, they plunge on gamely until exhausted. Most of them, after a bit, plunge forward with both forefeet together, making a series of jumps and bringing the sledge behind them with jerks. This is, of course, terribly tiring for them. Now and again they have to stop, and it is horrid to see them half engulfed in the snow, panting and heaving from the strain. Now and again one falls and lies trembling and temporarily exhausted. It must be terribly trying for them, but it is wonderful to see how soon they recover their strength. The quiet, lazy ponies have a much better time than the eager ones when such troubles arise. The soft snow which gave the trouble is evidently in the hollow of one of the big waves that continue through the pressure ridges at Cape Crozier towards the bluff. There are probably more of these waves, though we crossed several during the last part of the march. So far it seems that the soft parts are in patches only and do not extend the whole length of the hollow. Our course is to pick a way with the sure-footed beasts and keep the others back till the road has been tested. What extraordinary uncertainties this work exhibits! Every day some new fact comes to light, some new obstacle which threatens the gravest obstruction. I suppose this is the reason which makes the game so well worth playing. Impressions. The more I think of our sledging outfit, the more certain I am that we have arrived at something near a perfect equipment for civilized man under such conditions. The borderline between necessity and luxury is vague enough. We might save weight at the expense of comfort, but all possible saving would amount to but a mere fraction of one's loads. Supposing it were a grim struggle for existence, and we were forced to drop everything but the bare necessities, the total saving on this 3 weeks' journey would be: fuel for cooking £100, cooking apparatus £45, personal clothing, etc., say £100, tent, say £30, instruments, etc., £100, total £375. This is half of one of 10 sledge loads, or about 1/20th of the total weight carried. If this is the only part of our weights which under any conceivable circumstances could be included in the category of luxuries, it follows the sacrifice to comfort is negligible. Certainly we could not have increased our mileage by making such a sacrifice. But beyond this it may be argued that we have an unnecessary amount of food. 32 ounces per day per man is our allowance. I well remember the great strait of hunger to which we were reduced in 1903 after 4 or 5 weeks on 26 ounces, and I am perfectly confident that we were steadily losing stamina at that time. Let it be supposed that 4 ounces per day per man might conceivably be saved. We have then £3 a day saved in the camp, or £63 in the 3 weeks, or 1/100th part of our present loads. The smallness of the fractions on which the control and physical well-being of the men depend is due to the fact of travelling with animals whose needs are proportionately so much greater than those of the men. It follows that it must be sound policy to keep the men of a sledge party keyed up to a high pitch of well-fed physical condition as long as they have animals to drag their loads. The time for short rations, long marches, and carefulest scrutiny of detail comes when the men are dependent on their own traction efforts. 6 p.m. It has been blowing from the southwest, but the wind is dying away. The sky is overcast. I write after 9 hours' sleep. the others still peacefully slumbering. Work with animals means long intervals of rest, which are not altogether easily occupied. With our present routine, the dogs remain behind for an hour or more, trying to hit off their arrival in the new camp soon after the ponies have been picketed. The teams are pulling very well, Meares especially. The animals are getting a little fierce. 2 white dogs in Meares's team have been trained to attack strangers. They were quiet enough on board ship, but now bark fiercely if anyone but their driver approaches the team. They suddenly barked at me as I was pointing out the stopping place to Meares, and Osman, my erstwhile friend, swept round and nipped my leg lightly. I had no stick, and there is no doubt that if Meares had not been on the sledge, the whole team, following the lead of the white dogs, would have been at me in a moment. Hunger and fear are the only realities in dog life. An empty stomach makes a fierce dog. There is something almost alarming in the sudden fierce display of natural instinct in a tame creature. Instinct becomes a blind, unreasoning, relentless passion. For instance, the dogs are as a rule all very good friends in harness. They pull side by side, rubbing shoulders. They walk over each other as they settle to rest. Relations seem quite peaceful and quiet. But the moment food is in their thoughts, however, their passions awaken. Each dog is suspicious of his neighbour, and the smallest circumstance produces a fight. With like suddenness their rage flares out instantaneously if they get mixed up on the march. A quiet, peaceable team, which has been lazily stretching itself with wagging tails one moment, will become a set of raging, tearing, fighting devils the next. It is such stern facts that resign one to the sacrifice of animal life in the effort to advance such human projects as this. The corner camp. Bearings. Observations. Hill, bluff, 86 degrees. Observations. Hill, knoll, 80½ degrees. Mount Terror, north, 4 west. Observations. Hill, north, 69 west. Saturday, February the 4th, 8 a.m, 1911. Camp 6. A satisfactory night march, covering 10 miles and some hundreds of yards. Roused party at 10, when it was blowing quite hard from the southeast, with temperature below 0. It looked as though we should have a pretty cold start, but by the end of breakfast the wind had dropped and the sun shone forth. Started on a bad surface, ponies plunging a good deal for 2 miles or so. Bows's Uncle Bill walking steadily on his snowshoes. After this the surface improved and the marching became steadier. We camped for lunch after 5 miles, going still better in the afternoon, except that we crossed several crevasses. Oates's pony dropped his legs into 2 of these and sank into one. Oddly, the other ponies escaped, and we were the last. Some 2 miles from our present position the cracks appeared to cease, and in the last march we have got on to quite a hard surface on which the ponies drag their loads with great ease. This part seems to be swept by the winds which so continually sweep round Cape Crozier, and therefore it is doubtful if it extends far to the south. But for the present the going should be good. Had bright moonshine for the march, but now the sky is clouded and it looks threatening to the south. I think we may have a blizzard, though the wind is northerly at present. The ponies are in very good form. James Pigg remarkably recovered from his lameness. 8 p.m. It is blowing a blizzard, wind moderate, temperature mild. Impressions. The deep, dreamless sleep that follows the long march, and the satisfying supper. The surface crust which breaks with a snap and sinks with a snap, startling men and animals. Custom robs it of dread, but not of interest to the dogs, who come to imagine such sounds as the result of some strange freak of hidden creatures. They become all alert and spring from side to side, hoping to catch the creature. The hope clings in spite of continual disappointment. A dog must either be eating, asleep, or interested. His eagerness to snatch at interest, to chain his attention to something, is almost pathetic. The monotony of marching kills him. This is the fearfullest difficulty for the dog driver on a snow plain, without leading marks or objects in sight. The dog is almost human in its demand for living interest, yet fatally less than human in its inability to foresee. The dog lives for the day, the hour, even the moment. The human being can live and support discomfort for a future. Sunday, February the 5th, Corner Camp, number 6. The blizzard descended on us at about 4 p.m. yesterday. For 24 hours it continued with moderate wind. Then the wind, shifting slightly to the west, came with much greater violence. Now it is blowing very hard, and our small frail tent is being well tested. One imagines it cannot continue long as at present, but remembers our proximity to Cape Crozier and the length of the blizzards recorded in that region. As usual, we sleep and eat, conversing as cheerfully as may be in the intervals. There is scant news of our small outside world, only a report of comfort and a rumour that Bows's pony has eaten one of his putties. 11 p.m. Still blowing hard. A real blizzard now, with dusty, flowery drift. 2 minutes in the open makes a white figure. What a wonderful shelter our little tent affords. We have just had an excellent meal, a quiet pipe, and fireside conversation within, almost forgetful for the time of the howling tempest without. Now, as we lie in our bags, warm and comfortable, one can scarcely realise that hell is on the other side of the thin sheet of canvas that protects us. Monday, February the 6th. Corner Camp number 6, 6 p.m. The wind increased in the night. It has been blowing very hard all day. No fun to be out of the tent, but there are no shirkers with us. Oates has been out regularly to feed the ponies, Mears and Wilson to attend to the dogs, the rest of us as occasion required. The ponies are fairly comfortable, though one sees now what great improvements could be made to the horse clothes. The dogs ought to be quite happy. They are curled snugly under the snow, and at meal times issue from steaming warm holes. The temperature is high, luckily. We are comfortable enough in the tent, but it is terribly trying to the patients. Over 50 hours already, and no sign of the end. The drifts about the camp are very deep. Some of the sledges almost covered. It is the old story: eat and sleep, sleep and eat, and it's surprising how much sleep can be put in. Tuesday, February the 7th, 5 p.m. Corner Camp number 6. The wind kept on through the night, commencing to lull at 8 a.m. At 10 a.m. one could see an arch of clear sky to the southwest and west. White Island, the bluff, and the western mountains clearly defined. The wind had fallen very light, and we were able to do some camp work, digging out sledges and making the ponies more comfortable. At 11 a low dark cloud crept over the southern horizon, and there could be no doubt the wind was coming upon us again. At 1 p.m. the drift was all about us once more, and the sun obscured. One began to feel that fortune was altogether too hard on us, but now, as I write, the wind has fallen again to a gentle breeze. The sun is bright, and the whole southern horizon clear. A good sign is the freedom of the bluff from cloud. One feels that we ought to have a little respite for the next week, and now we must do everything possible to tend and protect our ponies. All looks promising for the night march. Wednesday, February the 8th, number 7 camp. Bearings, latitude 78 degrees 13 minutes, Mount Terror, north 3 west, Erebus 23.5, Terror, second peak from south, Peak 2, White Island, 74 Terror, Castle Rock, 43 Terror. Night march just completed, 10 miles, 200 yards. The ponies were much shaken by the blizzard. One supposes they did not sleep. All looked listless, and 2 or 3 were visibly thinner than before. But the worst case by far is Ford's little pony. He was reduced to a weight little exceeding 400 pounds on his sledge, and caved in altogether on the second part of the march. The load was reduced to 200 pounds, and finally Ford pulled this in, leading the pony. The poor thing is a miserable scarecrow, and never ought to have been brought. It is the same pony that did so badly in the ship. Today it is very fine and bright. We are giving a good deal of extra food to the animals, and my hope is that they will soon pick up again. But they cannot stand more blizzards in their present state. I am afraid we shall not get very far, but at all hazards we must keep the greater number of the ponies alive. The dogs are in fine form. The blizzard has only been a pleasant rest for them. Memo. Left number 7 camp. 2 bales of fodder. Thursday, February the 9th, number 8 camp. Made good 11 miles. Good night march. Surface excellent. but we are carrying very light loads, with the exception of 1 or 2 ponies. Ford's poor Misery is improving slightly. It is very keen on its feed. Its fate is much in doubt. Kearn's Jimmy Pig is less lame than yesterday. In fact, there is a general buck-up all round. It was a coldish march, with light head wind, and temperature 5 degrees or 6 degrees below zero, but it was warm in the sun all yesterday and promises to be warm again today. If such weather would hold, there would be nothing to fear for the ponies. We have come to the conclusion that the principal cause of their discomfort is the comparative thinness of their coats. We get the well-remembered, glorious views of the western mountains, but now very distant. No crevasses today. I shall be surprised if we pass outside all sign of them. One begins to see how things ought to be worked next year, if the ponies hold out. Ponies and dogs are losing their snow blindness. End of chapter 5, part 2. Section 12 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 12, Chapter 5, Depot Laying to 1 Ton Camp, Part 3. Friday, February the 10th, Number 9 Camp, 12 miles 200 yards. Cold march, very chilly wind, overcast sky. Difficult to see surface, of course. Notice sledges, ponies, etc. cast shadows all round. Surface very good, and animals did splendidly. We came over some undulations during the early part of the march, but the last part appeared quite flat. I think I remember observing the same fact on our former trip. The wind veers and backs from south to west, and even to north, coming in gusts. The sastrugi are distinctly south-southwest. There isn't a shadow of doubt that the prevailing wind is along the coast, taking the curve of the deep bay south of the bluff. The question now is, shall we by going due southward keep this hard surface? If so, we should have little difficulty in reaching the Beardmore Glacier next year. We turn out of our sleeping bags about 9 p.m. Somewhere about 11:30 I shout to the soldier, "How are things?" There is a response suggesting readiness, and soon after figures are busy amongst sledges and ponies. It is chilling work for the fingers and not too warm for the feet. The rugs come off the animals, the harness is put on, tents and camp equipment are loaded on the sledges, nose bags filled for the next halt. One by one the animals are taken off the picketing rope and yoked to the sledge. Oates watches his animal warily, reluctant to keep such a nervous creature standing in the traces. If one is prompt, one feels impatient and fretful whilst watching one's more tardy fellows. Wilson and Mears hang about, ready to help with odds and ends. Still we wait. The picketing lines must be gathered up. A few pony putties need adjustment. A party has been slow striking their tent. With numbed fingers on our horse's bridle, and the animal striving to turn its head from the wind, one feels resentful. At last all is ready. One says, "All right, Bowers, go ahead," and Birdie leads his big animal forward, starting, as he continues, at a steady pace. The horses have got cold, and at the word they are off. The soldiers and 1 or 2 others with a rush. Finnesko give poor foothold on the slippery sastrugi, and for a minute or two drivers have some difficulty in maintaining the pace on their feet. Movement is warming, and in 10 minutes the column has settled itself to steady marching. The pace is still brisk, the light bad, and at intervals one or another of us suddenly steps on a slippery patch and falls prone. These are the only real incidents of the march. For the rest it passes with a steady tramp and slight variation of formation. The weaker ponies drop a bit, but not far, so that they are soon up in line again when the first halt is made. We have come to a single halt in each half march. Last night it was too cold to stop long, and a very few minutes found us on the go again. As the end of the half march approaches, I get out my whistle. Then, at a shrill blast, Bowers wheels slightly to the left. His tent mates lead still further out to get the distance for the picket lines. Oates and I stop behind Bowers and Evans, the 2 other sledges of our squad behind the 2 other of Bowers. So we are drawn up in camp formation, The picket lines are run across at right angles to the line of advance and secured to the 2 sledges at each end. In a few minutes the ponies are on the lines covered, tents up again and cookers going. Meanwhile the dog drivers, after a long cold wait at the old camp, have packed the last sledge and come trotting along our tracks. They try to time their arrival in the new camp immediately after our own, and generally succeed well. The mid-march halt runs into an hour to an hour and a half, and at the end we pack up and tramp forth again. We generally make our final camp about 8 o'clock, and within an hour and a half most of us are in our sleeping bags. Such is at present the daily routine. At the long halt we do our best for our animals by building snow walls and improving their rugs, etc. Saturday, February the 11th, number 10 camp. Bearings, latitude 78 degrees 47 minutes, bluff south, 79 west. Left extreme bluff, 65 degrees. Bluff A, White Island near Sound, 11 miles, covered 6 and 5 miles between halts. The surface has got a good deal softer. In the next 2 marches we should know more certainly, but it looks as though the conditions to the south will not be so good as those we have had hitherto. Blossom, Evans's pony, has very small hooves and found the going very bad. It is less a question of load than one of walking, and there is no doubt that some form of snowshoe would help greatly. The question is, what form? All the ponies were a little done when we stopped, but the weather is favourable for a good rest. There is no doubt this night marching is the best policy. Even the dogs found the surface more difficult today, but they are pulling very well. Mears has deposed Osman in favour of Rabchick, as the former was getting either very disobedient or very deaf. The change appears excellent. Rabchick leads most obediently. Memo for next year. A stout male bamboo shod with a spike to sound for crevasses. Sunday, February the 12th, number 11 camp. 10 miles. Depot 1 bale of fodder. Variation 150 east, south, true, equals north 30 east by compass. The surface is getting decidedly worse. The ponies sink quite deep every now and again. We marched 6 1/4 miles before lunch, Blossom dropping considerably behind. He lagged more on the second march, and we halted at 9 miles. Evans said he might be dragged for another mile, and we went on for that distance and camped. The sky was overcast, very dark and snowy looking in the south, very difficult to steer a course. Mount Discovery is in line with the south end of the bluff from the camp, and we are near the 79th parallel. We must get exact bearings, for this is to be called the Bluff Camp, and should play an important part in the future. Bearings, Bluff 36 degrees 13 minutes, Black Island right extreme. I have decided to send E. Evans, Ford and Kean back with the 3 weakest ponies which they have been leading. The remaining 5 ponies, which have been improving in condition, will go on for a few days at least, and we must see how near we come to the 80th parallel. Tonight we have been making all the necessary arrangements for this plan. Cherry Garrard is to come into our tent. Monday, February the 13th, number 12 camp, 9 miles 150 yards. The wind got up from the south with drift before we started yesterday, all appearance of a blizzard, but we got away at 12:30 and marched through drift for 7 miles. It was exceedingly cold at first. Just at starting, the sky cleared in the wonderfully rapid fashion usual in these regions. We saw that our camp had the southern edge of the base rock of the bluff in line with Mount Discovery, and White Island well clear of the eastern slope of Mount Erebus, a fairly easy alignment to pick up. At lunchtime the sky lightened up and the drift temporarily ceased. I thought we were going to get in a good march, but on starting again the drift came thicker than ever, and soon the course grew wild. We went on for 2 miles and then decided to camp. So here we are, with a full blizzard blowing. I told Wilson I should camp if it grew thick, and hope he and Mears have stopped where they were. They saw Evans start back from number 11 camp before leaving. I trust they have got in something of a march before stopping. This continuous bad weather is exceedingly trying, but our own ponies are quite comfortable this time, I'm glad to say. We have built them extensive snow walls, behind which they seem to get quite comfortable shelter. We are 5 in a tent, yet fairly comfortable. Our ponies' coats are certainly getting thicker, and I see no reason why we shouldn't get to the 80th parallel if only the weather would give us a chance. Bowers is wonderful. Throughout the night he has worn no headgear but a common green felt hat kept on with the chin stay and affording no cover whatever for the ears. His face and ears remain bright red. The rest of us were glad to have thick balaclavas and wind helmets. I have never seen anyone so unaffected by the cold. Tonight he remained outside a full hour after the rest of us had got into the tent. He was simply pottering about the camp doing small jobs to the sledges, etc. Cherry Garrard is remarkable because of his eyes. He can only see through glasses and has to wrestle with all sorts of inconveniences in consequence. Yet one would never guess it, for he manages somehow to do more than his share of the work. Tuesday, February the 14th, 13 camp, 7 miles 650 yards. A disappointing day. The weather had cleared, the night was fine though cold, temperature well below zero with a keen southwest breeze. Soon after the start we struck very bad surface conditions. The ponies sank lower than their hocks frequently, and the soft patches of snow left by the blizzard lay in sandy heaps, making great friction for the runners. We struggled on, and found Gran with Weary Willie dropping to the rear. I consulted Oates as to distance, and he cheerfully proposed 15 miles for the day. This piqued me somewhat, and I marched till the sledge meter showed 6½ miles. By this time Weary Willie had dropped about 3/4 of a mile, and the dog teams were approaching. Suddenly we heard much barking in the distance, and later it was evident that something had gone wrong. Oates and then I hurried back. I met Mears, who told me the dogs of his team had got out of hand and attacked Weary Willie when they saw him fall. Finally they had been beaten off, and Weary Willie was being led without his sledge. Weary Willie had been much bitten, but luckily I think not seriously. He appears to have made a gallant fight and bit and shook some of the dogs with his teeth. Gran did his best, breaking his ski stick. Mears broke his dog stick. One way and another the dogs must have had a rocky time, and yet they seem to bear charmed lives when their blood is up, as apparently not one of them has been injured. After lunch 4 of us went back and dragged up the load. It taught us the nature of the surface more than many hours of pony leading. The incident is deplorable and the blame widespread. I find Weary Willie's load was much heavier than that of the other ponies. I blame myself for not supervising these matters more effectively and for allowing Weary Willie to get so far behind. We started off again after lunch, but when we had done 2/3 of a mile, Weary Willie's condition made it advisable to halt. He has been given a hot feed, a large snow wall and some extra sacking. The day promises to be quiet and warm for him, and one can only hope that these measures will put him right again. But the whole thing is very annoying. Memo. Arrangements for ponies. Hot bran or oat mashes. Clippers for breaking wires of bales. Pickets for horses. Lighter ponies to take 10-foot sledges. The surface is so crusty and friable that the question of snowshoes again becomes of great importance. All the sastrugi are from southwest by south to southwest, and all the wind that we have experienced in this region. There cannot be a doubt that the wind sweeps up the coast at all seasons. A point has arisen as to the deposition. David called the crusts seasonal. This must be wrong. They mark blizzards, but after each blizzard fresh crusts are formed only over the patchy heaps left by the blizzard. A blizzard seems to leave heaps which cover anything from 1/6 to 1/3 of the whole surface. Such heaps presumably turn hollows into mounds with fresh hollows between. These are filled in turn by ensuing blizzards. If this is so, the only way to get at the seasonal deposition would be to average the heaps deposited and multiply this by the number of blizzards in the year. Monday, February the 15th, 14 camp, 7 miles 775 yards. The surface was wretched today. The 2 drawbacks of yesterday, the thin crusts which let ponies through and the sandy heaps which hang on the runners, if anything, exaggerated. Bowers's pony refused work at intervals for the first time. His hind legs sink very deep. Weary Willie is decidedly better. The soldier takes a gloomy view of everything, but I've come to see that this is a characteristic of him. In spite of it, he pays every attention to the weaker horses. We had frequent halts on the march, but managed 4 miles before lunch and 3.5 after. The temperature was -15 degrees at the lunch camp. It was cold sitting in the tent waiting for the ponies to rest. The thermometer is now -7 degrees, but there is a bright sun and no wind, which makes the air feel quite comfortable. One's socks and finnesko dry well. Our provision allowance is working out very well. In fact, all is well with us, except the condition of the ponies. The more I see of the matter, the more certain I am that we must save all the ponies to get better value out of them next year. It would have been ridiculous to have worked some out this year as the soldier wished. Even now I feel we went too far with the first 3. One thing is certain, a good snowshoe would be worth its weight in gold on this surface, and if we can get something really practical, we ought to greatly increase our distances next year. Memos. Storage of biscuit next year. Lashing cases on sledges. Look into sledge meter. Picket lines for ponies. Food tanks to be size required. 2 sledges altered to take steel runners. Stowage of pony food. Enough sacks for ready bags. Thursday, February the 16th. 6 miles, 1,450 yards. 15 camp. The surface is a good deal better, but the ponies running out. 3 of the 5 could go on without difficulty. Bowes's pony might go on a bit, but Weary Willie is a good deal done up, and to push him further would be to risk him unduly, so tomorrow we turn. The temperature on the march tonight fell to -21 degrees with a brisk southwest breeze. Bowes started out as usual in his small felt hat, ears uncovered. Luckily I called a halt after a mile and looked at him. His ears were quite white. Cherry and I nursed them back, whilst the patients seemed to feel nothing but intense surprise and disgust at the mere fact of possessing such unruly organs. Oates's nose gave great trouble. I got frostbitten on the cheek lightly, as also did Cherry Garrard. Tried to march in light woolen mitts, to great discomfort. Friday, February the 17th, Camp 15. Latitude 79 degrees 28.5 minutes, south. It clouded over yesterday, the temperature rose and some snow fell. Wind from the south, cold and biting, as we turned out. We started to build the depot. I had intended to go on half a march and return to the same camp, leaving Weary Willie to rest, but under the circumstances did not like to take risk. Stores left in depot, latitude 79 degrees 29 minutes. 7 weeks full provision bags for 1 unit, £245. 2 days provision bags for 1 unit, £12. 8 weeks tea, £8. 6 weeks extra butter, £31. Biscuit, 7 weeks full biscuit, £176. 8.5 gallons oil, 12 weeks oil for 1 unit, £85. 5 sacks of oats, £850. 4 bales of fodder, £424. Tank of dog biscuit, £250. 2 cases of biscuit, £100. Total, £2,181. 1 skein white line, 1 set breast harness, 2 12-foot sledges, 2 pairs ski, 1 pair ski sticks, 1 minimum thermometer, 1 tin Roundtree cocoa, 1 tin matches. With packing we have landed considerably over a ton of stuff. It is a pity we couldn't get to 80 degrees, but as it is we shall have a good leg up for next year, and can at least feed the ponies full up to this point. Our Camp 15 is very well marked, I think. Besides the flagstaff and black flag, we have piled biscuit boxes, filled and empty, to act as reflectors, secured tea tins to the sledges, which are planted upright in the snow. The depot cairn is more than 6 feet above the surface, very solid and large. Then there are the pony protection walls. Altogether it should show up for many miles. I forgot to mention that looking back on the 15th we saw a cairn, built on a camp 12.5 miles behind. It was miraged up. It seems as though some of our party will find spring journeys pretty trying. Oates's nose is always on the point of being frostbitten. Mears has a refractory toe, which gives him much trouble. This is the worst prospect for summit work. I have been wondering how I shall stick the summit again. This cold spell gives ideas. I think I shall be all right, but one must be prepared for a pretty good doing. End of chapter 5, part 3. Section 13 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 13, Chapter 6, Adventure and Peril, Part 1. Saturday, February the 18th, Camp 12, north 22 miles, 1,996 yards. I scattered some oats 50 yards east of depot. The minimum thermometer showed -16 degrees when we left camp. In form, Simpson. The ponies started off well, Gran leading my pony with Weary Willie behind, the soldier leading his with Cherries behind, and Bowers steering course, as before, with a light sledge. We started half an hour later, soon overtook the ponies, and luckily picked up a small bag of oats, which they had dropped. We went on for 10 3/4 miles, and stopped for lunch. After lunch, to our astonishment, the ponies appeared, going strong. They were making for a camp some miles further on, and meant to remain there. I am very glad to have seen them making the pace so well. They don't propose to stop for lunch at all, but to march right through 10 or 12 miles a day. I think they will have little difficulty in increasing this distance. For the dogs, the surface has been bad, and one or another of us on either sledge has been running a good part of the time. But we have covered 23 miles, 3 marches out. We have 4 days' food for them, and ought to get in very easily. As we camp late, the temperature is evidently very low, and there is a low drift. Conditions are beginning to be severe on the barrier, and I shall be glad to get the ponies into more comfortable quarters. Sunday, February the 19th. Started 10 p.m, camped 6:30, nearly 26 miles to our credit. The dogs went very well, and the surface became excellent after the first 5 or 6 miles. At the Bluff camp, number 11, we picked up Evans's track, and found that he must have made excellent progress. Number 10 camp was much snowed up. I should imagine our light blizzard was severely felt along this part of the route. We must look out tomorrow for signs of Evans being held up. The old track showed better here than on the softer surface. During this journey both ponies and dogs have had what under ordinary circumstances would have been a good allowance of food, yet both are desperately hungry. Both eat their own excrement. With the ponies it does not seem so horrid, as there must be a good deal of grain, etc., which is not fully digested. It is the worst side of dog driving. All the rest is diverting. The way in which they keep up a steady jog trot for hour after hour is wonderful. Their legs seem steel springs, fatigue unknown, for at the end of a tiring march any unusual incident will arouse them to full vigour. Osman has been restored to leadership. It is curious how these leaders come off and go off, all except old Starik, who remains as steady as ever. We are all acting like seasoned sledge travellers now, such is the force of example. Our tent is up and the cooker is going in the shortest time after halt, and we are able to break camp in exceptionally good time. Cherry Garrard is cook. He is excellent and quickly learning all the tips for looking after himself and his gear. What a difference such care makes is apparent now, but was more so when he joined the tent with all his footgear iced up, whilst Wilson and I nearly always have dry socks and finnesko to put on. This is only a point amongst many in which experience gives comfort. Every minute spent in keeping one's gear dry and free of snow is well repaid. Monday, February the 20th, 29 miles, lunch. Excellent run on hard wind-swept surface, covered nearly 17 miles. Very cold at starting and during march. Suddenly wind changed and temperature rose, so that at the moment of stopping for final halt it appeared quite warm, almost sultry. On stopping we found we had covered 29 miles, some 35 statute miles. The dogs are weary, but by no means played out. During the last part of the journey they trotted steadily, with a wonderfully tireless rhythm. I have been off the sledge a good deal and trotting for a good many miles, so should sleep well. E. Evans has left a bale of forage at Camp 8, and has not taken on the one which he might have taken from the depot. facts which show that his ponies must have been going strong. I hope to find them safe and sound the day after tomorrow. We had the most wonderfully beautiful sky effects on the march, with the sun circling low on the southern horizon. Bright pink clouds hovered overhead on a deep grey-blue background. Gleams of bright sunlit mountains appeared through the stratus. Here it is most difficult to predict what is going to happen. Sometimes the southern sky looks dark and ominous, but within half an hour all has changed. The land comes and goes as the veil of stratus lifts and falls. It seems as though weather is made here rather than dependent on conditions elsewhere. It is all very interesting. Tuesday, February the 21st. New camp about 12 miles from safety camp. 15.5 miles. We made a start as usual about 10 p.m. The light was good at first, but rapidly grew worse till we could see little of the surface. The dogs showed signs of wearying. About an hour and a half after starting, we came on mistily outlined pressure ridges. We were running by the sledges. Suddenly Wilson shouted, "Hold on to the sledge," and I saw him slip a leg into a crevasse. I jumped to the sledge, but saw nothing. 5 minutes after, as the teams were trotting side by side, the middle dogs of our team disappeared. In a moment the whole team was sinking. 2 by 2 we lost sight of them, each pair struggling for foothold. Osman, the leader, exerted all his great strength and kept a foothold. It was wonderful to see him. The sledge stopped and we leapt aside. The situation was clear in another moment. We had actually been travelling along the bridge of a crevasse. The sledge had stopped on it, whilst the dogs hung in their harness in the abyss, suspended between the sledge and the leading dog. Why the sledge and ourselves didn't follow the dogs we shall never know. I think a fraction of a pound of added weight must have taken us down. As soon as we grasped the position, we hauled the sledge clear of the bridge and anchored it. Then we peered into the depths of the crack. The dogs were howling dismally, suspended in all sorts of fantastic positions, and evidently terribly frightened. 2 had dropped out of their harness, and we could see them indistinctly on a snow bridge far below. The rope at either end of the chain had been bitten deep into the snow at the side of the crevasse, and with the weight below it was impossible to move it. By this time Wilson and Cherry Garrard, who had seen the accident, had come to our assistance. At first things looked very bad for our poor team, and I saw little prospect of rescuing them. I had luckily inquired about the alpine rope before starting the march, and now Cherry Garrard hurriedly brought this most essential aid. It takes one a little time to make plans under such circumstances, and for some minutes our efforts were rather futile. We could get not an inch on the main trace of the sledge, or on the leading rope, which was binding Osman to the snow with a throttling pressure. Then thought became clearer. We unloaded our sledge, putting in safety our sleeping bags with the tent and cooker. Choking sounds from Osman made it clear that the pressure on him must soon be relieved. I seized the lashing off Mears's sleeping bag, passed the tent poles across the crevasse, and with Mears managed to get a few inches on the leading line. This freed Osman, whose harness was immediately cut. Then, securing the alpine rope to the main trace, we tried to haul up together. One dog came up and was unlashed, but by this time the rope had cut so far back at the edge that it was useless to attempt to get more of it. But we could now unbend the sledge and do that for which we should have aimed from the first, namely, run the sledge across the gap and work from it. We managed to do this, our fingers constantly numbed. Wilson held on to the anchored trace while the rest of us laboured at the leader end. The leading rope was very small, and I was fearful of its breaking, so Mears was lowered down a foot or two to secure the alpine rope to the leading end of the trace. This done, the work of rescue proceeded in better order. 2 by 2 we hauled the animals up to the sledge, and 1 by 1 cut them out of their harness. Strangely, the last dogs were the most difficult, as they were close under the lip of the gap, bound in by the snow-covered rope. Finally, with a gasp, we got the last poor creature onto firm snow. We had recovered 11 of the 13. Then I wondered if the last 2 could not be got, and we paid down the alpine rope to see if it was long enough to reach the snow bridge on which they were coiled. The rope is 90 feet, and the amount remaining showed that the depth of the bridge was about 65 feet. I made a bowline and the others lowered me down. The bridge was firm, and I got hold of both dogs, which were hauled up in turn to the surface. Then I heard dim shouts and howls above. Some of the rescued animals had wandered to the second sledge, and a big fight was in progress. All my rope tenders had to leave to separate the combatants, but they soon returned, and with some effort I was hauled to the surface. All is well that ends well, and certainly this was a most surprisingly happy ending to a very serious episode. We felt we must have refreshment, so camped and had a meal, congratulating ourselves on a really miraculous escape. If the sledge had gone down, Mears and I must have been badly injured, if not killed outright. The dogs are wonderful, but have had a terrible shaking. 3 of them are passing blood, and have more or less serious internal injuries. Many were held up by a thin thong around the stomach, writhing madly to get free. One dog, better placed in its harness, stretched its legs full before and behind, and just managed to claw either side of the gap. It had continued attempts to climb throughout, giving vent to terrified howls. 2 of the animals, hanging together, had been fighting at intervals when they swung into any position which allowed them to bite one another. The crevasse for the time being was an inferno, and the time must have been all too terribly long for the wretched creatures. It was 20 minutes past 3 when we had completed the rescue work, and the accident must have happened before 1:30. Some of the animals must have been dangling for over half an hour. I had a good opportunity of examining the crack. The section seemed such as I have shown. It narrowed towards the east and widened slightly towards the west. In this direction there were curious curved splinters. Below the snow bridge on which I stood, the opening continued, but narrowing, so that I think one could not have fallen many more feet without being wedged. Twice I have owed safety to a snow bridge, and it seems to me that the chance of finding some obstruction or some saving fault in the crevasse is a good one. But I am far from thinking that such a chance can be relied upon, and it would be an awful situation to fall beyond the limits of the alpine rope. We went on after lunch, and very soon got into soft snow and regular surface where crevasses are most unlikely to occur. We have pushed on with difficulty, for the dogs are badly cooked, and the surface tries them. We are all pretty done, but luckily the weather favours us. A sharp storm from the south has been succeeded by ideal sunshine, which is flooding the tent as I write. It is the calmest, warmest day we have had since we started sledging. We are only about 12 miles from Safety Camp, and I trust we shall push on without accident tomorrow. But I am anxious about some of the dogs. We shall be lucky indeed if all recover. My companions today were excellent. Wilson and Cherry Garrard, if anything, the most intelligently and readily helpful. I begin to think that there is no avoiding the line of cracks running from the bluff to Cape Crozier, but my hope is that the danger does not extend beyond a mile or 2, and that the cracks are narrower on the pony road to Corner Camp. If 8 ponies can cross without accident, I do not think there can be great danger. Certainly we must rigidly adhere to this course in all future journeys. We must try and plot out the danger line. I begin to be a little anxious about the returning ponies. I rather think the dogs are being underfed. They have weakened badly in the last few days, more than such work ought to entail. Now they are absolutely ravenous. Mears has very dry feet. While we others perspire freely and our skin remains pink and soft, his get horny and scaly. He amused us greatly tonight by scraping them. The sound suggested the whittling of a hard wood block, and the action was curiously like an attempt to shape the feet to fit a finnesko. Wednesday, February the 22nd, Safety Camp. Got away at 10 again. Surface fairly heavy. Dogs going badly. The dogs are as thin as rakes. They are ravenous and very tired. I feel this should not be, and that it is evident that they are underfed. The ration must be increased next year, and we must have some properly thought-out diet. The biscuit alone is not good enough. Mears is excellent to a point, but ignorant of the conditions here. One thing is certain, the dogs will never continue to drag heavy loads with men sitting on the sledges. We must all learn to run with the teams, and the Russian custom must be dropped. Mears, I think, rather imagined himself racing to the pole and back on a dog sledge. This journey has opened his eyes a good deal. We reached Safety Camp, distance 14 miles, at 4:30 a.m. Found Evans and his party in excellent health, but alas, with only one pony. As far as I can gather, Ford's pony only got 4 miles back from the Bluff camp. Then a blizzard came on, and in spite of the most tender care from Ford, the pony sank under it. Evans says that Ford spent hours with the animal trying to keep it going, feeding it, walking it about. At last he returned to the tent to say that the poor creature had fallen. They all tried to get it on its feet again, but their efforts were useless. It couldn't stand, and soon after it died. Then the party marched some 10 miles, but the blizzard had had a bad effect on Blossom. It seemed to have shriveled him up, and now he was terribly emaciated. After this march he could scarcely move. Evans describes his efforts as pathetic. He got on 100 yards, then stopped, with legs outstretched and nose to the ground. They rested him, fed him well, covered him with rugs, but again all efforts were unavailing. The last stages came with painful detail. So Blossom is also left on the southern road. The last pony, James Pig, as he is called, has thriven amazingly. Of course, great care has been taken with him, and he is now getting full feed and very light work, so he ought to do well. The loss is severe, but they were the 2 oldest ponies of our team, and the 2 which Oates thought of least use. Atkinson and Crean have departed, leaving no trace, not even a note. Crean had carried up a good deal of fodder, and some seal meat was found buried. After a few hours' sleep, we are off for Hut Point. There are certain points in night marching, if only for the glorious light effects which the coming night exhibits. Wednesday, February the 22nd, 10 p.m, Safety Camp. Turned out at 11 this morning, after 4 hours' sleep. Wilson, Mears, Evans, Cherry Garrard and I went to Hut Point, found a great enigma. The hut was cleared and habitable, but no one was there. A pencil line on the wall said that a bag containing a mail was inside, but no bag could be found. We puzzled much, then finally decided on the true solution, viz., that Atkinson and Crean had gone towards Safety Camp as we went to Hut Point. Later we saw their sledge track, leading round on the sea ice. Then we returned towards Safety Camp, and endured a very bad hour in which we could see the 2 bell tents, but not the domed. It was an enormous relief to find the dome securely planted, as the ice around Cape Armitage is evidently very weak. I have never seen such enormous waterholes off it. But every incident of the day pales before the startling contents of the mailbag which Atkinson gave me. A letter from Campbell setting out his doings, and the finding of Amundsen established in the Bay of Wales. One thing only fixes itself definitely in my mind. The proper as well as the wiser course for us is to proceed exactly as though this had not happened. To go forward and do our best for the honour of the country without fear or panic. There is no doubt that Amundsen's plan is a very serious menace to ours. He has a shorter distance to the pole by 60 miles. I never thought he could have got so many dogs safely to the ice. His plan for running them seems excellent, but above and beyond all he can start his journey early in the season, an impossible condition with ponies. The ice is still in at the Glacier Tongue, a very late date. It looks as though it will not break right back this season, but off Cape Armitage it is so thin that I doubt if the ponies could safely be walked round. Thursday, February the 23rd. Spent the day preparing sledges, etc. for party to meet Bowers at Corner Camp. It was blowing and drifting and generally uncomfortable. Wilson and Mears killed 3 seals for the dogs. Friday, February the 24th. Roused out at 6. Started marching at 9. Self, Crean and Cherry Garrard, 1 sledge and tent. Evans, Atkinson, Ford, 2nd sledge and tent. Kean leading his pony. We pulled on ski in the forenoon. The 2nd sledge couldn't keep up, so we changed about for half the march. In the afternoon we pulled on foot. On the whole I thought the labour greater on foot, so did Crean, showing the advantage of experience. There is no doubt that very long days' work could be done by men in hard condition on ski. The hanging back of the second sledge was mainly a question of condition, but to some extent due to the sledge. We have a 10-foot, while the other party has a 12-foot. The former is a distinct advantage in this case. It has been a horrid day. We woke to find a thick covering of sticky ice crystals on everything, a frost rime. I cleared my ski before breakfast and found more on afterwards. There was the suggestion of an early frosting morning at home, such a morning as develops into a beautiful sunshiny day, but in our case, alas, such hopes were shattered. It was almost damp, with temperature near zero, and a terribly bad light for travelling. In the afternoon Erebus and Terror showed up for a while. Now it is drifting hard with every sign of a blizzard. A beastly night. This marching is going to be very good for our condition, and I shall certainly keep people at it. Saturday, February the 25th. Fine bright day. Easy marching. Covered 9 miles and a bit yesterday, and the same today. Should reach Corner Camp before lunch tomorrow. Turned out at 3 a.m. and saw a short black line on the horizon towards White Island. Thought it an odd place for a rock exposure, and then observed movement in it. Walked 1.5 miles towards it, and made certain that it was Oates, Bowers, and the ponies. They seemed to be going very fast, and evidently did not see our camp. Today we have come on their tracks, and I fear there are only 4 ponies left. James Pigg, our own pony, limits the length of our marches. The men haulers could go on much longer, and we all like pulling on ski. Everyone must be practised in this. End of chapter 6, part 1. Section 14 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 14, Chapter 6, Adventure and Peril, Part 2. Sunday, February the 26th. Marched on Corner Camp, but the second main party found going very hard, and eventually got off their ski and pulled on foot. James Pigg also found the surface bad, so we camped and had lunch after doing 3 miles. Except for our tent, the camp routine is slack. Shall have to tell people that we're out on business, not picnicking. It was another 3 miles to depot after lunch. Found signs of Bowers's party having camped there, and glad to see 5 pony walls. Left 6 full weeks' provision, 1 bag of oats, 3/4 of a bale of fodder. Then Cherry Garrard, Crean and I started for home, leaving the others to bring the pony by slow stages. We covered 6¼ miles in direct line, then had some tea and marched another 8. We must be less than 10 miles from Safety Camp. Pitched tent at 10 p.m, very dark for cooking. Monday, February the 27th. Awoke to find it blowing a howling blizzard. Absolutely confined to tent at present. To step outside is to be covered with drift in a minute. We have managed to get our cooking things inside and have had a meal. Very anxious about the ponies and wondering where they can be. The return party has had 2 days and may have got them into some shelter, but more probably they were not expecting this blow. I wasn't. The wind is blowing force 8 or 9, heavy gusts straining the tent. The temperature is evidently quite low. This is poor luck. Tuesday, February the 28th. Safety Camp. Packed up at 6 a.m. and marched into Safety Camp. Found everyone very cold and depressed. Wilson and Mears had had continuous bad weather since we left. Bowers and Oates since their arrival. The blizzard had raged for 2 days. The animals looked in a sorry condition, but were all alive. The wind blew keen and cold from the east. There could be no advantage in waiting here, and soon all arrangements were made for a general shift to Hut Point. Packing took a long time. The snowfall had been prodigious, and parts of the sledges were 3 or 4 feet under drift. About 4 o'clock the 2 dog teams got safely away. Then the pony party prepared to go. As the clothes were stripped from the ponies, the ravages of the blizzard became evident. The animals, without exception, were terribly emaciated, and Weary Willie was in a pitiable condition. The plan was for the ponies to follow the dog tracks. our small party to start last and get in front of the ponies on the sea ice. I was very anxious about the sea ice passage, owing to the spread of the waterholes. The ponies started, but Weary Willie, tethered last without a load, immediately fell down. We tried to get him up, and he made efforts, but was too exhausted. Then we rapidly reorganised. Cherry Garrard and Crean went on, whilst Oates and Gran stayed with me. We made desperate efforts to save the poor creature, got him up once more on his legs, and gave him a hot oat mash. Then, after a wait of an hour, Oates led him off, and we packed the sledge and followed on ski. 500 yards away from the camp, the poor creature fell again, and I felt it was the last effort. We camped, built a snow wall round him, and did all we possibly could to get him on his feet. Every effort was fruitless, though the poor thing made pitiful struggles. Towards midnight we propped him up as comfortably as we could and went to bed. Wednesday, March the 1st, a.m. Our pony died in the night. It is hard to have got him back so far only for this. It is clear that these blizzards are terrible for the poor animals. Their coats are not good, but even with the best of coats it is certain they would lose condition badly if caught in one, and we cannot afford to lose condition at the beginning of a journey. It makes a late start necessary for next year. Well, we have done our best and bought our experience at a heavy cost. Now every effort must be bent on saving the remaining animals, and it will be good luck if we get 4 back to Cape Evans, or even 3. Jimmy Pigg may have fared badly. Bowers's big pony is in a bad way after the frightful blizzard. I cannot remember such a bad storm in February or March. The temperature was -7 degrees. Bowers incident. I note the events of the night of March the 1st, while they are yet fresh in my memory. Thursday, March the 2nd, a.m. The events of the past 48 hours bid fair to wreck the expedition, and the only one comfort is the miraculous avoidance of loss of life. We turned out early yesterday, Oates, Gran and I, after the dismal night of our pony's death, and pulled towards the forage depot on ski. As we approached, the sky looked black and lowering, and mirage effects of huge broken floes loomed out ahead. At first I thought it one of the strange optical illusions common in this region, but as we neared the depot, all doubt was dispelled. The sea was full of broken pieces of barrier edge. My thoughts flew to the ponies and dogs, and fearful anxieties assailed my mind. We turned to follow the sea edge and suddenly discovered a working crack. We dashed over this and slackened pace again after a quarter of a mile. Then again cracks appeared ahead, and we increased pace as much as possible, not slackening again till we were in line between the safety camp and Castle Rock. Meanwhile my first thought was to warn Evans. We set up camp, and Gran went to the depot with a note as Oates and I disconsolately thought out the situation. I thought to myself that if either party had reached safety either on the barrier or at Hut Point, they would immediately have sent a warning messenger to Safety Camp. By this time the messenger should have been with us. Some half hour passed, and suddenly, with a thank God, I made certain that 2 specks in the direction of Pram Point were human beings. I hastened towards them, and found they were Wilson and Mears, who had led the homeward way with the dog teams. They were astonished to see me. They said they feared the ponies were adrift on the sea ice. They had seen them with glasses from Observation Hill. They thought I was with them. They had hastened out without breakfast. We made them cocoa and discussed the gloomiest situation. Just after cocoa, Wilson discovered a figure making rapidly for the depot from the west. Gran was sent off again to intercept. It proved to be Crean. He was exhausted and a little incoherent. The ponies had camped at 2:30 a.m. on the sea ice, well beyond the Seal Crack, on the previous night, in the middle of the night. Friday, March the 3rd, a.m. I was interrupted when writing yesterday, and continue my story this morning. In the middle of the night, at 4:30, Bowers got out of the tent and discovered the ice had broken all round him. A crack ran under the picketing line, and one pony had disappeared. They had packed with great haste and commenced jumping the ponies from floe to floe, then dragging the loads over after. The 3 men must have worked splendidly and fearlessly. At length they had worked their way to heavier floes lying near the barrier edge, and at one time thought they could get up, but soon discovered that there were gaps everywhere off the high barrier face. In this dilemma, Crean, volunteering, was sent off to try and reach me. The sea was like a cauldron at the time of the break-up, and killer whales were putting their heads up on all sides. Luckily, they did not frighten the ponies. He travelled a great distance over the sea ice, leaping from floe to floe, and at last found a thick floe from which, with help of ski stick, he could climb the barrier face. It was a desperate venture, but luckily successful. As soon as I had digested Crean's news, I sent Gran back to Hut Point with Wilson and Mears, and started with my sledge, Crean and Oates, for the scene of the mishap. We stopped at Safety Camp to load some provisions and oil, and then, marching carefully round, approached the ice edge. To my joy, I caught sight of the lost party. We got our alpine rope, and with its help dragged the two men to the surface. I pitched camp at a safe distance from the edge, and then we all started salvage work. The ice had ceased to drift and lay close and quiet against the barrier edge. We got the men at 5:30 p.m. and all the sledges and effects onto the barrier by 4 a.m. As we were getting up the last loads, the ice showed signs of drifting off, and we saw it was hopeless to try and move the ponies. The three poor beasts had to be left on their floe for the moment, well fed. None of our party had had sleep the previous night, and were all dog-tired. We decided we must rest, but turned everyone out at 8:30 yesterday morning. Before breakfast we discovered the ponies had drifted away. We had tried to anchor their floe with the alpine rope, but the anchors had drawn. It was a sad moment. At breakfast we decided to pack and follow the barrier edge. This was the position when I last wrote, but the interruption came when Bowers, who had taken the binoculars, announced that he could see the ponies about a mile to the northwest. We packed and went on at once. We found it easy enough to get down to the poor animals, and decided to rush them for a last chance of life. Then there was an unfortunate mistake. I went along the barrier edge and discovered what I thought and what proved to be a practicable way to land a pony, but the others meanwhile, a little overwrought, tried to leap punch across a gap. The poor beast fell in. Eventually we had to kill him. It was awful. I recalled all hands and pointed out my road. Bowers and Oates went out on it with the sledge and worked their way to the remaining ponies, and started back with them on the same track. Meanwhile Cherry and I dug a road at the barrier edge. We saved one pony. For a time I thought we should get both, but Bowers's poor animal slipped at a jump and plunged into the water. We dragged him out on some brash ice, killer whales all about us in an intense state of excitement. The poor animal couldn't rise, and the only merciful thing was to kill it. These incidents were too terrible. At 5 p.m. we sadly broke our temporary camp and marched back to the one we had first pitched. Even here it seemed unsafe, so I walked nearly 2 miles to discover cracks. I could find none, and we turned in about midnight. So here we are, ready to start our sad journey to Hut Point. Everything out of joint with the loss of the ponies, but mercifully with all the party alive and well. Saturday, March the 4th, a.m. We had a terrible pull at the start yesterday, taking 4 hours to cover some 3 miles to march on the line between Safety Camp and Fodder Depot. From there Bowers went to Safety Camp and found my notes to Evans had been taken. We dragged on after lunch to the place where my tent had been pitched when Wilson first met me, and where we had left our ski and other loads. All these had gone. We found sledge tracks leading in towards the land, and at length marks of a pony's hooves. We followed these, and some ski tracks, right into the land, coming at length to the highest of the Pram Point ridges. I decided to camp here, and as we unpacked I saw 4 figures approaching. They proved to be Evans and his party. They had ascended towards Castle Rock on Friday and found a good campsite on the top of the ridge. They were in good condition. It was a relief to hear they had found a good road up. They went back to their camp later, dragging one of our sledges and a light load. Atkinson is to go to Hut Point this morning to tell Wilson about us. The rest ought to meet us and help us up the hill. Just off to march up the hill, hoping to avoid trouble with the pony. Sunday, March the 5th, a.m. Marched up the hill to Evans's camp under Castle Rock. Evans's party came to meet us and helped us up with the loads. It was a steep, stiff pull. The pony was led up by Oates. As we camped for lunch, Atkinson and Gran appeared, the former having been to Hut Point to carry news of the relief. I sent Gran on to Safety Camp to fetch some sugar and chocolate, left Evans, Oates and Kean in camp, and marched on with remaining 6 to Hut Point. It was calm at Evans's camp, but blowing hard on the hill, and harder at Hut Point. Found the hut in comparative order, and slept there. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Section 15 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 15. Chapter 7, At Discovery Hut, Part 1. Monday, March the 6th, a.m. Roused the hands at 7:30. Wilson, Bowers, Garrard and I went out to Castle Rock. We met Evans just short of his camp and found the loads had been dragged up the hill. Oates and Kean had gone back to lead on the ponies. At the top of the ridge we harnessed men and ponies to the sledges and made rapid progress on a good surface towards the hut. The weather grew very thick towards the end of the march, with all signs of a blizzard. We unharnessed the ponies at the top of Ski Slope. Wilson guided them down from rock patch to rock patch. The remainder of us got down a sledge and necessaries over the slope. It was a ticklish business to get the sledge along the ice foot, which is now all blue ice, ending in a drop to the sea. One has to be certain that the party has good foothold. All reach the hut in safety. The ponies have admirably comfortable quarters under the veranda. After some cocoa we fetched in the rest of the dogs from the gap, and another sledge from the hill. It had ceased to snow, and the wind had gone down slightly. Turned in with much relief to have all hands and the animals safely housed. Tuesday, March the 7th, a.m. Yesterday went over to Pram Point with Wilson. We found that the corner of sea ice in Pram Point Bay had not gone out. It was crowded with seals. We killed a young one and carried a good deal of the meat and some of the blubber back with us. Meanwhile the remainder of the party had made some progress towards making the hut more comfortable. In the afternoon we all set to in earnest, and by supper time had wrought wonders. We have made a large L-shaped inner apartment with packing cases, the intervals stopped with felt. An empty kerosene tin and some fire bricks have been made into an excellent little stove, which has been connected to the old stove pipe. The solider fare of our meals is either stewed or fried on this stove, whilst the tea or coffee is being prepared on a primus. The temperature of the hut is low, of course, but in every other respect we are absolutely comfortable. There is an unlimited quantity of biscuit, and our discovery at Pram Point means an unlimited supply of seal meat. We have heaps of cocoa, coffee and tea, and a sufficiency of sugar and salt. In addition, a small store of luxuries, chocolate, raisins, lentils, oatmeal, sardines and jams, which will serve to vary the fare. One way or another we shall manage to be very comfortable during our stay here, and already we can regard it as a temporary home. Thursday, March the 9th, a.m. Yesterday and today very busy about the hut and overcoming difficulties fast. The stove threatened to exhaust our store of firewood. We have redesigned it so that it takes only a few chips of wood to light it, and then continues to give great heat with blubber alone. Today there are to be further improvements to regulate the draught and increase the cooking range. We have further housed in the living quarters with our old Discovery winter awning, and begin already to retain the heat which is generated inside. We are beginning to eat blubber and finding biscuits fried in it to be delicious. We really have everything necessary for our comfort, and only need a little more experience to make the best of our resources. The weather has been wonderfully, perhaps ominously fine during the last few days. The sea has frozen over and broken up several times already. The warm sun has given a grand opportunity to dry all gear. Yesterday morning Bowers went with a party to pick up the stores rescued from the floe last week. Evans volunteered to join the party with Mears, Kean, Atkinson and Gran. They started from the hut about 10 a.m. We helped them up the hill, and at 7:30 I saw them reach the camp containing the gear some 12 miles away. I don't expect them in till tomorrow night. It is splendid to see the way in which everyone is learning the ropes and the resource which is being shown. Wilson, as usual, leads in the making of useful suggestions and in generally providing for our wants. He is a tower of strength in checking the ill usage of clothes, what I have come to regard as the greatest danger with Englishmen. Friday, March the 10th, a.m. Went yesterday to Castle Rock with Wilson to see what chance there might be of getting to Cape Evans. The day was bright and it was quite warm walking in the sun. There is no doubt the route to Cape Evans lies over the worst corner of Erebus. From this distance the whole mountainside looks a mass of crevasses, but a route might be found at a level of 3,000 or 4,000 feet. The hut is getting warmer and more comfortable. We have very excellent nights. It is cold only in the early morning. The outside temperatures range from 8 degrees or so in the day to 2 degrees at night. Today there is a strong southeast wind with drift. We are going to fetch more blubber for the stove. Saturday, March the 11th, a.m. Went yesterday morning to Pram Point to fetch in blubber. Wind very strong to Gap, but very little on Pram Point side. In the evening went halfway to Castle Rock. Strong, bitter, cold wind on summit. Could not see the sledge party, but after supper they arrived, having had very hard pulling. They had had no wind at all till they approached the hut. Their temperatures had fallen to -10 degrees and -15 degrees, but with bright clear sunshine in the daytime. They had thoroughly enjoyed their trip and the pulling on ski. Life in the hut is much improved, but if things go too fast there will be all too little to think about and give occupation in the hut. It is astonishing how the miscellaneous assortment of articles remaining in and about the hut have been put to useful purpose. This deserves description. Monday, March the 13th, a.m. The weather grew bad on Saturday night and we had a mild blizzard yesterday. The wind went to the south and increased in force last night, and this morning there was quite a heavy sea breaking over the ice foot. The spray came almost up to the dogs. It reminds us of the gale in which we drove ashore in the Discovery. We have had some trouble with our blubber stove and got the hut very full of smoke on Saturday night. As a result we are all as black as sweeps, and our various garments are covered with oily soot. We look a fearful gang of ruffians. The blizzard has delayed our plans and everyone's attention is bent on the stove, the cooking and the various internal arrangements. Nothing is done without a great amount of advice received from all quarters, and consequently things are pretty well done. The hut has a pungent odour of blubber and blubber smoke. We have grown accustomed to it, but imagine that ourselves and our clothes will be given a wide berth when we return to Cape Evans. Wednesday, March the 15th, a.m. It was blowing continuously from the south throughout Sunday, Monday and Tuesday. I never remember such a persistent southerly wind. Both Monday and Tuesday I went up Crater Hill. I feared that our floe at Pram Point would go, but yesterday it still remained, though the cracks are getting more open. We should be in a hole if it went. As I came down the hill yesterday I saw a strange figure advancing and found it belonged to Griffith Taylor. He and his party had returned safely. They were very full of their adventures. The main part of their work seems to be rediscovery of many facts which were noted but perhaps passed over too lightly in the Discovery, but it is certain that the lessons taught by the physiographical and ice features will now be thoroughly explained. A very interesting fact lies in the continuous bright sunshiny weather which the party enjoyed during the first 4 weeks of their work. They seem to have avoided all our stormy winds and blizzards. But I must leave Griffith Taylor to tell his own story, which will certainly be a lengthy one. The party gives Evans, petty officer, a very high character. Today we have a large seal-killing party. I hope to get in a good fortnight's allowance of blubber as well as meat, and pray that our flow will remain. Friday, March the 17th, a.m. We killed 11 seals at Pram Point on Wednesday, had lunch on the point, and carried some half-ton of the blubber and meat back to the camp. It was a stiff pull up the hill. Yesterday the last corner party started. Evans, Wright, Crean and Ford in one team, Bowers, Oates, Cherry Garrard and Atkinson in the other. It was very sporting of Wright to join in after only a day's rest. He is evidently a splendid puller. Debenham has become principal cook and evidently enjoys the task. Taylor is full of good spirits and anecdote, an addition to the party. Yesterday, after a beautifully fine morning, we got a strong northerly wind which blew till the middle of the night, crowding the young ice up the strait. Then the wind suddenly shifted to the south, and I thought we were in for a blizzard, but this morning the wind has gone to the southeast. The stratus cloud formed by the north wind is dissipating, and the damp snow deposited in the night is drifting. It looks like a fine evening. Steadily we are increasing the comforts of the hut. The stove has been improved out of all recognition. With extra stovepipes we get no backdrafts, no smoke inside, whilst the economy of fuel is much increased. Insulation inside and out is the subject we are now attacking. The young ice is going to and fro, but the sea refuses to freeze over so far, except in the region of Pram Point, where a bay has remained for some 4 days, holding some pieces of barrier in its grip. These pieces have come from the edge of the barrier, and some are crumbling already, showing a deep and rapid surface deposit of snow, and therefore the probability that they are drifted sea ice, not more than a year or two old, the depth of the drift being due to proximity to an old barrier edge. I have just taken to pyjama trousers, and shall don an extra shirt. I have been astonished at the warmth which I have felt throughout in light clothing. So far I have had nothing more than a singlet and jersey and a pyjama jacket, and a single pair of drawers under wind trousers. A hole in the drawers of ancient date means that one place has had no covering but the wind trousers, yet I have never felt cold about the body. In spite of all little activities I am impatient of our wait here, but I shall be impatient also in the main hut. It is ill to sit still and contemplate the ruin which has assailed our transport. The scheme of advance must be very different from that which I first contemplated. The pole is a very long way off, alas! Bit by bit I am losing all faith in the dogs. I am afraid they will never go the pace we look for. Saturday, March the 18th, a.m. Still blowing and drifting. It seems as though there can be no peace at this spot till the sea is properly frozen over. It blew very hard from the southeast yesterday. I could scarcely walk against the wind. In the night it fell calm. The moon shone brightly at midnight. Then the sky became overcast and the temperature rose to +11. Now the wind is coming in spurts from the south. All indications of a blizzard. With the north wind of Friday the ice must have pressed up on Hut Point. A considerable floe of pressed up young ice is grounded under the point, and this morning we found a seal on this. Just as the party started out to kill it, it slid off into the water. It had evidently finished its sleep, but it is encouraging to have had a chance to capture a seal so close to the hut. Monday, March the 20th. On Saturday night it blew hard from the south, thick overhead low stratus and drift. The sea spray again came over the ice foot and flung up almost to the dogs. By Sunday morning the wind had veered to the southeast, and all yesterday it blew with great violence and temperature down to -11 degrees and -12 degrees. We were confined to the hut and its immediate environs. Last night the wind dropped, and for a few hours this morning we had light airs only, the temperature rising to -2 degrees. The continuous bad weather is very serious for the dogs. We have strained every nerve to get them comfortable, but the changes of wind made it impossible to afford shelter in all directions. Some 5 or 6 dogs are running loose, but we dare not allow the stronger animals such liberty. They suffer much from the cold, but they don't get worse. The small white dog which fell into the crevasse on our home journey died yesterday. Under the best circumstances I doubt if it could have lived, as there had evidently been internal injury, and an external sore had grown gangrenous. 3 other animals are in a poor way, but may pull through with luck. We had a stroke of luck today. The young ice pressed up off Hut Point has remained fast, a small convenient platform jutting out from the point. We found 2 seals on it today and killed them, thus getting a good supply of meat for the dogs and some more blubber for our fire. Other seals came up as the first 2 were being skinned, so that one may now hope to keep up all future supplies on this side of the ridge. As I write, the wind is blowing up again and looks like returning to the south. The only comfort is that these strong cold winds with no sun must go far to cool the waters of the Sound. The continuous bad weather is trying to the spirits, but we are fairly comfortable in the hut and only suffer from lack of exercise to work off the heavy meals our appetites demand. Tuesday, March the 21st. The wind returned to the south at 8 last night. It gradually increased in force until 2 a.m, when it was blowing from the south-southwest, force 9 to 10. The sea was breaking constantly and heavily on the ice foot. The spray carried right over the point, covering all things and raining on the roof of the hut. Poor Vince's cross, some 30 foot above the water, was enveloped in it. Of course the dogs have had a very poor time, and we went and released 2 or 3, getting covered in spray during the operation, our wind clothes very wet. This is the 3rd gale from the south since our arrival here. Any one of these would have rendered the bay impossible for a ship, and therefore it is extraordinary that we should have entirely escaped such a blow when the Discovery was in it in 1902. The effects of this gale are evident and show that it is a most unusual occurrence. The rippled snow surface of the ice foot is furrowed in all directions and covered with briny deposit, a condition we have never seen before. The ice foot at the southwest corner of the bay is broken down, bare rock appearing for the first time. The sledges, magnetic huts, and in fact every exposed object on the point are thickly covered with brine. Our seal floe has gone, so it is goodbye to seals on this side for some time. The dogs are the main sufferers by this continuance of phenomenally terrible weather. At least 4 are in a bad state. Some 6 or 7 others are by no means fit and well, but oddly enough some 10 or a dozen animals are as fit as they can be. Whether constitutionally harder or whether better fitted by nature or chance to protect themselves, it is impossible to say. Osman, Sijan, Krisravitsa, Hohol and some others are in a first-rate condition, whilst Lapa is better than he has ever been before. It is so impossible to keep the dogs comfortable in the traces, and so laborious to be continually attempting it, that we have decided to let the majority run loose. It will be wonderful if we can avoid 1 or 2 murders, but on the other hand probably more would die if we kept them in leash. We shall try and keep the quarrelsome dogs chained up. The main trouble that seems to come on the poor wretches is the icing up of their hind quarters. Once the ice gets thoroughly into the coat, the hind legs get half paralysed with cold. The hope is that the animals will free themselves of this by running about. Well, well, fortune is not being very kind to us. This month will have sad memories. Still, I suppose things might be worse. The ponies are well housed and are doing exceedingly well, though we have slightly increased their food allowance. Yesterday afternoon we climbed Observation Hill to see some examples of spheroidal weathering. Wilson knew of them and guided. The geologists state that they indicate a columnar structure, the tops of the columns being weathered out. The specimens we saw were very perfect, had some interesting instruction in geology in the evening. I should not regret a stay here with our 2 geologists if only the weather would allow us to get about. This morning the wind moderated and went to the southeast. The sea naturally fell quickly. The temperature this morning was plus 17 degrees, minimum plus 11 degrees. But now the wind is increasing from the southeast, and it is momentarily getting colder. Thursday, March the 23rd, a.m. No signs of depot party, which tonight will have been a week absent. On Tuesday afternoon we went up to the big boulder above Ski Slope. The geologists were interested, and we others learned something of the olivines, green in crystal form or oxidized to bright red, granites or granulites or quartzites, hornblende and feldspars, ferrous and ferric oxides of lava acid, basic, plutonic, igneous, eruptive, cysts, basalts, etc. All such things I must get clearer in my mind. Tuesday afternoon a cold south-east wind commenced and blew all night. Yesterday morning it was calm and I went up Crater Hill. The sea of stratus cloud hung curtain-like over the strait, blue sky east and south of it, and the western mountains bathed in sunshine, sharp, clear, distinct, a glorious glimpse of grandeur, on which the curtain gradually descended. In the morning it looked as though great pieces of barrier were drifting out. From the hill one found these to be but small fragments which the late gale had dislodged, leaving in places a blue wall, very easily distinguished from the general white of the older fractures. The old floe and a good extent of new ice had remained fast in Pram Point Bay. Great numbers of seals up as usual. The temperature was up to plus 20 degrees at noon. In the afternoon a very chill wind from the east, temperature rapidly dropping till 0 in the evening. The strait obstinately refuses to freeze. We are scoring another success in the manufacture of blubber lamps, which relieves anxiety as to lighting as the hours of darkness increase. The young ice in Pram Point Bay is already being pressed up. Friday, March the 24th, a.m. Skewers still about, a few very shy, very dark in colour after moulting. Went along Arrival Heights yesterday with very keen overridge wind. It was difficult to get shelter. In the evening it fell calm and has remained all night with temperature up to plus 18 degrees. This morning it is snowing with fairly large flakes. Yesterday for the first time saw the ice foot on the south side of the bay, a wall some 5 or 6 feet above water and 12 or 14 feet below. The sea bottom quite clear with the white wall resting on it. This must be typical of the ice foot all along the coast, and the wasting of caves at sea level alone gives the idea of an overhanging mass. Very curious and interesting erosion of surface of the ice foot by waves during recent gale. The depot party returned yesterday morning. They had thick weather on the outward march and missed the track, finally doing 30 miles between Safety Camp and Corner Camp. They had a hard blow, up to force 8 on the night of our gale, started northwest and strongest south-southeast. The sea wants to freeze. A thin coating of ice formed directly the wind dropped, but the high temperature does not tend to thicken it rapidly, and the tide makes many an open lead. We have been counting our resources and arranging for another 20 days' stay. Saturday, March the 25th, a.m. We have had 2 days of surprisingly warm weather. The sky overcast, snow falling, wind only in light airs. Last night the sky was clearing with a southerly wind, and this morning the sea was open all about us. It is disappointing to find the ice so reluctant to hold. At the same time one supposes that the cooling of the water is proceeding, and therefore that each day makes it easier for the ice to form. The sun seems to have lost all power, but I imagine its rays still tend to warm the surface water about the noon hours. It is only a week now to the date which I thought would see us all at Cape Evans. The warmth of the air has produced a comparatively uncomfortable state of affairs in the hut. The ice on the inner roof is melting fast, dripping on the floor and streaming down the sides. The increasing cold is checking the evil even as I write. Comfort could only be ensured in the hut either by making a clean sweep of all ceiling ice or by keeping the interior at a critical temperature little above freezing point. Sunday, March the 26th, p.m. Yesterday morning went along Arrival Heights in very cold wind. Afternoon to east side Observation Hill. As afternoon advanced, wind fell. Glorious evening, absolutely calm, smoke ascending straight. Sea frozen over. It looked very much like final freezing, but in night wind came from southeast producing open water all along shore. Wind continued this morning with drift, slackened in afternoon. Walked over Gap and back by Crater Heights to Arrival Heights. Sea east of Cape Armitage pretty well covered with ice, some open pools. Sea offshore west of the Cape frozen in pools. Open lanes close to shore as far as Castle Rock. Bays either side of Glacier Tongue look fairly well frozen. Hut still dropping water badly. Held service in hut this morning. Read litany. One skewer seen today. Monday, March the 27th, p.m. Strong easterly wind on ridge today, rushing down over slopes on western side. Ice holding south from about Hut Point, but cleared half to 3/4 mile from shore to northward. Cleared in patches also, I am told, on both sides of Glacier Tongue, which is annoying. A regular local wind. The barrier edge can be seen clearly all along, showing there is little or no drift. Have been out over the gap for walk. Glad to say majority of people seem anxious to get exercise, but one or two like the fire better. The dogs are getting fitter each day, and all save one or two have excellent coats. I am very pleased to find one or two of the animals voluntarily accompanying us on our walk. It is good to see them trotting against a strong drift. Tuesday, March the 28th. Slowly but surely the sea is freezing over. The ice holds and thickens south of Hut Point in spite of strong easterly wind and in spite of isolated waterholes which obstinately remain open. It is difficult to account for these. One wonders if the air currents shoot downward on such places, but even so it is strange that they do not gradually diminish in extent. A great deal of ice seems to have remained in and about the northern islets, but it is too far to be sure that there is a continuous sheet. We are building stabling to accommodate 4 more ponies under the eastern veranda. When this is complete we shall be able to shelter 7 animals, and this should be enough for winter and spring operations. Thursday, March the 30th. The ice holds south of Hut Point, though not thickening rapidly. Yesterday was calm, and the same ice conditions seem to obtain on both sides of the Glacier Tongue. It looks as though the last part of the road, to become safe, will be the stretch from Hut Point to Turtleback Island. Here the sea seems disinclined to freeze even in calm weather. Today there is more strong wind from the east. White horse all along under the ridge. The period of our stay here seems to promise to lengthen. It is trying, but we can live, which is something. I should not be greatly surprised if we had to wait till May. Several skewers were about the camp yesterday. I have seen none today. 2 rorquals were rising close to Hut Point this morning. Although the ice is nowhere thick, it was strange to see them making for the open leads and thin places to blow. End of chapter 7, part 1. Section 16 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 16. Chapter 7, At Discovery Hut, Part 2. Friday, March the 31st. I studied the wind blowing along the ridge yesterday, and came to the conclusion that a comparatively thin shaft of air was moving along the ridge from Erebus. On either side of the ridge it seemed to pour down from the ridge itself. There was practically no wind on the sea ice off Pram Point, and to the westward of Hut Point the frost smoke was drifting to the northwest. The temperature range is about 0. It seems to be almost certain that the perpetual wind is due to the open winter. Meanwhile the sea refuses to freeze over. Wright pointed out the very critical point which 0 temperature represents in the freezing of salt water, being the freezing temperature of concentrated brine. A very few degrees above or below 0 would make all the difference to the rate of increase of the ice thickness. Yesterday the ice was 8 inches in places east of Cape Armitage, and 6 inches in our bay. It was said to be fast to the south of the Glacier Tongue, well beyond Turtleback Island, and to the north out of the islands, except for a strip of water immediately north of the Tongue. We are good for another week in pretty well every commodity, and shall then have to reduce luxuries. But we have plenty of seal meat, blubber and biscuit, and can therefore remain for a much longer period, if needs be. Meanwhile, the days are growing shorter and the weather colder. Saturday, April the 1st. The wind yesterday was blowing across the ridge from the top down to the sea to the west. Very little wind on the eastern slopes and practically none at Pram Point. A seal came up in our bay and was killed. Taylor found a number of fish frozen into the sea ice. He says there are several in a small area. The pressure ridges in Pram Point Bay are estimated by Wright to have set up about 3 feet. This ice has been in about 10 days. It is now safe to work pretty well anywhere south of Hut Point. Went to Third Crater, next Castle Rock, yesterday. The ice seems to be holding in the near bay from a point near Hulton Rocks to Glacier. Also in the whole of the North Bay, except for a tongue of open water immediately north of the glacier. The wind is the same today as yesterday, and the open water apparently not reduced by a square yard. I'm feeling impatient. Sunday, April the 2nd, a.m. Went round Cape Armitage to Pram Point on sea ice for the first time yesterday afternoon. Ice solid everywhere except off the Cape, where there are numerous open pools. Can only imagine layers of comparatively warm water brought to the surface by shallows. The ice between the pools is fairly shallow. One emperor killed off the Cape, several skuas seen, 3 seals up in our bay, several off Pram Point in the shelter of Horseshoe Bay. A great many fish on sea ice, mostly small, but a second species 5 or 6 inches long. Imagine they are chased by seals and caught in brashy ice where they are unable to escape. Came back over hill. Glorious sunset. Brilliant crimson clouds in west. Returned to find wind dropping, the first time for 3 days. It turned to north in the evening. Splendid aurora in the night. A bright band of light from south-southwest to east-northeast, passing within 10 degrees of the zenith, with 2 waving spirals at the summit. This morning sea to north covered with ice. Minimum temperature for night -5 degrees, but I think most of the ice was brought in by the wind. Things look more hopeful. Ice now continuous to Cape Evans, but very thin as far as Glacier Tongue. 3 or 4 days of calm or light winds should make everything firm. Wednesday, April the 5th, a.m. The east wind has continued with a short break on Sunday for 5 days, increasing in violence and gradually becoming colder and more charged with snow until yesterday, when we had a thick overcast day with falling and driving snow and temperature down to -11 degrees. Went beyond Castle Rock on Sunday and Monday mornings with Griffith Taylor. Think the wind fairly local and that the strait has frozen over to the north, as streams of drift snow and ice crystals off the cliffs were building up the ice sheet towards the wind. Monday we could see the approaching white sheet. Yesterday it was visibly closer to land, though the wind had not decreased. Walking was little pleasure on either day. Yesterday climbed about hills to see all possible. No one else left the hut. In the evening the wind fell and freezing continued during night. Minimum -17 degrees. This morning there is ice everywhere. I cannot help thinking it has come to stay. In Arrival Bay it is 6 to 7 inches thick, but the new pools beyond have only 1 inch of the regular elastic sludgy new ice. The sky cleared last night, and this morning we have sunshine for the first time for many days. If this weather holds for a day, we shall be all right. We are getting towards the end of our luxuries, so that it is quite time we made a move. We are very near the end of the sugar. The skuas seem to have gone. The last was seen on Sunday. These birds were very shy towards the end of their stay, also very dark in plumage. They did not seem hungry, and yet it must have been difficult for them to get food. The seals are coming up in our bay, 5 last night. Luckily the dogs have not yet discovered them, or the fact that the sea ice will bear them. Had an interesting talk with Taylor on agglomerate and basaltic dykes off Castle Rock. The perfection of the small cone craters below Castle Rock seem to support the theory we have come to, that there have been volcanic disturbances since the recession of the greater ice sheet. It is a great thing having Wright to fog out the ice problems, and he has had a good opportunity of observing many interesting things here. He's keeping notes of ice changes and a keen eye on the ice phenomena. We have many discussions. Yesterday Wilson prepared a fry of seal meat with penguin blubber. It had a flavour like cod liver oil and was not much appreciated. Some ate their share, and I think all would have done so if we had had sledging appetites. Shades of Discovery days. This emperor weighed anything from 88 to 96 pounds, and therefore approximated to or exceeded the record. The dogs are doing pretty well, with one or two exceptions. Deke is the worst, but I begin to think all will pull through. Thursday, April the 6th, a.m. The weather continued fine and clear yesterday, one of the very few fine days we have had since our arrival at the hut. The sun shone continuously from early morning till it set behind the northern hills about 5 p.m. The sea froze completely, but with only a thin sheet to the north. A fairly strong northerly wind sprang up, causing this thin ice to override and to leave several open leads near the land. In the forenoon I went to the edge of the new ice with Wright. It looked at the limit of safety, and we did not venture far. The overriding is interesting. The edge of one sheet splits as it rises and slides over the other sheet in long tongues which creep onward impressively. Whilst motion lasts, there is continuous music, a medley of high-pitched but tuneful notes. One might imagine small birds chirping in a wood. The ice sings, we say. P.M. In the afternoon went nearly 2 miles to the north over the young ice, found it about 3½ inches thick. At supper arranged programme for shift to Cape Evans. Men to go on Saturday, dogs Sunday, ponies Monday, all subject to maintenance of good weather, of course. Friday, April the 7th. Went north over ice with Atkinson, Bowers, Taylor, Cherry Garrard. Found the thickness nearly 5 inches everywhere, except in open water leads, which remain open in many places. As we got away from the land, we got on an interesting surface of small pancakes, much capped and pressed up, a sort of mosaic. This is the ice which was built up from the lee side of the strait, spreading across to windward against the strong winds of Monday and Tuesday. Another point of interest was the manner in which the overriding ice sheets had scraped the underflows. Taylor fell in when rather foolishly trying to cross a thinly covered lead. He had a very scared face for a moment or two, whilst we hurried to the rescue, but hauled himself out with his ice axe without our help, and walked back with Cherry. The remainder of us went on till abreast of the sulphur cones under Castle Rock. Then we made for the shore, and with a little mutual help climbed the cliff and returned by land. As far as one can see, all should be well for our return tomorrow, but the sky is clouding tonight, and a change of weather seems imminent. 3 successive fine days seem near the limit in this region. We have picked up quite a number of fish frozen in the ice, the larger ones about the size of a herring, and the smaller of a minnow. We imagined both had been driven into the slushy ice by seals, but today Gran found a large fish frozen in the act of swallowing a small one. It looks as though both small and large are caught when one is chasing the other. We have achieved such great comfort here that one is half sorry to leave. It is a fine, healthy existence, with many hours spent in the open, and generally some interesting object for our walks abroad. The hill climbing gives excellent exercise. We shall miss much of it at Cape Evans. But I am anxious to get back and see that all is well at the latter, as for a long time I have been wondering how our beach has withstood the shocks of northerly winds. The thought that the hut may have been damaged by the sea in one of the heavy storms will not be banished. A sketch of the life at Hut Point. We gather around the fire, seated on packing cases, to receive them with a hunk of butter and a steaming pannikin of tea, and life is well worth living. After lunch we are out and about again. There is little to tempt a long stay indoors, and exercise keeps us all the fitter. The falling light and approach of supper drives us home again with good appetites about 5 or 6 o'clock, and then the cooks rival one another in preparing succulent dishes of fried seal liver. A single dish may not seem to offer much opportunity of variation, but a lot can be done with a little flour, a handful of raisins, a spoonful of curry powder, or the addition of a little boiled pea meal. Be this as it may, we never tire of our dish, and exclamations of satisfaction can be heard every night, or nearly every night. For 2 nights ago, April the 4th, Wilson, who has proved a genius in the invention of plats, almost ruined his reputation. He proposed to fry the seal liver in penguin blubber, suggesting that the latter could be freed from all rankness. The blubber was obtained and rendered down with great care. The result appeared as delightfully pure fat, free from smell, but appearances were deceptive. The fry proved redolent of penguin, a concentrated essence of that peculiar flavour which faintly lingers in the meat and should not be emphasized. 3 heroes got through their pannikins, but the rest of us decided to be contented with cocoa and biscuit after tasting the first mouthful. After supper we have an hour or so of smoking and conversation, a cheering, pleasant hour, in which reminiscences are exchanged by a company which has very literally had world-wide experience. There is scarcely a country under the sun which one or another of us has not travelled in, so diverse are our origins and occupations. An hour or so after supper we tail off one by one, spread out our sleeping bags, take off our shoes and creep into comfort, for our reindeer bags are really warm and comfortable now that they have had a chance of drying, and the hut retains some of the heat generated in it. Thanks to the success of the blubber lamps and to a fair supply of candles, we can muster ample light to read for another hour or two, and so tucked up in our furs we study the social and political questions of the past decade. We muster no less than 16. 7 of us pretty well cover the floor of one wing of the L-shaped enclosure. 4 sleep in the other wing, which also holds the store, whilst the remaining 5 occupy the annex and affect to find the colder temperature more salubrious. Everyone can manage 8 or 9 hours sleep without a break, and not a few would have little difficulty in sleeping the clock round, which goes to show that our extremely simple life is an exceedingly healthy one, though with faces and hands blackened with smoke, appearances might not lead an outsider to suppose it. Sunday, April the 9th, a.m. On Friday night it grew overcast, and the wind went to the south. During the whole of yesterday and last night it blew a moderate blizzard, the temperature at highest +5 degrees, a relatively small amount of drift. On Friday night the ice in the strait went out from a line meeting the shore 3/4 of a mile north of Hut Point. A crack off Hut Point and curving to northwest opened to about 15 or 20 feet. The opening continued on the north side of the point. It is strange that the ice thus opened should have remained. Ice cleared out to the north directly wind commenced. It didn't wait a single instant, showing that our journey over it earlier in the day was a very risky proceeding. The uncertainty of these conditions is beyond words, but there shall be no more of this foolish venturing on young ice. This decision seems to put off the return of the ponies to a comparatively late date. Yesterday went to the second crater, Arrival Heights, hoping to see the condition of the northerly bays, but could see little or nothing owing to drift. A white line dimly seen on the horizon seemed to indicate that the ice drifted out has not gone far. Some skuas were seen yesterday, a very late date. The seals disinclined to come on the ice. One can be seen at Cape Armitage this morning, but it is 2 or 3 days since there was one up in our bay. It will certainly be some time before the ponies can be got back. Monday, April the 10th, p.m. Intended to make for Cape Evans this morning. Called hands early, but when we were ready for departure after breakfast, the sky became more overcast and snow began to fall. It continued off and on all day, only clearing as the sun set. It would have been the worst condition possible for our attempt, as we could not have been more than 100 yards. Conditions look very unfavourable for the continued freezing of the strait. Thursday, April the 13th. Started from Hut Point 9 a.m. Tuesday. Party consisted of self, Bowers, Petty Officer Evans, Taylor, 1 tent, Evans, Gran, Crean, Debenham and Wright, 2nd tent. Left Wilson in charge of Hut Point with Mears, Ford, Kean, Oates, Atkinson and Cherry Garrard. All gave us a pull up the ski slope. It has become a point of honour to take this slope without a breather. I find such an effort trying in the early morning, but had to go through with it. Weather fine. We marched past Castle Point, east of it, The snow was soft on the slopes, showing the shelter afforded. Continued to traverse the ridge for the first time. Found quite good surface, much windswept. Passed both cones on the ridge on the west side. Caught a glimpse of fast ice in the bays either side of glacier as expected, but in the near bay its extent was very small. Evidently we should have to go well along the ridge before descending, and then the problem would be how to get down over the cliffs. On to Hulton Rocks, 7.5 miles from the start. Here it was very icy and windswept, inhospitable. The wind got up and light became bad just at the critical moment. So we camped and had some tea at 2 p.m. A clearance half an hour later allowed us to see a possible descent to the ice cliffs, but between Hulton Rocks and Erebus all the slope was much cracked and crevassed. We chose a clear track to the edge of the cliffs, but could find no low place in these, the lowest part being 24 feet, sheer drop. Arriving here the wind increased. The snow drifted off the ridge. We had to decide quickly. I got myself to the edge and made standing places to work the rope. Dug away at the cornice, well situated for such work in harness. Got 3 people lowered by the alpine rope, Evans, Bowers and Taylor. Then sent down the sledges, which went down in fine style, fully packed. Then the remainder of the party. For the last 3, drove a stake hard down in the snow and used the rope round it, the men being lowered by people below. Came down last myself. Quite a neat and speedy bit of work, and all done in 20 minutes without serious frostbite. Quite pleased with the result. We found pulling to Glacier Tongue very heavy over the surface of ice covered with salt crystals, and reached Glacier Tongue about 5:30. Found a low place and got the sledges up the 6-foot wall pretty easily. Stiff incline, but easy pulling on hard surface. The light was failing, and the surface criss-crossed with innumerable cracks. Several of us fell in these with risk of strain, but the north side was well snow-covered and easy, with a good valley leading to a low ice cliff. Here a broken piece afforded easy descent. I decided to push on for Cape Evans, so camped for tea at 6. At 6:30 found darkness suddenly arrived. It was very difficult to see anything. We got down on the sea ice, very heavy pulling, but plodded on for some hours. At 10 arrived close under Little Razorback Island, and not being able to see anything ahead, decided to camp and got to sleep at 11:30 in no very comfortable circumstances. The wind commenced to rise during night. We found a roaring blizzard in the morning. We had many alarms for the safety of the ice on which the camp was pitched. Bowers and Taylor climbed the island, reported wind terrific on the summit, sweeping on either side, but comparatively calm immediately to windward and to leeward. Waited all day in hopes of a lull. At 3 I went round the island myself with Bowers, and found a little ice platform close under the weather side. Resolved to shift camp here. It took 2 very cold hours, but we gained great shelter, the cliffs rising almost sheer from the tents. Only now and again a whirling wind current eddied down on the tents, which were well secured, but the noise of the wind sweeping over the rocky ridge above our heads was deafening. We could scarcely hear ourselves speak. Settled down for our second night with little comfort, and slept better, knowing we could not be swept out to sea, but provisions were left only for one more meal. During the night the wind moderated, and we could just see outline of land. I roused the party at 7 a.m, and we were soon under way, with a desperately cold and stiff breeze and frozen clothes. It was very heavy pulling, but the distance only 2 miles. Arrived off the point about 10, and found sea ice continued around it. It was a great relief to see the hut on rounding it, and to hear that all was well. Another pony, Hackenschmidt, and 1 dog reported dead, but this certainly is not worse than expected. All the other animals are in good form. Delighted with everything I see in the hut. Simpson has done wonders, but indeed so has everyone else, and I must leave description to a future occasion. Friday, April the 14th, Good Friday. Peaceful day. Wind continued 20 to 30 miles per hour. Had divine service. Saturday, April the 15th. Weather continued thoroughly bad. Wind blowing from 30 to 40 miles an hour all day. Drift bad, and tonight snow falling. I am waiting to get back to Hut Point with relief stores. Tonight sent up signal light to inform them there of our safe arrival. An answering flare was shown. Sunday, April the 16th. Same wind as yesterday, up to 6 o'clock, when it fell calm with gusts from the north. Have exercised the ponies today and got my first good look at them. I scarcely like to express the mixed feelings with which I am able to regard this remnant. Freezing of bays, Cape Evans. March the 15th, general young ice formed. March the 19th, bay cleared, except strip, inside Inaccessible and Razorback Islands to Corner Turk's Head. March the 20th, everything cleared. March the 25th, sea froze over Inside Islands for good. March the 28th, sea frozen as far as seen. March the 30th, remained only Inside Islands. April the 1st, limit Cape to Island. April the 6th, present limit freezing in Strait and in North Bay. April the 9th, Strait cleared except former limit, and some ice in North Bay likely to remain. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Section 17 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 17. Chapter 8. Home Impressions on an Excursion. Impressions on returning to the hut, April the 13th, 1911. In choosing the site of the hut on our home beach, I had thought of the possibility of northerly winds bringing a swell, but had argued, firstly, that no heavy northerly swell had ever been recorded in the Sound. Secondly, that a strong northerly wind was bound to bring pack, which would damp the swell. Thirdly, that the locality was excellently protected by the Barne Glacier, and finally, that the beach itself showed no signs of having been swept by the sea, the rock fragments composing it being completely angular. When the hut was erected, and I found that its foundation was only 11 feet above the level of the sea ice, I had a slight misgiving, but reassured myself again by reconsidering the circumstances that afforded shelter to the beach. The fact that such question had been considered makes it easier to understand the attitude of mind that readmitted doubt in the face of phenomenal conditions. The event has justified my original arguments, but I must confess a sense of having assumed security without sufficient proof in a case where an error of judgment might have had dire consequences. It was not until I found all safe at the home station that I realized how anxious I had been concerning it. In a normal season no thought of its having been in danger would have occurred to me, but since the loss of the ponies and the breaking of the glacier tongue, I could not rid myself of the fear that misfortune was in the air, and that some abnormal swell had swept the beach. Gloomy thoughts of the havoc that might have been wrought by such an event would arise in spite of the sound reasons which had originally led me to choose the site of the hut as a safe one. The late freezing of the sea, the terrible continuance of wind, and the abnormalities to which I have referred, had gradually strengthened the profound distrust with which I had been forced to regard our mysterious Antarctic climate, until my imagination conjured up many forms of disaster as possibly falling on those from whom I had parted for so long. We marched towards Cape Evans under the usually miserable conditions which attend the breaking of camp in a cold wind after a heavy blizzard. The outlook was dreary in the grey light of early morning. Our clothes were frozen stiff, and our fingers, wet and cold in the tent, had been frostbitten in packing the sledges. A few comforting signs of life appeared as we approached the Cape. Some old footprints in the snow, a long silk thread from the meteorologist's balloon, but we saw nothing more as we neared the rocks of the promontory and the many grounded bergs which were scattered off it. To my surprise the fast ice extended past the Cape, and we were able to round it into the North Bay. Here we saw the weather screen on Wind Vane Hill, and a moment later turned a small headland and brought the hut in full view. It was intact, stables, outhouses and all. Evidently the sea had left it undisturbed. I breathed a huge sigh of relief. We watched two figures at work near the stables and wondered when they would see us. In a moment or two they did so, and fled inside the hut to carry the news of our arrival. 3 minutes later all 9 occupants were streaming over the floe towards us with shouts of welcome. There were eager inquiries as to mutual welfare, and it took but a minute to learn the most important events of the quiet station life which had been led since our departure. These, under the circumstances, might well be considered the death of 1 pony and 1 dog. The pony was that which had been nicknamed Hackenschmidt, from his vicious habit of using both fore and hind legs in attacking those who came near him. He had been obviously of different breed from the other ponies, being of lighter and handsomer shape, suggestive of a strain of Arab blood. From no cause which could be discovered, either by the symptoms of his illness or the post-mortem held by Nelson, could a reason be found for his death. In spite of the best feeding and every care, he had gradually sickened until he was too weak to stand, and in this condition there had been no option but to put him out of misery. Anton considers the death of Hackenschmidt to have been an act of cussedness, the result of a determination to do no work for the expedition. Although the loss is serious, I remember doubts which I had as to whether this animal could be anything but a source of trouble to us. He had been most difficult to handle all through, showing a vicious, intractable temper. I had foreseen great difficulties with him, especially during the early part of any journey on which he was taken, and this consideration softened the news of his death. The dog had been left behind in a very sick condition, and this loss was not a great surprise. These items were the worst of the small budget of news that awaited me. For the rest, the hut arrangements had worked out in the most satisfactory manner possible, and the scientific routine of observations was in full swing. After our primitive life at Cape Armitage, it was wonderful to enter the precincts of our warm, dry Cape Evans home. The interior space seemed palatial, the light resplendent, and the comfort luxurious. It was very good to eat in civilized fashion, to enjoy the first bath for 3 months, and have contact with clean, dry clothing. Such fleeting hours of comfort, for custom soon banished their delight, are the treasured remembrance of every polar traveller. They throw into sharpest contrast the hardships of the past and the comforts of the present, and for the time he revels in the unaccustomed physical contentment that results. I was not many hours or even minutes in the hut before I was hailed round to observe in detail the transformation which had taken place during my absence, and in which a proper pride was taken by those who had wrought it. Simpson's Corner was the first visited. Here the eye travelled over numerous shelves laden with a profusion of self-recording instruments, electric batteries and switchboards, whilst the ear caught the ticking of many clocks, the gentle whir of a motor, and occasionally the trembling note of an electric bell. But such sights and sounds conveyed only an impression of the delicate methodical means by which the daily and hourly variations of our weather conditions were being recorded, a mere glimpse of the intricate arrangements of a first-class meteorological station, the one and only station of that order which has been established in polar regions. It took me days and even months to realize fully the aims of our meteorologist and the scientific accuracy with which he was achieving them. When I did so to an adequate extent, I wrote some description of his work, which will be found in the following pages of this volume. The first impression, which I am here describing, was more confused. I appreciated only that by going to Simpson's Corner one could ascertain at a glance how hard the wind was blowing, and had been blowing, how the barometer was varying, to what degree of cold the thermometer had descended. If one was still more inquisitive, he could further inform himself as to the electrical tension of the atmosphere and other matters of like import. That such knowledge could be gleaned without a visit to the open air was an obvious advantage to those who were clothing themselves to face it, whilst the ability to study the variation of a storm without exposure savoured of no light victory of mind over matter. The dark room stands next to the parasitologist's side of the bench which flanks Sunny Jim's Corner, an involved sentence. To be more exact, the physicists adjust their instruments and write up books at a bench which projects at right angles to the end wall of the hut. The opposite side of this bench is allotted to Atkinson, who is to write with his back to the dark room. Atkinson being still absent, his corner was unfurnished, and my attention was next claimed by the occupant of the dark room beyond Atkinson's limit. The art of photography has never been so well housed within the polar regions, and rarely without them. Such a palatial chamber for the development of negatives and prints can only be justified by the quality of the work produced in it, and is only justified in our case by the possession of such an artist as Ponting. He was eager to show me the results of his summer work, and meanwhile my eye took in the neat shelves with their array of cameras, etc., the porcelain sink and automatic water tap, the 2 acetylene gas burners with their shading screens, and the general obviousness of all conveniences of the photographic art. Here indeed was encouragement for the best results, and to the photographer be all praise, for it is mainly his hand which has executed the designs which his brain conceived. In this may be clearly seen the advantage of a traveller's experience. Ponting has had to fend for himself under primitive conditions in a new land. The result is a handyman with every form of tool and in any circumstances. Thus, when building operations were to the fore and mechanical labour scarce, Ponting returned to the shell of his apartment with only the raw material for completing it. In the shortest possible space of time, shelves and tanks were erected, doors hung and windows framed, and all in a workmanlike manner, commanding the admiration of all beholders. It was well that speed could be commanded for such work, since the fleeting hours of the summer season had been altogether too few to be spared from the immediate service of photography. Ponting's nervous temperament allowed no waste of time. For him fine weather meant no sleep. He decided that lost opportunities should be as rare as circumstances would permit. This attitude was now manifested in the many yards of cinematograph film remaining on hand, and yet greater number recorded as having been sent back in the ship, in the boxes of negatives lying on the shelves, and in a well-filled album of prints. Of the many admirable points in this work, perhaps the most notable are Ponting's eye for a picture, and the mastery he has acquired of ice subjects. The composition of most of his pictures is extraordinarily good. He seems to know by instinct the exact value of foreground and middle distance, and of the introduction of life, whilst with more technical skill, and in the manipulation of screens and exposures, he emphasizes the subtle shadows of the snow, and reproduces its wondrously transparent texture. He is an artist in love with his work, and it was good to hear his enthusiasm for the results of the past and plans of the future. Long before I could gaze my fill at the contents of the dark room, I was led to the biologist's cubicle. Nelson and Day had from the first decided to camp together, each having a habit of methodical neatness. Both were greatly relieved when the arrangement was approved, and they were freed from the chance of an untidy companion. No attempt had been made to furnish this cubicle before our departure on the autumn journey, but now on my return I found it an example of the best utilization of space. The prevailing note was neatness. The biologist's microscope stood on a neat bench surrounded by enamel dishes, vessels and books neatly arranged. Behind him, when seated, rose 2 neat bunks with neat, closely curtained drawers for clothing and neat reflecting sconces for candles. Overhead was a neat arrangement for drying socks with several nets neatly bestowed. The carpentering to produce this effect had been of quite a high order, and was in very marked contrast with that exhibited for the hasty erections in other cubicles. The pillars and boarding of the bunks had carefully finished edges and was stained to mahogany brown. Nelson's bench is situated very conveniently under the largest of the hut windows, and had also an acetylene lamp, so that both in summer and winter he had all conveniences for his indoor work. Day appeared to have been unceasingly busy during my absence. Everyone paid tribute to his mechanical skill, and expressed gratitude for the help he had given in adjusting instruments and generally helping forward the scientific work. He was entirely responsible for the heating, lighting and ventilating arrangements, and as all these appeared satisfactory, he deserved much praise. Particulars concerning these arrangements I shall give later. As a first impression, it is sufficient to note that the warmth and lighting of the hut seemed as good as could be desired, whilst for our comfort the air seemed fresh and pure. Day had also to report some progress with the motor sledges, but this matter also I leave for future consideration. My attention was very naturally turned from the heating arrangements to the cooking stove and its custodian, Clissold. I had already heard much of the surpassingly satisfactory meals which his art had produced, and had indeed already a first experience of them. Now I was introduced to the cook's corner, with its range and ovens, its pots and pans, its side tables and well-covered shelves. Much was to be gathered therefrom, although a good meal by no means depends only on kitchen conveniences. It was gratifying to learn that the stove had proved itself economical, and the patent fuel blocks a most convenient and efficient substitute for coal. Save for the thickness of the furnace cheeks and the size of the oven, Clissold declared himself wholly satisfied. He feared that the oven would prove too small to keep up a constant supply of bread for all hands. Nevertheless, he introduced me to this oven with an air of pride, which I soon found to be fully justified, for connected therewith was a contrivance for which he was entirely responsible, and which in its ingenuity rivalled any of which the hut could boast. The interior of the oven was so arranged that the rising of the bread completed an electrical circuit, thereby ringing a bell and switching on a red lamp. Clissold had realized that the continuous ringing of the bell would not be soothing to the nerves of our party, nor the continuous burning of the lamp calculated to prolong its life, and he had therefore added the clockwork mechanism which automatically broke the circuit after a short interval of time. Further, this clockwork mechanism could be made to control the immersion of the same warning signals at intervals of time varied according to the desire of the operator. Thus, because when in bed he would desire a signal at short periods, but if absent from the hut he would wish to know at a glance what had happened when he returned. Judged by any standard, it was a remarkably pretty little device, but when I learned that it had been made from odds and ends, such as a cogwheel or a spring here and a cell or magnet there, begged from other departments, I began to realise that we had a very exceptional cook. Later, when I found that Clissold was called in to consult on the ailments of Simpson's motor, and that he was capable of constructing a dog sledge out of packing cases, I was less surprised, because I knew by this time that he had had considerable training in mechanical work before he turned his attention to pots and pans. My first impressions include matters to which I was naturally eager to give an early half hour, namely the housing of our animals. I found herein that praise was as justly due to our Russian boys as to my fellow Englishmen. Anton, with Lashly's help, had completed the furnishing of the stables. Neat stalls occupied the whole length of the lean-to, the sides so boarded that sprawling legs could not be entangled beneath, and the front well covered with tin sheet to defeat the cribbers. I could but sigh again to think of the stalls which must now remain empty, whilst appreciating that there was ample room for safe harbourage of the 10 beasts that remain, be the winter never so cold or the winds so wild. Later we have been able to give double space to all but 2 or 3 of our animals, in which they can lie down if they are so inclined. The ponies look fairly fit, considering the low diet on which they have been kept. Their coats were surprisingly long and woolly in contrast with those of the animals I had left at Hut Point. At this time they were being exercised by Lashly, Anton, Dimitri, Hooper and Clissold, and as a rule were ridden, the sea having only recently frozen. The exercise ground had lain on the boulder-strewn sand of the home beach and extending towards the Skewer Lake, and across these stretches I soon saw bare-backed figures dashing at speed, and not a few amusing incidents in which horse and rider parted with abrupt lack of ceremony. I didn't think this quite the most desirable form of exercise for the beasts, but decided to leave matters as they were till our pony manager returned. Dimitri had only 5 or 6 dogs left in charge, but these looked fairly fit, all things considered, and it was evident the boy was bent on taking every care of them, for he had not only provided shelters, but had built a small lean-to which would serve as a hospital for any animal whose stomach or coat needed nursing. Such were in broad outline the impressions I received on my first return to our home station. They were almost wholly pleasant, and as I have shown, in happy contrast with the fears that had assailed me on the homeward route. As the days went by I was able to fill in the detail in equally pleasant fashion, to watch the development of fresh arrangements and the improvement of old ones. Finally, in this way, I was brought to realise what an extensive and intricate but eminently satisfactory organisation I had made myself responsible for. Notes on flyleaf of fresh manuscript book. Genus Homo, species Sapiens. Flotsam. William Barron's house in Novoya Zemlya, built 1596, found by Captain Carlson, 1871. 275 years later, intact. Everything inside has left. What of this hut? The ocean-girt continent might have seemed almost heroic if any higher end than excessive love of gain and traffic had animated the design. Milton. He is not worthy to live at all, who, for fear and danger of death, shunneth his country's service or his own honour, since death is inevitable, and the fame of virtue immortal. Sir Humphrey Gilbert. There is no part of the world that cannot be reached by man. When the can-be is turned to the has-been, the geographical society will have altered its status. At the whirring loom of time unawed, I weave the living garment of God. Goethe. By all means think yourself big, but don't think everyone else small. The man who knows everyone's job isn't much good at his own. When you are attacked unjustly, avoid the appearance of evil, but avoid also the appearance of being too good. A man can't be too good, but he can appear too good. Monday, April the 17th. Started from Cape Evans with 2 10-foot sledges. Party 1, Self, Lashley, Day, Dimitri. Party 2, Bowers, Nelson, Crean, Hooper. We left at 8 a.m, taking our personal equipment, a week's provision of sledging food, and butter, oatmeal, flour, lard, chocolate, etc. for the hut. 2 of the ponies hauled the sledges to within a mile of the glacier tongue. The wind, which had been north, here suddenly shifted to southeast, very biting. The wind remained north at Cape Evans during the afternoon. The ponies walked back into it. Sky overcast, very bad light. Found the place to get on the glacier, but then lost the track, crossed more or less direct, getting amongst many cracks. Came down in bay near the open water. Stumbled over the edge to an easy drift. More than once on these trips I, as leader, have suddenly disappeared from the sight of the others, affording some consternation till they got close enough to see what has happened. The pull over sea ice was very heavy, and in face of strong wind and drift. Every member of the party was frostbitten about the face, several with very cold feet. Pushed on after repairs. Found drift streaming off the ice cliff, a new cornice formed, and our rope buried at both ends. The party getting cold, I decided to camp, have tea, and shift footgear. Whilst tea was preparing, Bowers and I went south, then north, along the cliffs, to find a place to ascend. Nearly everywhere ascent seemed impossible in the vicinity of Hulton Rocks or north, but eventually we found an overhanging cornice close to our rope. After lunch we unloaded a sledge, which, held high on end by 4 men, just reached the edge of the cornice. Clambering up over backs and up sledge, I used an ice axe to cut steps over the cornice, and thus managed to get on top, then cut steps and surmounted the edge of the cornice. Helped Bowers up with the rope, others followed, then the gear was hauled up piecemeal. For Crean, the last man up, we lowered the sledge over the cornice and used a bowline in the other end of the rope on top of it. He came up grinning with delight, and we all thought the ascent rather a cunning piece of work. It was fearfully cold work, but everyone worked with rare intelligence. We eventually got everything up and repacked the sledge, glad to get in harness again. Then a heavy pull up a steep slope in wretched light, making detour to left to avoid crevasses. We reached the top and plodded on past the craters as nearly as possible as on the outward route. The party was pretty exhausted and very wet with perspiration. Approaching Castle Rock, the weather and light improved. Camped on Barrier Slope, north of Castle Rock, about 9 p.m. Night cold but calm, -38° during night. Slept pretty well. Tuesday, April the 18th, Hut Point. Good moonlight at 7 a.m. Had breakfast, broke camp very quickly. Lashley's splendid camp work as of old. Very heavy pull up to Castle Rock. Sweated much. This sweating in cold temperature is a serious drawback. Reached Hut Point 1 p.m. Found all well, in excellent spirits. Didn't seem to want us much. Party reported very bad weather since we left. Cold blizzard, then continuous southwest wind with -20° and below. The open water was right up to Hut Point, wind absolutely preventing all freezing along the shore. Wilson reported skewer gull, seen Monday. Found party much shorter of blubber than I had expected. They were only just keeping themselves supplied with a seal killed 2 days before, and one as we arrived. Actually less fast ice than when we left. Wednesday, April the 19th, Hut Point. Calm during night. Sea froze over at noon, 4½ inches thick off Hut Point, showing how easily the sea will freeze when the chance is given. 3 seals reported on the ice. All hands out after breakfast, and the liver and blubber of 3 seals were brought in. This relieves one of a little anxiety, leaving a 12-day stock, in which time other seals ought to be coming up. I am making arrangements to start back tomorrow, but at present it is overcast and wind coming up from the south. This afternoon, all ice frozen last night went out quietly. The sea tried to freeze behind it, but the wind freshened soon. The ponies were exercised yesterday and today. They look pretty fit, but their coats are not so good as those in winter quarters. They want fatty foods. I am preparing to start tomorrow, satisfied that the Discovery hut is very comfortable and life very livable in it. The dogs are much the same, all looking pretty fit, except Vida and Rabchick, neither of which seem to get good coats. I am greatly struck with the advantages of experience in Crean and Lashley for all work about camps. Thursday, April the 20th, Hut Point. Everything ready for starting this morning, but of course it blizzed. Weather impossible, much wind and drift from south. Wind turned to southeast in afternoon, temperatures low. Went for walk to Cape Armitage, but it is really very unpleasant. The wind blowing round the Cape is absolutely blighting, force 7 and temperature below -30 degrees. Sea a black cauldron covered with dark frost smoke. No ice can form in such weather. Friday, April the 21st, started homeward at 10:30. Left Mears in charge of station with Dimitri to help with dogs, Lashley and Kean to look out for ponies. Nelson and Day and Ford to get some idea of the life and experience. Homeward party, therefore, self, Bowers, Wilson, Oates, Atkinson, Cherry Garrard, Crean, Hooper. As usual, all hands pulled up Ski Slope, which we took without a halt. Lashley and Dimitri came nearly to Castle Rock, very cold side wind and some frostbites. We reached the last downward slope about 2:30. At the cliff edge found the cornice gone, heavy wind and drift worse than before, if anything. We bustled things, and after tantalising delays with the rope, got Bowers and some others on the floe, then lowered the sledges packed. 3 men, including Crean and myself, slid down last on the alpine rope, doubled and taken round an ash stave, so that we were able to unreeve the end and recover the rope. We recovered also most of the old alpine rope, all except a piece buried in snow on the sea ice and dragged down under the slush, just like the Discovery boats. I couldn't have supposed this could happen in so short a time. By the time all stores were on the floe, with swirling drift about us, everyone was really badly cold, one of those moments for quick action. We harnessed and dashed for the shelter of the cliffs, up tents and hot tea as quickly as possible. After this and some shift of footgear, all were much better. Heavy plod over the sea ice, starting at 4:30. Very bad light on the glacier, and we lost our way as usual, stumbling into many crevasses, but finally descended in the old place, by this time sweating much. Crean reported our sledge pulling much more heavily than the other one. Marched on to Little Razorback Island without halt, our own sledge dragging fearfully. Crean said there was great difference in the sledges, though loads were equal. Bowers politely assented when I voiced his sentiment, but I'm sure he and his party thought it the plea of tired men. However, there was nothing like proof, and he readily assented to change sledges. The difference was really extraordinary. We felt the new sledge a featherweight compared with the old, and set up a great pace for the home quarters, regardless of how much we perspired. We arrived at the hut, 2 miles away, 10 minutes ahead of the others, who by this time were quite convinced as to the difference in the sledges. The difference was only marked when pulling over the salt-covered sea ice. On snow the sledges seem pretty much the same. It is due to the grain of the wood in the runners, and is worth looking into. We all arrived bathed in sweat, our garments were soaked through, and as we took off our wind clothes, showers of ice fell on the floor. The accumulation was almost incredible, and shows the whole trouble of sledging in cold weather. It would have been very uncomfortable to have camped in the open under such conditions, and assuredly a winter and spring party cannot afford to get so hot if they wish to retain any semblance of comfort. Our excellent cook had just the right meal prepared for us, an enormous dish of rice and figs and cocoa in a bucket. The hut party were all very delighted to see us, and the fittings and comforts of the hut are amazing to the newcomers. Saturday, April the 22nd, Cape Evans, winter quarters. The sledging season is at an end. It's good to be back in spite of all the losses we have sustained. Today we enjoy a very exceptional calm. The sea is freezing over, of course, but unfortunately our view from Observatory Hill is very limited. Oates and the rest are exercising the ponies. I have been sorting my papers and getting ready for the winter work. End of chapter 8. Section 18 of the Journals of Robert Falcon Scott, Volume 1, by Robert Falcon Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. Section 18, Chapter 9, The Work and the Workers, Part 1. Sunday, April the 23rd, winter quarters. The last day of the sun, and a very glorious view of its golden light over the Barne Glacier. We could not see the sun itself on account of the glacier, the fine ice cliffs of which were in deep shadow under the rosy rays. Impression: the long mild twilight, which, like a silver clasp, unites today with yesterday, when morning and evening sit together hand in hand beneath the starless sky of midnight. It blew hard last night, and most of the young ice has gone, as expected. Patches seem to be remaining south of the glacier tongue and the island and off our own bay. In this very queer season it appears as though the final freezing is to be reached by gradual increments to the firmly established ice. Had divine service. Have only 7 hymn books, those brought on shore for our first service being very stupidly taken back to the ship. I begin to think we are too comfortable in the hut, and hope it will not make us slack, but it is good to see everyone in such excellent spirits. So far not a rift in the social arrangements. Monday, April the 24th. A night watchman has been instituted mainly for the purpose of observing the aurora, of which the displays have been feeble so far. The observer is to look round every hour or oftener if there is aught to be seen. He is allowed cocoa and sardines with bread and butter. The cocoa can be made over an acetylene Bunsen burner, part of Simpson's outfit. I took the first turn last night. The remainder of the afterguard follow in rotation. The long night hours give time to finish up a number of small tasks. The hut remains quite warm, though the fires are out. Simpson has been practising with balloons during our absence. This morning he sent one up for trial. The balloon is of silk and has a capacity of 1 cubic metre. It is filled with hydrogen gas, which is made in a special generator. The generation is a simple process. A vessel filled with water has an inverted vessel within it. A pipe is led to the balloon from the latter, and a tube of India rubber is attached which contains calcium hydrate. By tipping the tube, the amount of calcium hydrate required can be poured into the generator. As the gas is made, it passes into the balloon or is collected in the inner vessel, which acts as a bell jar if the stopcock to the balloon is closed. The arrangements for utilising the balloon are very pretty. An instrument weighing only 2 1/4 ounces and recording the temperature and pressure is attached beneath a small flag and hung 10 to 15 feet below the balloon with a balloon silk thread. This silk thread is of such fine quality that 5 miles of it only weighs 4 ounces, whilst its breaking strain is 1 1/4 pounds. The lower part of the instrument is again attached to the silk thread, which is cunningly wound on coned bobbins, from which the balloon unwinds it without hitch or friction as it ascends. In order to spare the silk any jerk as the balloon is released, 2 pieces of string united with a slow match carry the strain between the instrument and the balloon until the slow match is consumed. The balloon takes about a quarter of an hour to inflate. The slow match is then lit and the balloon released. With a weight of 8 ounces and a lifting power of 2½ pounds, it rises rapidly. After it is lost to ordinary vision, it can be followed with glasses as mile after mile of thread runs out. Theoretically, if strain is put on the silk thread, it should break between the instrument and the balloon, leaving the former free to fall. Then the thread can be followed up and the instrument with its record recovered. Today this was tried with a dummy instrument, but the thread broke close to the bobbins. In the afternoon a double thread was tried, and this acted successfully. Today I allotted the ponies for exercise. Bowers, Cherry Garrard, Hooper, Clissold, Petty Officer Evans and Crean take animals, besides Anton and Oates. I have had to warn people that they will not necessarily lead the ponies which they now tend. Wilson is very busy making sketches. Tuesday, April the 28th. It was comparatively calm all day yesterday and last night, and there have been light airs only from the south today. The temperature, at first comparatively high at -5 degrees, has gradually fallen to -13 degrees. As a result, the strait has frozen over at last, and it looks as though the Hut Point party should be with us before very long. If the blizzards hold off for another 3 days, the crossing should be perfectly safe, but I don't expect Meares to hurry. Although we had very good sunset effects at Hut Point, Ponting and others are much disappointed with the absence of such effects at Cape Evans. This was probably due to the continual interference of frost smoke. Since our return here, and especially yesterday and today, the sky and sea have been glorious in the afternoon. Ponting has taken some coloured pictures, but the result is not very satisfactory, and the plates are much spotted. Wilson is very busy with pencil and brush. Atkinson is unpacking and setting up his sterilizers and incubators. Wright is wrestling with the electrical instruments. Evans is busy surveying the Cape and its vicinity. Oates is reorganizing the stable, making bigger stalls, etc. Cherry Garrard is building a stone house for taxidermy, and with a view to getting hints for making a shelter at Cape Crozier during the winter. Debenham and Taylor are taking advantage of the last of the light to examine the topography of the peninsula. In fact, everyone is extraordinarily busy. I came back with the impression that we should not find our winter walks so interesting as those at Hut Point, but I am rapidly altering my opinion. We may miss the hill climbing here, but in every direction there is abundance of interest. Today I walked round the shores of the North Bay, examining the Kenite cliffs and great masses of morainic material of the Barne Glacier, then on under the huge blue ice cliffs of the glacier itself. With the sunset lights, deep shadows, the black islands and white bergs, it was all very beautiful. Simpson and Bowers sent up a balloon today with a double thread and instrument attached. The line was checked at about 3 miles, and soon after the instrument was seen to disengage. The balloon at first went north with a light southerly breeze till it reached 300 or 400 feet. Then it turned to the south, but did not travel rapidly. When 2 miles of thread had gone, it seemed to be going north again, or rising straight upward. In the afternoon Simpson and Bowers went to recover their treasure, but somewhere south of Inaccessible Island they found the thread broken, and the light was not good enough to continue the search. The sides of the galley fire have caved in. There should have been cheeks to prevent this. We got some fire clay cement today, and plastered up the sides. I hope this will get over the difficulty, but have some doubt. Wednesday, April the 26th. Calm. Went round Cape Evans. Remarkable effects of icicles on the ice foot, formed by spray of southerly gales. Thursday, April the 27th. The 4th day in succession without wind, but overcast. Light snow has fallen during the day. Tonight the wind comes from the north. We should have our party back soon. The temperature remains about 5 degrees, and the ice should be getting thicker with rapidity. Went round the bergs off Cape Evans. They are very beautiful, especially one which is pierced to form a huge arch. It will be interesting to climb around these monsters as the winter proceeds. Today I have organised a series of lectures for the winter. The people seem keen, and it ought to be exceedingly interesting to discuss so many diverse subjects with experts. We have an extraordinary diversity of talent and training in our people. It would be difficult to imagine a company composed of experiences which differed so completely. We find one hut contains an experience of every country and every clime. What an assemblage of motley knowledge! Friday, April the 28th. Another comparatively calm day. Temperature -12°, clear sky. Went to ice caves on glacier south of Cape. These are really very wonderful. Ponting took some photographs with long exposure, and Wright got some very fine ice crystals. The glacier tongue comes close around a high bluff headland of kenyte. It is much cracked and curiously composed of a broad wedge of white névé over blue ice. The faults in the dust strata in these surfaces are very mysterious and should be instructive in the explanation of certain ice problems. It looks as though the sea had frozen over for good. If no further blizzard clears the strait, it can be said for this season that the bays froze over on March the 25th, the strait froze over on April the 22nd, the strait dissipated April the 29th, the strait froze over on April the 30th. Later, the Hut Point record of freezing is night 24th, 25th, ice forming midday 25th, opened with leads. 26th, ice all out, sound apparently open. 27th, strait apparently freezing. Early 28th, ice over whole strait. 29th, all ice gone. 30th, freezing over. May the 4th, broad lead opened along land to Castle Rock, 300 to 400 yards wide. Party intended to start on the 11th, if weather fine. Very fine display of aurora tonight, one of the brightest I have ever seen over Erebus. It is conceded that a red tinge is seen after the movement of light. Saturday, April the 29th. Went to Inaccessible Island with Wilson. The agglomerates, kenites and lavas are much the same as those at Cape Evans. The island is 540 feet high, and it is a steep climb to reach the summit over very loose sand and boulders. From the summit one has an excellent view of our surroundings and the ice in the strait, which seemed to extend far beyond Cape Royds, but had some ominous cracks beyond the island. We climbed round the ice foot after descending the hill, and found it much broken up on the south side. The sea spray had washed far up on it. It is curious to find that all the heavy seas come from the south, and that it is from this direction that protection is most needed. There is some curious weathering on the ice blocks on the north side. Also the snowdrifts show interesting dirt bands. The island had a good sprinkling of snow, which will all be gone, I expect, tonight. For as we reached the summit we saw a storm approaching from the south. It had blotted out the bluff, and we watched it covering Black Island, then Hut Point and Castle Rock. By the time we started homeward it was upon us, making a harsh clatter as it struck the high rocks and sweeping along the drift on the floe. The blow seems to have passed over tonight, and the sky is clear again, but I much fear the ice has gone out in the strait. There is an ominous black look to the westward. Sunday, April the 30th. As I feared last night, the morning light revealed the havoc made in the ice by yesterday's gale. From Windvane Hill, 66 feet, it appeared that the strait had not opened beyond the island, but after church I went up the ramp with Wilson and steadily climbed over the glacier ice to a height of about 650 feet. From this elevation one could see that a broad belt of sea ice had been pushed bodily to seaward, and it was evident that last night the whole stretch of water from Hut Point to Turtle Island must have been open, so that our poor people at Hut Point are just where they were. The only comfort is that the strait is already frozen again, but what is to happen if every blow clears the sea like this? Had an interesting walk. One can go at least a mile up the glacier slope before coming to crevasses, and it does not appear that these would be serious for a good way further. The view is magnificent, and on a clear day like this one still enjoys some hours of daylight, or rather twilight, when it is possible to see everything clearly. Have had talks of the curious cones, which are such a feature of the ramp. They are certainly partly produced by ice and partly by weathering. The ponds and various forms of ice grains interest us. Tonight have been naming all the small land features of our vicinity. Tuesday, May the 2nd. It was calm yesterday. A balloon was sent up in the morning, but only reached a mile in height before the instrument was detached by slow match. In the afternoon went out with Bowers and his pony to pick up the instrument, which was close to the shore in the South Bay. Went on past Inaccessible Island. The ice outside the bergs has grown very thick, 14 inches or more, but there are freshly frozen pools beyond the island. In the evening Wilson opened the lecture series with a paper on Antarctic flying birds. Considering the limits of the subject, the discussion was interesting. The most attractive point raised was that of pigmentation. Does the absence of pigment suggest absence of reserve energy? Does it increase the insulating properties of the hair or feathers? Or does the animal clothed in white radiate less of his internal heat? The most interesting example of polar colouring here is the increased proportion of albinos amongst the giant petrels found in high latitudes. Today have had our first game of football. A harassing southerly wind sprang up, which helped my own side to the extent of 3 goals. This same wind came with a clear sky and jumped up and down in force throughout the afternoon, but has died away tonight. In the afternoon I saw an ominous lead outside the island, which appeared to extend a long way south. I'm much afraid it may go across our pony track from Hut Point. I'm getting anxious to have the hut party back, and begin to wonder if the ice to the south will ever hold in permanently now that the glacier tongue has gone. Wednesday, May the 3rd. Another calm day, very beautiful and clear. Wilson and Bowers took our few dogs for a run in a sledge. Walked myself out over ice in North Bay. There are a good many cracks and pressures with varying thickness of ice, showing how tide and wind shift the thin sheets. The newest leads held young ice of 4 inches. The temperature remains high, the lowest yesterday -13 degrees. It should be much lower with such calm weather and clear skies. A strange fact is now very commonly noticed. In calm weather there is usually a difference of 4 or 5 degrees between the temperature at the hut and that of Weathervane Hill, 64 feet, the latter being the higher. This shows an inverted temperature. As I returned from my walks, the southern skies seemed to grow darker, and later stratus clouds were undoubtedly spreading up from that direction. This is about 5 p.m. About 7 a moderate north wind sprang up. This seemed to indicate a southerly blow, and at about 9 the wind shifted to that quarter and blew gustily, 25 to 35 miles per hour. One cannot see the result on the straight, but I fear it means that the ice has gone out again in places. The wind dropped as suddenly as it had arisen soon after midnight. In the evening Simpson gave us his first meteorological lecture. The subject, coronas, halos, rainbows and auroras. He has a remarkable power of exposition, and taught me more of these phenomena in the hour than I had learnt by all previous interested inquiries concerning them. I note 1 or 2 points concerning each phenomenon. Corona, white to brown inside ring called aureola. Outside are sometimes seen 2 or 3 rings of prismatic light in addition, caused by diffraction of light round drops of water or ice crystals. Diameter of rings inversely proportionate to size of drops or crystals. Mixed sizes of ditto causes aureola without rings. Halos, caused by refraction and reflection through and from ice crystals. In this connection the hexagonal, tetrahedronal type of crystallization is first to be noted, then the infinite number of forms in which this can be modified, together with result of fractures. 2 forms predominate, the plate and the needle. These forms falling through air assume definite position. The plate falls horizontally, swaying to and fro. The needle turns rapidly about its longer axis, which remains horizontal. Simpson showed excellent experiments to illustrate. Consideration of these facts and refraction of light-striking crystals clearly leads to explanation of various complicated halo phenomena, such as recorded and such as seen by us on the Great Barrier, and draws attention to the critical refraction angles of 32 degrees and 46 degrees, the radius of inner and outer rings, the position of mock suns, contra-suns, zenith circles, etc. Further measurements are needed, for instance of streamers from mock suns, an examination of ice crystals, record of ice crystals seen on barrier surface. Rainbows, caused by reflection and refraction from and through drops of water. Colours vary with size of drops. The smaller the drop, the lighter the colours, and nearer to the violet end of the spectrum. Hence white rainbow as seen on the barrier, very small drops. Double bows. Diameters must be 84 degrees and 100 degrees, again from laws of refraction. Colours, inner red outside, outer red inside, i.e. reds come together. Wanted to see more rainbows on barrier. In this connection a good rainbow was seen to northwest in February from winter quarters. Reports should note colours and relative width of bands of colour. Iridescent clouds, not yet understood. Observations required, especially angular distance from the sun. Auroras, certainly most frequent and intense in years of maximum sunspots. This argues connection with the sun. Points noticed requiring confirmation. Arch, centre of arch in magnetic meridian. Shafts, take direction of dipping needle. Bands and curtains with convolutions, not understood. Corona, shafts meeting to form. Notes required on movement and direction of movement. Colours seen, supposed red and possibly green rays preceding or accompanying movement. Auroras are sometimes accompanied by magnetic storms, but not always, and vice versa. In general, significant signs of some connection, possible common dependence on a third factor. The phenomenon further connects itself in form with lines of magnetic force about the earth. Curious apparent connection between spectrum of aurora and that of heavy gas, argon. Maybe coincidence. Two theories enunciated. Arrhenius, bombardments of minute charged particles from the sun gathered into the magnetic field of the earth. Birkeland, bombardment of free negative electrons gathered into the magnetic field of the earth. It is experimentally shown that minute drops of water are deflected by light. It is experimentally shown that ions are given off by dried calcium, which the sun contains. Professor Stormy has collected much material showing connection of the phenomenon with lines of magnetic force. Thursday, May the 4th. From the small height of Wynvane Hill, 64 feet, it is impossible to say if the ice in the strait has been out after yesterday's wind. The sea was frozen, but after 12 hours calm it would be in any case. The dark appearance of the ice is noticeable, but this has been the case of late since the light is poor. Little snow has fallen or drifted, and the ice flowers are very sparse and scattered. We had an excellent game of football again today. The exercise is delightful, and we get very warm. Atkinson is by far the best player, but Hooper, Petty Officer Evans and Crean are also quite good. It has been calm all day again. Went over the sea ice beyond the Archberg. The ice, half a mile beyond, is only 4 inches. I think this must have been formed since the blow of yesterday, that is, in 16 hours or less. Such rapid freezing is a hopeful sign, but the prompt dissipation of the flow under a southerly wind is distinctly the reverse. I am anxious to get our people back from Hut Point, mainly on account of the 2 ponies. With so much calm weather there should have been no difficulty for the party in keeping up its supply of blubber, an absence of which is the only circumstance likely to discomfort it. The new ice over which I walked is extraordinarily slippery and free from efflorescence. I think this must be a further sign of rapid formation. End of chapter 9, part 1.